Yeah,
Hey,
and we are live.
how's guys everybody doing?
Good, good.
Oh boy, it's good old days. And let me see, we got Vaughn, my elder. Hey, how you doing, Vaughn? Hope people are coming in.
Yeah, yeah. I see them. What's
You got
going on,
Jada
people?
coming.
On.
We're black men on filter. I mean, hey, what's going on, Candyman? Oh, that's the lady I would like to have on today's show. She's a nurse,
Okay.
so she understands the medical side of burnout very very well.
All
Hey,
right.
Canyon.
I mean, if she wants to come up and talk, we could just give her the link real quick.
Oh, you got the link?
Yeah. Let me.
You want to put it in the private chat, or I can throw it out there, or what?
Let me put it in. All right. I'll put it in the chat, private chat.
There you go. Give me a moment, guys. I'm gonna put out the link. Candyland, I would love you to show up on the panel as well as Black Men Unfiltered if you come up, because we talk about this series called Burnout. The first episode we did 2 weeks ago, we gave you the broad definition of what burnout is, according to my partner. He said CDC called it a mental pandemic and a mental disaster. That's what I call it, because we live in a work environment in the U.S. whereby people work themselves to the ground. People burn themselves out, which is totally out of control. But what can you say? We got to make a living. Imagine the people
Yeah.
that work in the factories. No,
Is it?
we didn't mention about the industrial factory yet. That's another thing we didn't talk about.
Yeah. We
Hey,
didn't. We didn't. But that's the thing, though. There's so many jobs. Like we think of the standard jobs of police, nurse, and stuff like that. We're not thinking about the unpopular jobs, factory workers, stuff like that. You know, just to mention factory workers. You remember that article from way back about Foxconn and
oh, the one in China
yeah, yeah, yeah,
for
and the
Apple.
yep, the Apple and the workers are committing suicide because
What
the
year was this?
this was a while ago. This was like I want to say maybe two years ago.
Oh wow! I got to
Yeah,
go back and read our article again, because I know in China and Japan they had some really ridiculous work ethics, and they had these people burn themselves out. This is something that we have tried to put a light on, because beside today's topic, content creator burnout, these jobs actually put people to the point where they committing suicide, they get some serious medical issues. I remember this job I was talking about, NYPD, the 911 call center. That
yeah.
right there is one of the most stressful, mental draining position I ever seen in my life. To the point where I'm hearing people were actually dropping dead almost every week.
Yeah, yeah. But
That's how bad it is.
think about the job itself. You are the first responder before anybody even gets on gets on the site of whatever issues happen, and you the first responder. So you got to make sure all the information is correct. You got to make sure the cops go to the right location, identify the right person. So burnout in itself is that's a global thing. That's that. But here in the U.S. is just we we just come to understand it as like, oh, I'm getting tired at my job type of thing. We're not looking at it like this is an overall problem that's affecting everybody.
And that's the thing I'm talking about, because our standing guide is something what we've done in our past job for UBS. That where we saw a different level of burnout. I was the biggest test subject
Yes.
because, for one, you and many others look at me like I was crazy. I was killing myself. I was overworking myself. I was lifting heavy equipment. I'm talking about from 50 pounds to almost 800 pounds worth of equipment.
Yeah,
I
but
didn't care.
yeah, you didn't care because you wanted to get the project done.
Not only get the project done, I was trying to keep the project. How many times have you had that scare whereby you want to shut down the project because of bad performance?
Yeah, but I think that was just like a scare tactic, though.
And that was the scare tactic actually works because,
Oh,
let me be honest though, because at that time when we first started, within the first 2 months of the project, all of a sudden they were mad with the manager who was not showing up on site. He was giving the lead tech bad advices. And they were sabotaging the project left and right. Then we, the tech, had to go behind and clean up their mess.
hmm.
Now, me, I didn't got on a contract. You told it will last for a year. I was expecting the thing to last for a year, not for 2 months. So
Yeah,
what you going to do when the contract will be on a chopping block? You're going to bust your behind and make sure you give above and beyond performance, which is true.
yeah, yeah.
Now, for that, then you see all this thing that went down the hill. We got a guy on our job who was a functioning alcoholic. You would have known he going to burn out already, but he come to the job drunk as hell. We
Uh-huh.
can't allow the guy to get on the damn floor because God forbid one of the client employees smelled him and found out he was drunk. They will call their bosses. The bosses will call our bosses. We'll get in trouble for that. We can lose our job because of one person drunk on site. In some kind of way. That's what happened. Then God forbid other part when you're moving a large amount of equipment and the equipment falling to somebody else, we got guys who got bad back can pull more than 50 pounds.
Yeah, yeah. But so let's get into this content, this subject. We're
About
talking
burnout.
about content creator burnout. So I know M just put in a comment in the chats, like she said she just hired somebody because she's feeling burnt out.
And
Hey, it's real.
you know what? Let her. No, I know she's not a content creator, but let her come on the panel and talk about that because there's something that we don't talk much. We don't have people come on and explain their views or their spin because we show about our burnout situation, which is crazy.
Yeah, folks, you could come on. Don't be scared. The link is there.
I'll post the link again one more time.
Talk about your experience. Talk about burnout. This topic is not just about content creator burnout. It's just about burnout in general,
All across the board
all
because
across
let's
the
be honest,
board. So
I-
you got
one of my good friends on YouTube, his name is Jonathan Barronville. He is a young dude. The fact that he ended up went into the hospital due to burnout, he had a carpal tunnel, and he was like what taking 6 to 7 espresso shots. I was like,
yeah,
wait, time out. I know I took four. I take four espresso shots. You see me lifting a server like this, then you think I'm on steroids.
yeah, yeah,
He took 6 to 7 a day. And he the software engineer. So imagine, and you and I went to the trading floor and we saw that a vending machine at UBS in the trading
yes,
floor, on Tampa, Connecticut, and nothing but Red Bulls.
yep. Red Bull, Starbucks, espresso shots. Yeah, it is what it is, man.
And I was like, what? Just Jay, you have no clue. These developers, these software engineers, and they have a deadline. Some of them end up people in the office just to complete their work. They work almost around the clock.
Oh, of course. I mean,
So
if you if
when
you
you,
look at the average hours, it's like not everybody could sit there and type out code for 14 hours a day. So imagine doing that 14 hours a day, you know, 6 months out of the year or maybe 12 months out of the year, depending on what project you're working on. So
they get real bad. I'm telling you guys, they just not know. overlooked it. That's why I want you guys to come on, cam up. If you can't come up, it's understandable. Talk about your experience, how you doing with burnout, and what you did to counteract it. Because what I did, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, we
After
also want to
work,
talk about how you deal with it. That's the thing. How you deal with burnout. Do you got a routine? What is it? Going to the gym? I mean, I know brothers who fish. I've never fished, but I heard fishing is really therapeutic.
no, me, there's some people that don't get a chance to find a means to adjust to burnout. It's like New York City. It's a city where people have more than one jobs.
Yeah, yeah,
I know people bound for one job, their day job. They got a 2 hour break to get themselves ready for the next job.
yeah, man.
And when they're done, they go home, have like what, 4 to 6 hours of sleep. During my college year, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I did at one point, I was working two jobs back to back.
Yeah, I was working, going to school. I was working two jobs too, so it is what it is. IT department experiencing major turnover. AI.
Um, that is known.
Yeah, a
I'm
lot of
sorry. We
yeah,
in IT, we complain about it a lot because we feel like we be underappreciated and we're killing ourselves. So when they try and do that, taking the job remotely, let me tell you exactly what it is. When they mean remotely, most likely means India, 9 times out of 10.
uh-huh.
That's where the problem is. And I work in one of the biggest fashion companies next door to his job, who work at a law firm. They were trying to do everything. The network team going straight to India, the voice over IP team was going straight to India. They have on-site techs. They were firing them for the overseas guy to fix the problem. That was the biggest mistake they made. So when they fired the network team, they fired the voice over IP team. It was nothing but disaster for 9 months straight. They don't know what the hell they were doing. There was no proper knowledge transfer, no transfer over. They were screwing them left and right. And we at the tech level two, level three, we had a job what we doing. Answer their call, help them fix the issue. And what they were telling us to do, not I would say 20% or 30% of the time was not the right thing to do, and it created way more problem. When they had a question, if I'm applying this term correctly, there is a big push to also remote work now to other countries. Now, mostly for the tech support and customer service. That's what they're doing, to be honest
Yeah,
with you. We saw this for the past 10, 15 years. It started, well, wasn't that 2010, 2011 that we started to
yeah.
notice that?
2010, 2011, they started outsourcing a lot of the tech jobs to, other countries. Because if you look at it, the dollar to you and I, the dollar in the US is just a dollar. But
Hmm.
if you take that dollar outside of the country, that dollar could stretch more. You could actually get more done. So most companies actually looked at that like, oh, I'm saving more money. So let me outsource my tech support, customer service out to another country. I could pay them less, still get more bang for my buck, and then the average person in the US wouldn't even know. So, yeah.
And here where the problem comes to play with at the guy who work in the field among the users when they're calling the tech support. When I'm working in the fashion company called Estee Lauder Company, a lot of them were complaining that the customer service was Indian-based people. They can't even speak proper English, and they couldn't understand what they're saying. So imagine they bypassing calling the customer service tech support hotline and call our office, our desk directly.
All right, we got
Now,
somebody who's wants to come on. All right, so I'm gonna add
eh,
her on right now.
hey, Candy Ann,
Hello, how are you?
I'm
that's
well,
my.
thank you. Good evening, good evening. Can you guys hear me well? I've never done Restream before.
And we can
Yes,
hear you loud and clear.
I can
Okay,
hear you
thank
loud and
you.
clear.
She's a nurse,
Oh, okay, okay.
and I always want to get a someone in the medical field who can explain to us in detail and how they see people coming to the hospital with literally burnout situation whereby they're like either drained, insomnia. But I'm sure you see patients like that in your hospital. Have you?
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Um, so, the thing about this job is that the nurses, what's wonderful about this job as a nurse is that you have the ability to go where you are comfortable. So if you love babies, you can work in newborn section. If you
Mhm.
love working in the emergency department, which is chaotic, I could never do it. But some people just love that. They love the adrenaline of just figuring out what's coming in the door. And so they love that. And some of us are med surg nurses, some of us are ICU nurses. So you have a wide variety of different things, oncology and all these different things.
Uh-huh.
However, no matter what type of nurse you are, all of us have to deal with some type of burnout because patients are coming to you in their worst situation. They're
Yeah.
not feeling good. Some of them didn't even expect that they were going to be admitted to the hospital. They thought, oh, maybe I'd get some antibiotics and go home. Maybe I'd get but all of a sudden they realize, oh my God, I need surgery. What? I'm having a heart cath? Oh, all these different things. And so they're nervous. They're thinking about their life insurance. You know, and or they got diagnosed with something really serious. And so it's difficult sometimes as a nurse. Oftentimes, and I wish I wasn't the only one on here as a nurse.
Uh-huh.
It's difficult because I can tell you just this week, I listened to a woman tell me about her brutal sexual assault. And I had another patient that was gunshot wound over 50 years ago. Um,
Mhm.
and that, these are just there's so many things I can go on and on and on and on and on. And so
Yeah.
sometimes it's hard. It's hard as a content creator.
Uh-huh.
I come on here for the sense of community,
Yeah.
and it's difficult, when there's so much YouTube beef, when there's so much um men versus women, the black men versus the black women, all these different conversations.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of difficult a little bit as a content creator. Like, I don't feel burnt out. I feel burnt out from my job. So when I come onto YouTube, I'm looking for a reprieve. I'm looking to have a wonderful conversation. I'm looking to learn a little bit more. I'm looking to learn from black men. I'm looking to hear about your thoughts and different things like that.
Yeah.
And so it's difficult.
So,
I'm not
can
coming on here to fight.
Ann, how many years
Yes,
have
sir.
you been in the field as a nurse? How many years?
So I've been doing this only for 5 years. This is the second career for me. Second
Okay.
degree and second career.
Yeah.
Now, from you
Oh,
being there in the field for 5 years, have you ever seen people from various jobs that been stressed out from work to the point they have like medical condition they didn't know they were going through in their body?
you're talking about the nurses or the patients?
Both, like from burnout, like working for a long period of hours. They don't realize it created something that by without warning.
So here's the thing, as it pertains to patients, oftentimes, especially the breadwinner, and I want to say this, I'm not trying to be discriminatory towards men, but you men, you work very, very, very hard and you don't take care of yourself as I would like to see you take care of yourself. Especially, I'm sorry, black men, um,
Please
eating the
elaborate. I want to
fast
hear everything.
food,
I want to hear everything. Please elaborate.
eating
Yeah.
the fast food. And the thing about it is that, you're going out there, you're working, you're trying to provide, and unfortunately, the United States doesn't lend itself into you guys having a well balanced meal, you know. And so, oftentimes, when you tell people about like eating more vegetables, they're like, "That's rabbit food," you know. Or you tell people about drinking water. People are like, I don't like the taste of water. I want a Coca Cola. That's crazy to me how the Coca Cola company has convinced you so much that Coca Cola is better than water,
Of course.
that people are drinking soda. They prefer soda than they prefer water.
Yeah.
And so oftentimes a lot of black men, men of color, you're coming in the hospital with high blood pressure, coming in the hospital with high sugar, what we call, your recently diagnosed with, and not paying attention to it, not even making adjustments. So that's one type of, I would call, burnout, because you're not taking care of yourself. You're
Yeah.
not. And as for the nurses, I can tell you that sometimes I don't come on YouTube. I'll stay in the chat, but I don't come on YouTube because if there's too much disagreement, I've already had enough of that. I've already had enough sad stories. I've had enough of the it's hard. It's hard to give, 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 give. And so when
Yeah.
I come on here, I'm looking to have a nice exchange,
Yeah.
right? And so listen, that's just my journey. That doesn't mean that like that YouTube is supposed to cater to me. I'm just saying that for me, I'm already I'm depleted. I'm kind of depleted. And so I come on here, I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear what's frustrating you. Can we have a nice civil conversation? We don't have to agree, but if we can at least respectfully have a conversation, I'd
Yeah.
love that. If you can teach me something that I didn't know, I'd love that. And like I said, I don't have to agree with you, and you don't have to agree with me, but you can certainly change my mind. You can certainly teach me something. And so, unfortunately, I've been a little bit saddened by some of the things that I've seen on YouTube, some of the conversations and the beefs. It's gotten way too personal, and it kind of just saddens me because I feel like, as a content creator, I'm not inspired to participate in the conversations in fear that I'm going to get caught up in some kind of beef.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
truly understand that. Go ahead.
I totally understand what you're saying. I see it too. But what I don't understand with these little YouTube beefs and stuff like that is like, why do you have to kind of drive the algorithm in a bad way? Because that's pretty much all it is. It's like they're driving the algorithm to promote the bad side of it or to promote the negativity. I get it. Everybody wants to make content for a reason, but why should you submit to the algorithm in a bad way? Make it work for you in a positive light type of thing.
I hear you. The problem is that unfortunately, it seems like if you come on here and you tell people to eat vegetables and exercise and all that stuff, nobody's interested in that.
Uh-huh.
Nobody's interested in that. This is not information that you need to know. But if you tell them about the what you call it, the slim tea,
Yeah.
anything fast, quick, fast, and in a hurry,
Yeah.
people are interested in that. If they talk about something salacious, if you see somebody on here cursing, screaming, and hollering about someone else and disrespecting their family members, and that gets views. And if you're interested in being monetized, if you're interested in views and clicks and stuff like that, those are the things that people unfortunately watch. Of course, people will say, "Oh, I'm here for the positivity." But the fact of the matter is, if you and Mr. like I love um Canadian born black man. He's been so gracious. I've seen him many, many times on many streams. And that's the only reason why I decided to come up here, because I've seen his conduct and his character. Otherwise I wouldn't come on here.
Mm.
However, I will say, like, if let's just pretend, Mr. Marvin, nice to meet you. My name's nice to meet you.
Nice to
Um,
meet you too.
if you and him all of a sudden had a beef, if you and him all of a sudden went back and forth and started screaming and hollering, I bet you your numbers would just rocket. They would just rocket. It would just be like, "Oh, what happened?" People want to know.
Yeah.
But in order to get information about technology and positivity, unfortunately, it doesn't sell.
That is true. I totally hear what you're saying. But the thing about me, like, I know a lie in real life, so me and him, we'll have our little disagreements or whatever, but it'll never come out into social media space because,
Here's the
one,
problem.
yeah,
He
we
trying to prevent me from overworking myself. That's the problem.
because I'm at the end of the day, like in real life, like I've looked out for my partner. He's done stuff for me, so we'll never go that route. It's not, to me. It's just not necessary because I know my partner in real life, so we've worked on crazy projects together. So It'll never get to
It is not the word for that. Trust me. They get to a point whereby I'm pushing myself to the point whereby I am exhausted. But knowing that we know this, we can't even tell these people no because of our skin color. We
yeah,
say them
yeah,
no, they act like we don't want to work. So I'll be the one protecting everybody.
yeah. He'll be the one who's doing all the extra stuff, and I'll be the one to tell him like, bro, come on, you're killing yourself right now.
There was one time he did not want to call me, and they told him and my the other guys in the team to call me. They asked me to go to Denver, Connecticut, and he knew I'm going to blow up. I was like, "You gotta be kidding! How you have a project manager and three lead tech in one location, and they can get their job done, but they want me to go back and retrain them?"
Mhm.
Wow. Were you over here in Stamford at UBS in Stamford?
Yes,
Yeah.
So can I tell you, I was literally across the street at RBS. Yes, I used to work for RBS right across the street.
Really?
wow, I
Yeah,
never knew.
yeah. So we
Hey,
probably
Marv, you
ran
got someone in
into
the
each other,
back channel. We
never
got someone in
knew.
the back. Open to join in. Them is Vaughn.
Okay. All right. I see him.
Cause I'm glad you mentioned that RBS. I always see that, but when I take the Denver, Connecticut train to not the Denver, Connecticut, there's another stop, but it's Multi Express over there first. So when I get off, I go across the street. I see RBS right across the street, then I see UBS. That's huge.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
I
I
never knew
think
you
they
worked there.
occupy the same building now because of all of the different merges and the decline of investment banking. But I used before I became a registered nurse, I worked as a graphic. So you guys are I know into tech, but I am certified as an expert in Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, and Excel. And so I would create what was called presentations for investment bankers.
Oh,
And so
nice.
that's what I used to do before I became a registered nurse. But hey, Vaughn, I love it when Vaughn shows up. How are you, Mr. Vaughn?
That's my
Hey,
elder right there.
greetings. Greetings,
How you doing, my
everyone.
elder? How you
What's
doing?
going on? What's going
Man,
on?
it's so awesome to hear what you all are talking about. I love being on the panels with Candid Ann and Black David. You man, you're awesome, man.
I
But
appreciate it.
yeah, but you guys are talking about uh,
Burnout.
burnout, yeah. And man, I've been a surgical technician, going on 10 years now, and I definitely have experienced that burnout situation. And it's funny because you work so hard at trying to accomplish or reach this goal of being or being in this career,
Yeah.
and and it's a lot of hard work involved. It's certifications and tests and all kind of studying and everything, and so you finally get there and you're so excited about it. And so, you do it well. I was very good at it. And, you do it well, but then you do get to a place of burnout. And I think no matter who you are, you're going to eventually get there, And some of the things that would help me would be things like, instead of, how a lot of people, when they get to work and they clock in
Uh-huh.
and they know how to clock in right on the dot, and then they have to go immediately to work. You know, I was not that type of person. I had to get to work at least a couple of hours early because I wanted to take my time, eat
Yeah.
my breakfast, possibly listen to some news, you know what I'm saying? Or read a scripture or whatever it was,
Yeah.
to prepare my mind to do what it is that I was about to do.
I like that.
You
I
know,
like that. That do it.
yeah.
I
So
can see that.
so that was one thing that helped me, and also music. Music is a great thing. A lot of times in the operating room, when we're doing surgeries, we are allowed to listen to music. And
Hmm.
although some of the music is a little bit way out there, some of it I didn't really care for, but most of the time they would allow me to, you know, select whatever music we were going to listen to. So, you
Yeah.
know, a nice calm spirit, some jazz or something like that, was very helpful to me. But
I got a
man,
question. Did they play classical music during the surgery? Just for the sake of keeping me in tune and relax?
well, you know what? Me personally, when you're dealing with opening up somebody's cavity and cutting down through the different layers of tissue and getting down to the organs and actually clipping off veins and stop bleeding. And to me, it seems like you would have to have some type of music that would allow you to concentrate.
Yeah, yeah,
But that wasn't always the case. In some surgeries, I mean, they're literally playing hard rock music, with the loud guitar, and in some of these operating rooms, they're playing rap music,
yeah, yeah.
and me personally, I would prefer something that's more instrumental, far as like some jazz or
You know
some
what? You
jazz
know
or
what that's
something
doing
like
to me
that.
right now? They're playing rock music and rap music. So what kind of vibe they're getting into when they're doing a surgery? I'm like, I thought we play
Oh man,
classical.
you'd be
Like,
surprised. Listen, I've had them, and I'm not really a big rap fan, but some of these surgeons, and I know some of these lyrics in these songs, and I know that they was getting ready, and a lot of these surgeons were white, and they
Yeah,
would just be mouthing the words during the surgery, singing it. And so I'm like, okay, I know they're about to approach this part where they say nigga. So I know
yeah.
they're not getting ready to do that.
Oh,
You
come
know?
on.
And
I
so
know
if
I would
this.
that
stand there and
if
wait,
that's the
and
way they counteract burnout, I gotta see that.
oh man, when you think of Grey's Anatomy, and you see all of that stuff and it's on TV, because before I became a surgical technician, I was a great fan of Grey's Anatomy.
My
And
daughter is.
I said, well, this can't be possible. People aren't doing these things in the operating room, but yes, they are.
Yeah,
They're doing these things, and they're doing these things in the hospitals. Am I right, Candid?
Absolutely. I recently bought a pair of AirPods just so that I can deal with some of these ornery patients that are so rude and disrespectful, just so that I can. And I listen to a variety of music. And to be honest with you, I recently got YouTube Premium. I'm listening to you guys. I'm listening to Black Man's podcast. I'm listening to you guys and
That's
listening to
awesome.
the conversations as I'm passing my meds. I mean, sometimes I take it out, so I'm not always able to look at the chat.
yeah,
Um, but I'm listening to you guys. I'm listening to the conversation, and it just helps me get through the day, get through the night.
Wow.
But he's absolutely right. There's a variety of conversations and things that happen in the operating room. And I mean, some of the things that I personally do, especially with the C19 thing, I've been getting involved in gardening. For me, I'm taking care of myself. The shower, a long, hot shower is the best.
I gotta ask a
Soaking
question
in a
right now.
bath.
For the
Yeah.
C19, how do you guys deal with the huge amount of workload that came along with C19? Like, I know a lot
Wow,
of people are getting burnt out. People were quitting their
that's a
jobs. They
good
couldn't take
question.
no more work in the hospital. How do you deal with it?
Wow. Do
Vaughn,
you want
I
to go
honestly
first?
think that, yeah, I'm gonna go. I
Okay.
honestly think that I'm probably, and I'm not saying this, I'm saying this sort of funny, but not, I'm serious at the same time. I'm probably going to need therapy at some point
mm,
for that whole situation. I'm saying that lightly, but I'm serious.
yeah,
It was the
Yeah.
absolute most stressful time of my life. The absolute most
Mhm,
stressful time of my life. Yes, I
mhm.
knew I didn't sign up to be a war person, and I felt like I was in some kind of, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to people that have actually served, but you know, I'm here on civilian land, just thinking that I'm going to work and things like that. I never thought that I would be part of this situation. And as many of you guys know, my husband had a stroke right before the C19 situation. And so, you're talking about immunocompromised people. We
yeah,
did not know how this was affecting people and, all these different things. So I was so nervous. I was thinking, my God, if I make a mistake, if I don't clean myself properly, if I don't, I could possibly bring death home.
yeah,
And it was really, really, really scary. And so
Man.
it was just like
Yeah.
I remember I could hear. I've never experienced this before, and I don't have high blood pressure. I actually have very low blood pressure. My blood pressure is like 90 over 60 in that space, and I could hear my heartbeat in my eardrums. I
Yep.
remember before, because I'm not gonna go all into the details out yet, but normally our doors are open to the I don't know, I guess the ward, if you want to call it, and they were closed, and there was this big sign there saying, "Do not enter unless you have on proper gear," and all the gear was at the front there, and you had to like put it on, and it was so hot, and one guy thought he was going to throw up because he had to
Mhm.
just rip everything off him because it was just so hot,
Yeah.
you know the
Wow.
face mask, the head mask, the
Thank
it
you,
was just so
Jesus.
hot, he felt nauseous. And I remember, like, I could hear, like, boop 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 boop. I could hear my heartbeat in my eardrums because my heartbeat was beating so fast. I'm like, am I
Mm.
walking into my death? Am I about to
Wow.
open these double doors and walk into something that could possibly kill me, or worse yet, kill my husband, you know?
Mm.
So it was very scary. I mean, now it's been 2 years,
Yeah.
and thank God I never got sick. I literally bought my own soap. I bought my own everything. I was obnoxious. I cleaned everything, scoured it down, and I
Yeah.
thank God that I never got ill. Um, but it was scary because you didn't know what you were dealing with. So some of the things, so I ended up learning to garden on my days off when everything was locked down.
Yeah.
I end up, staying at home, and I'm like, you know what, I'm going to, because I'm big on learning something new every single year. I want to just, I don't care what it is, learn to write neater, learn, do something, anything at all. And so I said, you know what, this year I'm stuck at home. I have 3 acres of land out here,
Wow.
and I'm going to learn to garden. And I loved it, and I'm looking forward to it. So that was one way of me relieving stress. But for me, on a regular basis, taking a long hot shower, soaking it in the bath, doing my nails, it seems silly, but just having my fingernails look presentable, you know, after coming out of the shower, putting lotion and oil and perfume on my body and just making myself feel just soft and silky and things like that before I enter the bed. Those are things that help me feel good about myself. It might be something different for someone else, but for me,
Awesome.
that's something that makes me feel good. And I was so excited to see fruit in the garden, to see cucumbers,
Yeah.
because honestly, I saw too much death, and to see something come to
Mm.
life from a seed, it somehow made me feel, I don't know why, but somehow it made me feel happy. It really just made to see, like, the fruit come forth from a seed after going there and dealing with so much sickness and death. It really, really made me happy. So those were some of the things that I did. I'm sure other people have other ways. Of course, I listened
Yeah.
to music and things like that. I
Mhm.
went for walks, hiking, and things like that. But those were some of the things that I did to make me. The gardening was big. I really want to focus on the gardening because that just to see, like, oh my God, it fertilized. Oh my God. Like, it was so exciting for me. It was so exciting. And to eat my cucumbers and to see the rosemary and all the
Mm.
different things that I grew, to know that came from a seed. It was just, for me, the best.
Candy,
Yeah.
and
So
listen
Awesome.
to you, it
Awesome.
tell me a lot about what you went through those C-19 era because I can imagine what it took out of you to have that resolution to help you bring it back to normal. What about you, Vaughn? How do you deal
Well,
with it?
well, I'll be honest with you. It was tough. The operating room basically it just shut down. All of those scheduled surgeries, um, that weren't serious surgeries. They canceled everything, and we had certain rooms for these COVID patients.
mhm.
And I worked at a level 1 trauma center. So, we would get a lot of gunshots in, and
Yeah.
I mean, like, trauma was coming into the place where I worked at, and a lot of blood, a lot of guts, and you have to know how to move, and you have to know how to shift, and you have to know your craft when you're in that position of somebody's actually bleeding out, dying, and you're trying to save their life. So you could imagine I did this freely with just a gown and a mask, and some eye shield.
Yeah.
But when this COVID thing came out, then I had to put this thing on that they called a capper, and it was like a space helmet. Do you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
although
with a few notes.
although it I know it sounds crazy, but although it had
I'll
a
I'll
fan,
try to make one for myself at one point because I think
yeah,
IT tech we was more concerned about we getting affected because we a guy from my position level 2 level 3 we visit about maybe 30 to 50 users a day. So imagine the fear of catching something from somebody we don't know who didn't take
yeah.
proper precaution.
Yeah,
Well, you know what? It was crazy because um, we didn't know if these patients had COVID or not. So we treated everyone as if they did have it.
yeah,
When they came into the operating room, we finally got to a place where we could test the people and we would know who had it and who didn't have it. And we had designated rooms for those patients. But yeah, I ended up catching the COVID. I believe I brought it home, and my wife almost died from
wow,
that COVID. She was in the hospital for about a month, and I was able to recover at home. And so it was really no joke. It was really no joke. And you really have to have a love for this type of career, because I have seen so many people work alongside of me who could give less than a damn about the person that they're working on or doing surgery on or taking care of. And see, when you burn out and you get to that point, I think you need to stop doing that particular job. You need to back away and find another a career.
yeah,
It would be better for you to do that than to mistreat. Oh man, I've seen some shady things go on, some shady things that made me not even want to be in the field anymore.
yeah,
And I'm talking about from the surgeons. These are the I was the surgical technician, and some of these surgeons, I knew more about the procedure than they did.
wow,
you know and that's not my skill set, but because I've seen it done so many times, so many hernias done, so many lap choles, cholecystectomies done, so many different type of craniotomies, and I've seen skilled surgeons, and I've seen surgeons that I'm like, oh my God, I hope he doesn't clip that thing. And sure enough, they end up clipping that thing, and I'm like, the patient's bleeding. Oh, it's okay, they got it. They're very calm about stuff, but man, the burnout is serious, man, especially
yeah,
when you work around a lot of people who are, you know, have really no compassion for the job that they're doing. The type of job that I've done is so critical to a person's life. How could you even attempt to do something like that if you don't have a desire to help people that way? Some people, it's just a clock in and a clock out type of thing.
uh-huh.
There's really
I,
no
I wanna,
dedication.
I want to touch. I don't want to cut you off, but I want to touch
Yes.
base on what you said, where if you feel you're at that burnout stage, you should leave your job or find a new job. But the thing is, with most people that I've seen, is that one, they don't want to take that next step in life to find something new and retrain, relearn, and find a whole new purpose. So they stay
Mhm.
with that one job, hoping that things are going to get better, or they'll just continue to be old and bitter and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So
And here's
Yeah,
my thing.
that's so
This
true.
C-19, I was listening to the news, watching the news, hear how people was drained. And I was so concerned about the people in the medical field because I know y'all on the front line. That's
yeah,
it's like Canada, it's like a war zone. So when I hear how some nurses couldn't take it no more, they were feeling suicidal, they would walk away from the job, they quit their job, they were watching people die in front of them, it was too much for them. In
Mhm.
my mind, I was like, don't they have something to help these people to do that huge amount of stress? That is epic burnout if you ask me. Am I correct,
Yeah.
Aunt Candid?
Yeah, my job, I also work at a level one hospital as well. And so my job, they do have, I forgot what they call it, but it is
Black
a,
men unfiltered,
oh my
my brother.
God.
Oh my God.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, how y'all doing
Uh,
today?
We're
Doing
doing
well,
good.
thank you,
I'm
Mr.
glad
doing
you
all right.
showed up.
Blackman.
What an
Yeah,
honor,
my
sir.
job,
Yeah, it's I,
Oh, sorry, go
I
ahead.
know that's not Candid. I know that's not Candid Ann out here. Wait
It
a
sure
minute.
is. Yes, I got off. Listen, I was doing some overtime this week for real, for real.
Mm, making that get to the bag.
Trying to. Yeah. But so I
Marvin,
was just
this is
quickly
my brother
saying
here.
that
So how
like,
y'all doing, man? It's good to be here.
oh, there's some
I didn't hear
static.
you. You're breaking up a little bit, sir.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit.
Black man, can we hear you?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're breaking up. So this is my partner.
I'm,
Marvin's
I'm,
gonna
I'm going
introduce
to
you
come
to
back
you.
in.
This is Black man. Okay, no problem. We wait for you to come back in. Because like I was
Okay.
saying earlier, because I was watching the news and I was scared for you guys because from one, I used to work in the hospital at the Tech. I used to work at the Amherst Hospital and Bellevue Hospital,
Yeah.
and I know what it's like working in the hospital. The good thing I didn't go back when they offered me a job and doing the C-19, and I was like, oh hell no, I'm not doing that because seeing you guys going through it, I'm watching on the news. People, you have nurses, doctors that they can't even come home anymore. Now they gotta be a separate place in their house. It was set for them alone. They can't be near their family. So I can imagine what the amount of level of stress, which is the epic burnout to me. It is no room to counteract. There's no therapy, none of that. So you can imagine how people start walking away and to watch people
Yeah,
die in front of you
yeah.
in the rapid high numbers. To
Well,
me, that
I
is the
couldn't,
epic of epic burnout.
I couldn't really walk away at the time. Now, right
Mhm.
now, I'm in retirement mode, but I couldn't walk away at the time because, hey, that was my bread and butter.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'd rather be inside my home versus being on the street.
Exactly.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and have my family in that position. So yeah, it was a really hard, difficult time. A lot of prayer was involved. You know, uh, going in and out of my job and then coming back home. And when my wife and I both caught it, my son never did catch it. And so I mean, we literally feared for our lives.
Yeah.
And after I recovered, I went back to work. Walking right back into the same thing, you know. So, I mean, you really have to have a dedication to do that type of work,
Yeah.
and like I said, there are a lot of people in the field who really are not dedicated,
I got a
and
question
so and that
in
makes
the
it
chat
bad
room.
for others.
Sorry,
Hmm.
Vaughn. I got a question. Do they offer therapy session for healthcare workers for you guys? Did they offer it?
Did they offer
For
what?
me, help
Therapy session.
therapy sessions,
Oh
and I
yeah, they
can say,
did.
yeah,
Yeah.
they do, but they offer you, I think, like, I'm not sure if it's 8 or 9. There's a limited amount of therapy sessions that they offer you,
Mhm.
and I've
How many?
never. It was like 8 or 9, something like that, therapy sessions. Um,
Hmm.
but to be honest with you, just to be very transparent here, now I'm not going to take up too much of your time.
No, no, no. We here
I
for you guys because this is a
I
real
live
big.
in a
This
It's
is a
all
big.
right. It's
It's all
fine.
right. It's a big topic for real because
yeah.
when I talked about it
Hmm.
last week, I overlooked what I was going through. I didn't know it was a big deal until I realized it. So this is for you
Yeah.
guys to share.
Yeah. So for me, I live in a predominantly white neighborhood, a white town, a white state, or whatever.
Hmm.
And so you have, and then on top of that, I'm from an island. And so when you're finding a therapist just on a regular basis, let's forget the whole C-19 thing. Sometimes it's difficult just to find someone that meshes with you.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
you're adding on this factor of like quickly needing to find someone that you kind of are feeling comfortable to speak with. In addition to that, similar to Vaughn, on November 14th, my husband had that stroke. And then then this C-19 situation broke out. Now, to make this quick, um, I don't have any children. It's just him and I, right? And so he's the world to me. And that's my family. It's just him and I. There's no one else. It's just him
Yeah.
and I. And so he wasn't working. Now, for my
Mhm.
entire relationship, dual income, no children. Just to make this short, he was out of work because was recovering, and he had just gotten this job. It hadn't even been 3 months yet, so he didn't qualify for short-term disability.
Hmm.
And so just like Vaughn said, I had to pay everything for the first time in my 20 something year relationship. I had to pay for everything: the lights, the car, the insurance, the gas, the water. Well, we don't pay for water around here. We have septic tanks and stuff. But you get the point.
Yeah.
I had to pay for everything, everything. And so I had to go to work. My spouse is recovering. Am I not going to go to work? He's recovering. He needs the healthcare services. He needs the occupational therapy, the physical therapy. All these different services are needed.
Yeah.
I had to go to work. And so it was very, 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 very stressful, and but thank God, I mean, everything turned out fine. He's recovered, he's great, blah blah blah. But at the time, you don't know. You don't know. You do not know.
Yeah,
And it's funny because when you take off your scrubs and you're in the community, you're at Home Depot, you're at Stop and Shop, you're at the supermarket, you hear people. And I remember very specifically, and I started gardening. I was getting some supplies from Home Depot, and the guy next to me, he was in a Ford F-150, and there was a little old man coming from Home Depot that had like a mask on, and he had like he was all covered up, just trying to protect himself because we didn't know. This guy was like, "Look at this idiot. I probably get struck by lightning. This is ridiculous. Why is he doing that?" And he doesn't know that he's talking to a nurse that just literally put someone in a body bag
Yeah.
last night from
Yeah.
this virus.
oh,
He doesn't
wow.
know who he's
I mean,
talking to. And I'm not even going to go back and forth explaining anything to him. He just, and he's just, people didn't believe, "Oh, this is ridiculous. I could probably get hit by lightning," and I'm like, I don't even have the energy to explain to you what I was a part of.
Hmm.
But
yeah,
at any rate, I'm thankful that it seems like we are on in a better situation. We know more about it. We have at least the vaccine for those who decide to take it, and for those who don't decide to
mhm,
take it, we have more like guidelines and stuff like that. And it seems like we're
exactly.
doing better. But at the time, it was I never in my life experienced hearing my heart beat so hard. Just then, I could hear it in my own eardrums.
Yeah.
I
Never
mean, literally,
experienced that in my lung.
it's crazy because when I had to put that spacesuit thing over my head, and I was not accustomed to working that way, especially in a trauma situation. I'm more
Mm,
free without all of this stuff on, and I can move and do stuff. And so, even though there's a fan on the inside of this helmet, space suit looking thing, it is still hot. You
very
know,
hot.
I'm
Yeah.
still trying to do the task, and a lot of times, yeah, anxiety. Oh my God. You see what I'm saying? There was a certain way you had to put all of this stuff on, and there was a certain way that you had to take all of this
It
stuff
off.
off.
Yeah.
Now, if you did it incorrectly, then you could be susceptible
Yes.
to contracting, you know, um, the COVID-19. And
Yeah.
so it was it was, man, let me tell you, I've never went through anything like that in my life, you know. And I said, wow, I just never thought I would be going through something like that. And to be in the middle of it the way that I was, it's crazy, man.
Yeah. I definitely C-19 was a wake up for everybody. I mean, I know it added a lot of stress, and it added to the whole burnout, extra layer of burnouts, extra layer of epidemic on top of a epidemic, basically. So it added a lot to everybody's plate. I mean, I lost people also. I just recently lost
Mm.
a aunt because,
Sorry to hear that.
again, yeah, it's okay, but again, you know, people don't want to listen. They don't want to take measures to social distance. So it was the same situation, like the my aunt's husband got it, spread it to the whole family. So my
Mm.
aunt went into a coma, and then I think maybe 2 weeks later, she was pronounced dead. But
Mm.
you know,
Mm.
right now he's pretty much kind of beating himself up because he brought it home to the entire family. And
Wow.
yeah, so
And I felt the same way, man, because I would go in and out of my home and go to work and come back,
yeah,
you know? And it's not like I had a job where I'm not around it. No, I was literally in the room with it.
yeah,
You see what I'm saying? That was my job. And like Candid Ann said, your heart gets to racing and I mean, your adrenaline gets to pumping, and it's just crazy, man. So at this point, I'm glad that I'm not no longer there,
hmm,
you know. But at the same time, I definitely have an understanding, you know, uh, what burnout can be,
yeah,
especially when you have a desire to do, just like a Black Man Unfiltered. He's dealing with so many different personalities at one time when he's on a screen trying to promote whatever the content that he's creating. And so and then all of the other stuff that goes along with it. I could imagine that's a bit stressful. You know what I'm saying? What would you say, Black Man Unfiltered?
Yeah, it's hella stressful, guys. Well, I'll say this. Can y'all hear me?
yep, we can hear you.
Loud and
Okay,
clear.
so at first it was hella stressful because you're trying to reach an audience, you're trying to create an audience, you're trying to um, have content that people. And then the thing that I at first I was like, okay, what can I do to make people like the content? Then it was stressful for a couple of episodes, and then after that, I started saying, you know what? I'm just gonna do me. I'm gonna do what I do, and ever since then, it's worked out pretty good for me. I added every aspect of who I am, as far as my seriousness, as far as my education, as far as my intelligence about history and life, um, as far as comedy. That's a real big thing for me. Um, and
Love the
I put all
comedy.
that thing. Oh yeah, and I put all that thing together and made a social gumbo, and that I present every day I'm on.
Yeah,
I would say that as the guy who been a guest host or guest panel on your show, we had a lot of real touchy topic that it really brought a lot of emotion because there was some topic we talk about what would happen in our community, how input recently on one of my further talk about Mason, Tennessee, how they want to take over a black town that's almost like a modern day version of Black Wall Street. And we had a real discussion a week before that. Remember that, Black Man Unfiltered?
Yes, sir. That was a yes, sir.
It was like we were going back and forth. Then we had Nathan Daly, and they talk about why at the black community we don't come together and do what we're supposed to put our fingers back on top. But it almost went south. I could almost tell on your facial expression. You was like, okay, how will calm down the temperature because we had two polar opposites. We had one guy who's a former police officer trying to let people know what was going on in our community as a police officer. And you have people who are activists who are working, hey, Mandrell, this the guy we
Yeah, how's
supposed
it
to
going?
have on our tech talk. That's a
Man,
brother who we the same age. Imagine that. So I can imagine what we're going through in that panel, but it was a very interesting conversation. Start to cut it, no, so this is Mandrell, aka former special force, aka future businessman.
what's going on,
On the
man? What's
stage.
going on?
what's going on? What's going on, Mark?
AK, AKA little guy.
Good evening.
Greetings,
Good
sir.
evening.
What's up, Mandrill?
Hey, what's good? Hey,
Now,
everyone. What's going on,
one of
Candy
like
Dan?
since you are
Hello.
here,
Hello.
what does
Hey,
burnout feel like
Candid
being in the
Ann. Hold on,
military?
hold on, hold on, hold on. Candid Ann.
Yes, sir.
Before we get started, you know that Mandrill has a huge celebrity crush on you. You know that, right?
Oh
A
no, no, no,
celebrity
that's not true.
crush.
Mandrell has a infatuation with someone that's soft and feminine, but that's who he sees me to be, and which I receive as a huge compliment.
Hmm.
However, he needs a young woman. I've got 3 years. I've got 3 years on him, so I'm looking forward to him finding a woman that
Wait,
is
how old are you?
soft and soothing. I'm 46.
Oh, that ain't a lot of years.
Yeah, but still, you're looking forward to having children, and you're looking forward to all these different things, so you definitely, I'm looking forward to finding someone that is,
Yeah. Yeah, like
yeah.
I was telling people, I was like, I think I was asked the question, but I was like, if there, I didn't know I could soften up like that. Like, I mean, it just calmed me down, is what I mean. Like, just talking to you. I don't know what it is about you. I don't know it. I didn't know what it was about you at first. I was like, what in the world is that? Because it happened before I noticed. It happened before I
I've been
noticed.
told
I
that a
was like,
couple of
you know
times.
what? It would have to be a personality like that. That would
Yeah,
be
so
perfect. It would be
I
have to be a personality like yours. Perfect.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I really do appreciate that because you are quite a personality to calm down. You're
Only
quite a
around
lot,
people.
a lot
No,
of man to calm down. So I appreciate.
On that segue, Mandrell, since you to be in the military, I'm sure you've been through a lot of major burnout in the military.
absolutely, man.
Mm.
Absolutely.
I
I'm
would
glad you guys
love
brought this
to
topic up.
hear how you deal with those issues, what it felt like when you had those burnout.
Well, with us, to be fair, yeah. I mean, it was to the point where, I mean, if you got exhausted, it didn't matter. You still had to go. And
Hmm.
then we go and go and go until, you know, 3 days go by and you haven't slept yet. And you're just going until you pretty much just crash out. And it affects, it's something that affects a lot of us to this day. Like me, there are times where I only sleep like 2 or 3 times a week.
Wow. Okay.
Seriously, yeah. Like last night, I had to take sleep aids just to go to sleep last night. I was like, if I don't, I'll be up all night. And I was just going. There are times where I just go and go and go and go, and all the things I tell you I do as far as working out and everything, I still do that. I'll exercise 3 or 4 times a day, and then why am I still up at 1 a.m.?
Mm.
I mean, and then you do that, and then the doctors find out about that, and they're like, "Listen, okay, I'm going to prescribe you some sleep aids because if you don't, you will die. If you don't start taking these at night and go to sleep, you're going to die." And burnout can kill you.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Absolutely.
it absolutely can kill you, literally.
Mhm.
So as far as military goes, yeah, it's something that just, I'm not the only one. I was amazed at how many veterans it affects. You know, like you go and especially when you're on deployments and stuff like that. Yeah, they don't care when you're there as long as the job mission gets done. As long as the mission gets done, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Literally, it's
So, in other words, burnout is a normal thing in the military, period.
oh, absolutely. That's an everyday thing. Someone's gonna burn out,
And
and
that's
then
I'm,
you
how it
make
is
it.
in nursing also. Like they literally, unless you put your foot down and tell them like I'm not taking 10 patients, I'm not taking all of like you will they don't I don't want to say they don't care, but you really have to protect your sanity and your medical license.
Yes, you
You
do.
really have to.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
because especially with you guys in the healthcare field, I mean, that's if you make mistakes, that'll cost that'll cost someone's life. And
Yeah.
then when it comes to explaining that, everybody's going to point the finger at you, even though your supervisor may have forced you to
Mhm.
do that. No one's going to look at them, and no one's going to point the finger at them because they're covered by someone else higher up.
Absolutely. And so
But
you
then
have
you
to
Exactly.
take
have
the fall.
yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And so you have
Even
to have
yep.
enough self-confidence, and you have to know what the rules are in order to say, I'm not going to do that. You can write me up if you want to. You can give me a new assignment. I'm not going to do whatever it is, And I won't say what hospital, but recently there was a hospital that I worked at who they were microwaving dialysate and
What?
Whoa,
Oh
whoa,
my
microwaving.
wait,
god!
You gotta be
time out,
kidding
time out,
me.
time out, time out.
I
Repeat
kid
that again.
Even I know.
you
Even I know that
Wait a
that's
not.
minute.
messed up. Even
I'm
I know
How do
that's
talking
you
just a
wait a
few
minute?
messed up.
months ago. I'm not even talking about years ago. I'm talking about in this year,
But what would be
microwaving
the purpose?
dialysate.
Wait a minute. What would be the purpose of microwaving
Vaughn,
dialysate?
well, they didn't have a dialysate warmer.
Oh
They didn't
wow,
have a
that's
warmer.
crazy.
Ridiculous. So
That is
so that's just a
crazy.
situation in which if I had the patient and they told me, "Oh, just microwave it. We microwave it here." I would have said no. You're going to either this patient is not going to receive dialysis, peritoneal dialysis today, or you're going to
They
change my
used to do
assignment
that
because
too.
I'm not doing it, or I'd get in trouble, but I'm not doing it. You know, um,
But they should have
there's
a
a lot of
warmer for
situations.
something like that, you know.
Absolutely,
The
it's
the
just
dialysate can
standard.
go in, and yeah, it could go in a warmer, but I ain't never heard of microwaving.
Microwaving
You see,
dialysate.
that's what I'm saying, you know. I
Ridiculous.
have seen some, you know, if I could tell you some of the stories of what I've seen surgeons do, and because I'm not a surgeon, I'm a surgical technician, they think that I don't know that they're doing some effery. You know. And I'm serious, man. It's just it's crazy. It's crazy. It's like if you really don't have a desire and a passion for the job that you're doing, why are you in that field? Just for the
Sometimes,
money, possibly?
yeah, sometimes it's just for the money. I've
Yeah,
seen it
just for the
too.
money.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they could give less than a damn about the person that's laying on the table that's cut open. You know, I've seen the way they close people up sometimes. It's atrocious. It's
Yikes.
crazy, man.
But can I switch that to the other side and talk about another type of burnout?
Yeah,
Sure.
go ahead. Go ahead.
One of the things that frustrates me to no end is when people don't take personal responsibility over their health. So, for instance, you have a patient that just got a stent and the doctor puts them on a cardiac diet. You go into the room and they're eating McDonald's.
Mm,
Wow. And see,
yeah.
eating healthy is something I promote all the time, and I try to
Yeah.
tell people how to, you know, eat not only healthy, not only healthily, but affordable as well. Because there's
Candy,
certain things
and
you
I'm
can eat
glad
a
you
lot.
said that. I'm glad
Yeah,
you
I
said
mean,
that.
wow, and eating
And so
McDonald's
it
after
gets
they get the stent.
frustrating. You just got, and I can go on and on and on and on and on and tell you, I could just, I can have a 12-hour stream telling you personal stories after,
Mhm.
you know, of people that smoke cigarettes. I mean, smoke cigarettes is very addictive, you know, but you work on these people, you work on them, you get them right, and as soon as they leave the hospital, you can look at them in the window and they're lighting up, smoking another cigarette. And so some of the burnout is you feel like, why am I doing this? Just for you to go back home. You get someone, their blood sugar is over 600 and
Wow.
they're cursing and screaming because they want food and all night long, and you're like, why am I going through this? Because as soon as you leave the hospital, you're going to do what you want anyways, so why should I fight with you to give you a diet soda, to give you water, to give you a healthy diet? Because I know that as soon as we discharge you, you're going to do what you want anyhow. So part of the
Mhm.
burnout that we don't talk about is feeling like you're not making a difference because you entered this
Yeah.
career to educate and to advocate for people, but you feel like, what is the point if you're going to go home and eat McDonald's after getting 2 stents? What is the point of me doing all of this work?
I'm glad you said that. 'Cause I remember I was at Tech in Amherst Hospital, and this for the pediatric department. This head doctor, when I say she lost it, I was replacing her computer. She came to the doctor off in the back, and she went ballistic, going F bomb. I told this effing mom, stop feeding your kid. I'm on the floor listening,
Wow.
watching, and she said, and she saw me to, oh, sorry. I said, no, you can keep going. I want to hear everything. I was shocked because she was pissed. This parent keep complaining about how children diabetes issue, but you feeding the food that keep on raising that level to a whole different ball game. And she keep
Hmm.
telling them you can't feed the children greasy food, X, Y, and Z.
Yeah,
But they'll come back and do the same thing. This woman, when I say she lost it, she slammed her clipboard on
it's
the table.
frustrating.
She was like, and I'm on the floor on my knee, replacing. I did pause, watch the woman like this, like she saw me to no, carry on. I want to hear everything. And she went in and released everything out. And I was like, I never knew a doctor lose it like that. That was my
Oh
first time
man,
seeing a
listen.
doctor just
Wow. Wait, let me tell you, I have been in surgeries where I have seen the surgeons that are working together literally almost get ready to go to blows with each other.
That
what
I want to
Yeah.
see.
what?
That I want to
Oh,
see.
Tell me
oh
you're
man.
joking. Tell me you're joking.
See, no,
Wow.
no, no. Listen, I'm retired now. So I'm telling you, I can say these stories now. And I see Candid Ann is, she's still in the field. you
Yeah,
know,
so I got to be
and then
careful.
and so she has to be really careful. But I haven't really got to a place where I want to tell a whole bunch of these stories, but I will share some of them. But like what Candid Ann does is she deals with the patients who are alert and blah 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 blah. The thing that I loved about my job is that my patients are asleep.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't have to deal with their attitude or their drug addiction or whatever it is. You know, I just do what I do during the surgery for them, and then we wake them up and send them to recovery. But yeah, man, I have seen people almost get into fights during a surgery. So can you imagine a person laying on the table just cut open and the surgery is paused? You have to stop because you two are arguing about how you want to go about the procedure. You should have had that shit together before you cut the person open.
Exactly.
Why are we arguing about the method now? And I know during surgery sometimes things change. Sometimes you can run into different problems and things like that. So there is a way that you have to work through things, but at the same time, man, come on. I've had to check a whole bunch of surgeons, because I'm an older gentleman and a lot of them were like younger than me, which is okay. I don't have a problem with that. But when it comes to disrespect, that's what I would not take at all. And throwing instruments, some of them would throw instruments.
That's wild. And right there in the surgery, while you doing surgery?
Yeah, I said I wanted this and you gave me that. And I'm like, look, hold on. Now, if you think you're going to keep yelling at me, this job ain't going to get done no quicker. If you have a problem with me, let me call my supervisor so that we can give you another surgical tech, because you're not going to yell at me like that. And so they all respected me. They had a great amount of respect for me because, I was just no nonsense during the process, But some of the most outlandish things, you're doing surgery and you're talking about your vacation. You're not even concentrating on the cavity that's open because you're talking about what you did on vacation. And then when you nick a vein or a vessel and the patient goes to bleeding, now you want to get serious all of a sudden. Wait,
I'm trying to process all this. This is just
I'm saying too much, right?
no, you're not saying too
No,
much.
not at all.
It hit me like a bus when you just said it. You're fighting over a person. You just open up the body doing a surgery.
Oh
And,
yeah.
oh,
Oh yeah.
wow.
And that's why I had to make sure that I knew what I was doing down to a T. I learned a lot of these
That's a
surgical
burnout.
procedures. Yeah. And it is I did get burnt out from doing something that I really loved doing, and that's why I was telling you, black man, Black David, that, a lot of times I would have to get to work 2 hours early because I needed to wind down before I started the process.
Yeah.
I was never that person to clock right in at 7 a.m. and go straight to doing the job. My mind doesn't function that way. I need to ease up into that, you
Got to
know,
get your thoughts together and just get your.
because I don't know, is it a gunshot wound? Did somebody get stabbed? We've had people come in with a knife stuck in their chest. We're trying to figure out how to get it out.
Damn.
I mean, it's a lot of stuff, man. So the adrenaline part of it, I loved because it's like, even though you feel like you're tired, as soon as that trauma comes in, that adrenaline gets to pumping. And once you're in the moment, you are in the moment. But once the moment is done and over and the patient is gone and the OR is all bloody from whatever you did, that's when it hits you like a bomb. you know, it was a crazy job, man. It was a crazy job, but I enjoyed doing it. But so
Yeah.
many different ways that you can overcome burnout, though. You know, uh, uh,
Yeah.
you know, yeah. When you get home, you need to totally separate that. You can't bring that job home with you. You
So
I'm
cannot
what?
glad. I'm
bring that
glad you
job
said
home.
that. You can never bring that thing home.
What
A lot
what
of
do
people do
you do
that.
to leave that stress and that burnout factor? What do you do to leave it at work?
I'm not
Wow.
always successful.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm
I
not
I haven't
always
always. Yeah,
successful.
me
Sometimes
either.
I,
Me either.
yeah, sometimes, like I can tell you the first person that passed away. Um, you get patients sometimes that they're going to pass away. They are comfort measures only, and so you're expecting them to pass away. But for someone that was just talking to you, and the last thing they said was, "Where's my nurse? Where's Anne?" And you held their hand, and they passed away. I remember that man's first and last name to this day. To this day, I'll never forget his first and last name to this day.
And
Now
it's
I didn't cause it.
nice.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Manjo.
No, I was gonna say it's awkward. Like hearing you say that, like the compassion that you showed, like you saying you remember the guy's first and last name to this day, and you held his hand. Whereas in contrast with me in the military, I mean, like if someone died, it's like, oh, okay, okay. You know what I mean? It was like that was a part of it. It was such a part of it. Like no
remorse.
Right.
it was
Even
no big deal. The thing is, you got so used to it.
yeah.
And it's not in any kind of malice or callous way or anything like that. It was just uh, someone died, so and so died today, and okay, what is it, Friday? Well, what's for lunch?
Well, it's so
It's like
odd
good to know.
because
Yeah, it's just you're so used to it. It's
yeah,
just
it's
I mean,
so
you're
odd.
talking about
It's
someone that you're
right.
close to?
No,
well,
no,
someone
he's just talking about.
just
Go ahead.
death in general. Like now, I've had someone I was close to, pass away, and at first, initially, during the heat of it, it was nothing. I wasn't even thinking about it. You know what I mean? At all. It doesn't hit you until there's downtime and everything slows down. That's when it hits you, and that's when the craziness starts.
Yeah,
And things like that can burn you out. But like I said, I told David, I mean, it, it's such an everyday thing that we understood this. We got to the point where we were like, okay, go to sleep. And it got to a point where there sometimes I slept standing up. I would lean up against
Uh,
a wall or a post or something, and I could just go to sleep. I just hold my head down. I could just go to sleep. Like we
wow.
were. A bunch of us would do that. We just sleep standing up.
mm,
However you could get it.
However you could get the rest, get the rest. It was that point, and I'm like that to this day now. Like I have to force myself to. It's like, all right, now, it's
Yeah.
time to go to sleep. It's time to go to sleep. And that's why,
Wow.
like, Candid Ann, like I was like I said, personalities, like it's rare to run up against a personality like Candid Ann. Like she is one of those rare people who could actually rein me in. Like if I was getting off the chain or something like that, really intense, I could see her saying, "Mantrell, calm down," and I'd be like, you know what I'm saying? Calm
Look,
down. And
Mandrill
that's all I'm
needs
saying. It
somebody
would take
like
a
that.
person, right? It would take a
He definitely
personality like
needs somebody
hers,
like
and I
that
was
in
like,
his life.
right. It's like I said, that's rare. Like I like the first few times I met her. The first time I met her, I was like, wait a minute, hold on. You know what I mean? I'm like, wait, hold on.
So what you dealing with is the burnout aftermath after all those years in the military, and what is
It's still
compounded.
years to this day, years later, it still affects me. The burnout, it does. There's sometimes where like
Wow.
a war movie will be coming on or something like that. I'm just like, I don't need to see that. And it's not in any kind of triggering way or anything like that. It's just you
Yeah.
really not up to it. You just really don't feel like watching it. I mean, because it does remind you. Some of the stuff does in those movies does remind you of things that you went through, but you really just, I guess it brings you back to those times when you were deployed, where you just really honestly did not feel like doing this shit. I don't feel like doing this right now, and
Yeah.
that's the
Yeah.
sensation that I get sometimes. I was like, I just don't feel like it. And
Yeah.
so
I've had that.
it
I've had
snaps
the
in,
same.
yeah, it snaps in your mind, like Vaughn. I'm sure you can relate to this. You and Ann, like, it snaps in your mind, like, oh yeah, I'm at home. I don't have to.
Yeah.
Let me find something else to watch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how I've been
Yeah.
feeling about YouTube. Because my job has been stressful. I was telling my husband, it took me like 3 days. I recently had a patient individual, it was a black man, and I'm not gonna, obviously I'm still working, so I can't get into too many details.
Understood.
But he was literally holding on to my leg, crying, begging me for medication for pain medication, and he needed it. He had an ulcer, and the doctors would not give him pain medication. It took 3 days before the attending got there. And they were like, "Why didn't anybody give this guy anything?" You know, and it's been frustrating, and it bothered me so much because this man is in pain. This man is holding on to my leg, saying, "Please help me, please help me." And as a black woman, I have to tell you that when black men come into the hospital, and I, I'm not speaking for everyone, but oftentimes black men don't want to come to the damn hospital. They
True.
Mm-hmm.
feel they're
True.
uncomfortable there. So I feel like when they see me, I hope that they feel like, a sister is here. Someone can relate to me, right? That's what I'm hoping, but I can't do nothing for you. And that feeling, like this nonsense about, oh, you're a hero, but I can't do shit for you. You're
That's
holding
it.
onto my leg, begging me for help, and I can't do anything for you. It's
Wow.
just there's a lot of burnout from a lot of different places. It's just all comes from the patients being rude. I've had
Hmm.
patients calling you a monkey bitch, and you're trying to clean the literal stool from under their fingernails, because they're blind and they've pooped all over themselves, and they're calling you while you're doing that, calling you a monkey bitch. All kinds of different situations, and I don't even those situations are easy to handle because the person doesn't know any better.
Hmm.
But for the ones in which you feel like, man, I can't even do anything, I feel useless, or why am I going through this when you're going to undo everything that I did? I'm over here, I worked with you about your blood sugar, and you're going to go home and eat cake and do whatever you want, and you're going to be back here again. It feels like, what's the point?
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
just
that's
it
it.
becomes really difficult. It really becomes difficult,
And you know
but at
what?
any rate, you get lovely patients also. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'll say that
No, no,
I'll
go ahead.
end up with just saying that sometimes you get wonderful patients that really want to learn, and you're like, it just feels so good to talk to somebody that
Mhm.
is really interested in changing their lifestyle in terms of their health management, in terms of it just feels like a blessing, like, oh my gosh, someone that someone that actually wants to exercise and make a change, and this event has really scared them into like, oh my god, I got to pay attention to this. It becomes like, maybe I can actually do something here and make a change. And those things are wonderful. Those things are wonderful.
Yeah, yeah. Like I could say as well, there was a lot of good things about, being a part of being a surgical tech that I had witnessed as well, and it was very encouraging because, when you save a life, that already makes you feel a certain way, and thank God that I'm able to be a part of something like that, and so that's what kind of kept me going. Now, the hard part for me was anything that had to do with children, because and that was a step that I still can't get over that. You know what I'm saying? I've had situations where, the children, they died,
Yeah.
you know, and
I
so
refuse to work in the
that
pediatric because
that
of that.
that aspect of it right there was something that I had to well, the very first time I had the situation happen, I actually lost it. I had to stop working and all of that for a minute, go sit down, you know. And the second time, it's not that you're used to it. It's just okay. Now I know that this could possibly happen. So I need to prepare myself, in order to deal with the situation. So when you're working on a job that's so stressful at times, it is so easy to get burnt out and drained. It's like the job is draining you itself, and you're trying to be of service, but you're just being drained. So what do you do? How do you get over that? And so, yeah, things like music, things like getting to work early, doing good things or fun things with your family, you know, all of these things help when you're dealing with burnout like that.
And
Yeah.
that's also why I appreciate many of your podcasts, why I've been tuning into the Black Men Unfiltered, Mandrell. I don't think I've missed any of your since you started. I don't think I've missed one yet. I tune in from work. I have YouTube Premium, and so I keep the phone in my pocket. I'm not always able to reply to all of the comments because the phone is in my pocket, but I'm just listening and laughing. I lost it when Vaughn did the impersonation of "We Ain't Signing." I literally lost it. I was at my job and
I
all the
remember
nurses
that.
looked at me like, why is she screaming out? Because I was literally laughing out loud. It was so funny. So
I don't
funny.
even know how I
So
came up with that, but that was funny. I think I looked at that about 10 times over.
Yeah, but
yeah.
when Mandra did my voiceover, and I was like, okay, this is too much. And but
Last
even
night, Mandra did Uncle Stu, and that was I had to stop, open my phone, and figure out, is that actually Uncle Stu or is that Mandra? Because it sounded like Uncle Stu so
He's good
much.
at it. He's very
He's
good at it.
very good
And
at it.
he
I
and
yeah,
had
he
to
but
does
when
like
literally
he
stop
was
and
making
look.
he
fun of
really
me with
does
my voice,
yeah, he does
everybody
Black
was
David
laughing. Then
to
E-Man
He does
watched
a
perfection.
good
it.
job.
He sounds just like David. He sounds just like. I was like, oh hell no.
He's like number one.
Uncle Sue showed up last night. Actually, I think.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
saw
saw
him. I
that.
was listening,
Yeah,
and
I
someone
did, and then
you
I
did
did
his
his
voice,
impression. Yeah, I did his
and you did a
voice, and
great job.
he just bust out laughing.
Then
That
when you
was
did
It was
yeah,
really great.
when you did Tommy B said his followers in the background was laughing
yeah,
heavy as hell.
yeah. Because Tommy V goes off, man. Like, and I get it. Some of it gets frustrating when you hear people come in and they have an opinion about something, but they sound just like all the other 80,000 people in the Black manosphere. It's like, okay, you guys
Yeah.
are like Tommy V and I were talking one day. He explained it to me, and he was like, "You can tell they're all watching the same content because they all sound alike."
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
and
Same talking points.
right,
Same
same
talking
talking
points.
points and the same
Over and over and
answers.
over.
Right.
Now, you talk about burnout. I'm definitely burnt out of that because come on guys, we can come up with some other stuff now. We should have already crossed that bridge. But we still on the bridge. I don't know why. Let's cross over.
But
Well,
think about it, Bon. We went to Nathan Daly. This the guy who's the former police officer who's the advocate trying to get us to understand what's going on, how to interact with the police department and the police people in a certain way. But when he trying to come with a calm mind and calm voice, he had too much pushback. Not from Don Q, OG Patrice, and yeah, New Growth. And in the black community, I've been on. You see me. I've been on
I
multiple
missed that
panels.
one. I missed that.
I've been on
I have to
oh,
multiple
go
you
back
missed
and
panels.
that?
watch that.
Yeah, go back. It was on my
Which
show on
one is that?
Wednesday. It's on my show on
It was on
Wednesday.
his show.
Yeah, Nathan Daly pops up like during close, like the second half.
Okay, I'm gonna
Closer to
check it out.
it got kind of closer to the end, but a lot of people started popping up in the comments. Like Candid Ann came in because she was saying she was at work. Courtney Michelle popped into the comment section. Nathan Daly pulled up on the panel, right? And so, and I told Nathan, I said, okay, him and Courtney, I really wanted them to come on the panel and be there as guest co-host, kind of, because Nathan especially, because I knew he's ex-police retired police officer and everything. I was like, I wanted you here, man, so you could speak your piece first, because I knew full well, like, once the cop speaks, the pushback's coming hard. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we all know how the environment is with the
And I
police
want him on the
and the
show here
community
too
today.
because he's a former police officer. He understand burnout would have felt like a police officer. I would like to
Yeah,
see how he went through it because you at the military, hearing what you went through, we know about at least 4 to 6 other military guys on YouTube that sometimes don't want to talk about their experience. If they do, they cut it to the minimum because it's so much trauma behind it.
mm-hmm.
So this topic, burnout, is a very serious topic. But me and Marvin, we text. We have our own level of burnout, but nothing compared to you, Candy, and to you, Vaughn, to you, Mandrill, because those are epic level burnout. And we said it in our channel. You guys go to the
Yeah, it
worst of the
is.
worst burnout.
It
And
Like
is.
the
I
It
fact
said,
that
is.
you,
It's
Mandrill, you're still
crazy.
doing the aftermath, that's burnout aftermath.
yeah, and that's a part. They classify it under PTSD. They're like, no, it's for a post-traumatic stress. I'm like, call it what you want. This is
Hmm.
ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what you want to call it what you want, man. This is ridiculous. Like there are times, like again, to this day, I'll go and exercise and work out all day long, and still, why can't I? It's something I'm wondering. Why can't I fall asleep? Why can't I fall asleep? And then there's nights when when you're over there, you shouldn't fall asleep because you're probably going to get attacked at night. That's mostly when you get. That's mostly when you got attacked. You're going to get into a gunfight sometime. That every day. It wasn't a question of if, but about what time is going to kick off. You're going to get into a gunfight every day, an actual no kidding real gunfight.
Yeah.
And it was it was insane, and that stuff still affects people long after they get out. I mean, you talk about burnout, dude. Yeah, you're over it, but your body is so hardwired to it now. It kind of is what it is. You have to really retrain it, and it takes a lot of effort. But then you come here and you think about it, you need a job because you need income.
Yeah.
If you've gotten married and you had kids, you can't afford not to work because you have to take care of your family. Like myself, I'm not married and have no kids, and it affects me to this degree. I know how hard it is. Imagine how burnout is going to hit a person once they get out.
So
Yeah.
Mandrell, I got a question for you. So being from your side, you're from the military. What is the government and I guess the veteran system, what are they doing about it? Try to combat it, or what steps do they have in place for it? Do you know?
Yeah. They have steps like they'll prescribe you sleep aids to help you
aids.
sleep at night. Yeah. As far as therapy goes, there's some therapy, but at the same time, what job's going to allot you the time to go and actually get treated?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So there is something out there, but there's really no access to it, especially if you're in a position where you have to work.
Yeah.
So it's kind of moot unless the government says, okay, if this person, the government should come up with something saying, okay, this guy's a veteran. Yes, you can't say that it's because of PTSD, but if there's something they need to do with the VA, a job cannot hold that against them legally. You know what I'm saying? There should be something out there like that, but unfortunately, that's not the case. So the only thing you can do is go to the doctor, tell them what's going on with you, and they'll prescribe you with medicine and send you about your business.
And that's it.
Wow. That's
What
it.
kind of sleep aid are they giving you? Xanax? What are they giving you?
No, it's not Xanax. Hang on a second. Let me see.
Is it Ativan or something?
No,
I'm just
this
curious.
is mirtazapine.
Oh.
Yeah, and this one's kind of potent. Like I like to take this on like a weekend because if I take it, I sleep a long time, and I feel like I wake up feeling like $1 trillion. It's not because of the medicine; it's because I got to sleep.
Yeah,
like this morning,
rest.
Yeah, right. It's because I got to sleep. Like when I woke up today, I was like, "Whew, oh yeah, that's the stuff." You just feel so much better when you actually sleep.
Wow.
Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Like David, I
Vaughn,
appreciate
I'm
you.
glad you came. I'm glad you came because
Thank you, sir, for having me.
Yeah,
And
thank you for showing
anytime,
up.
man. I'm trying to moderate in the back as well, trying to support your channel.
I appreciate it. I'm very humble about it because
Yeah.
when I talked to Marvin about it, I told him this channel, we want to do something more impactful, no shenanigans. We talk about tech, we talk about things that we experience in tech. This one here is something that I told him we need to talk about because this guy had to prevent me from me going to that extreme burnout. Because I would push myself.
Plenty of times, man. Plenty of times.
I'll be pulling 800-pound cart with a machine, and then one time I lost it. I lifted the whole 800-pound
Oh
cage
my
like it
God.
was nothing because I lost it.
Wow.
Because of that, they start calling me Black Hulk because to see a black guy, African guy, to lift a 800-pound plus K-Flow electronic machine like it was nothing, all of a sudden, okay, let's not get him mad because if he get mad, he gonna hurt somebody.
Wow.
And I was the backbone of the project. I was doing all the heavy lifting and technical work at the same time.
Yeah, but you remember those times I'm telling you, you didn't have to do that because there was how many of us? 200 of us? And you're the go-to guy for everything. So
Well, even though if I don't do it, they end up telling you to call me.
And
how many times you told them you don't want to call and they force you to call me?
Yeah, I know. I hear you, man. But it's I look at it like this, like, just being black in general, we always got to work twice as hard to prove ourselves.
Twice. Remember
Hmm.
I told you African American work twice as hard. African Caribbean work around 3 to 4.
Yeah, yeah.
African work like 5 to 10 times harder because we are African from the motherland. They think we are
Uh-huh.
dumb and stupid. So I had to go above and beyond. Remember the other guy who also from Nigeria had to do the same exact thing because they were talking negative about him?
Hmm.
When we are African in the IT field, we had to go to the extreme to prove our worth. It never stopped. It never does. Every job I've been to as an IT professional, I had to go above and beyond just to show them I'm not just like everybody else. Just enough to have respect for me. If I don't do that, I'm lazy, or I'm not good enough, or I don't want to work, or etc. If Marvin one day sees me work, he'll tell you I work myself to the ground and beyond. Sometimes he will wonder how I'm still doing it. I got another guy named Sekou who has to work in Estee Lauder. I introduced him to Marvin. He would tell the guy like, "Yo, this guy is killing himself." In the morning, I receive shipment. I do my ticket. I gotta do extra call. I gotta do remote. I gotta do inventory. I gotta do the imaging. I had so much on my plate. I could have been promoted as a lead tech, but they don't want to do it. They were milking me for my work. I was still getting underpaid, but I was trying to get in to get a permanent job.
Hmm.
So I get it. I ain't gonna lie, I'm a workaholic, and I hate to say it, but I do that because for one, I'm a husband, I'm a father. If I don't work hard to provide for my family, then who will?
Oh
Real
my
talk.
God. Yes, Mr. David, can I tell you that the one time I told you about, like, I told you that my husband had this stroke and that, like, this was the one time in which he wasn't working. And so for a very short, very, very short period of time, everything depended on me. And I was so nervous. And I don't even have children. I don't even it's just him and I. The mortgage, the car insurance, he had a car payment at the time, food, transportation, gas, all that stuff came out of my pocket and I was so nervous. Now, obviously he got better, he went back to work, everything, but just for that moment, I promise you it gave me a new perspective on what black men are dealing with. And I know that even I touched it just a little bit. I know that I didn't fully get the full understanding of what black men are dealing with when they are the sole providers for their family and they have children and their wife is at home working. And I I was like, I could not, this is outrageous. This is so
Candid Ant,
stressful.
when you said earlier that we don't take care of our health because what we eat in, look at Manhattan. I
It's
know
all
we're not
fast
going to,
food. It's
it's
all
all fast
fast food
food,
in Manhattan. In Manhattan, there's
but
food
if you're not,
trucks. There's
but
fast
we're
food
not spending a lot of money
restaurants.
to eat healthy food. You have to spend little money for the cheap food. I'll eat 2 slices of pizza and a can of soda for under $5, or I get
Right.
chicken over rice and a little Arizona. But I know it's bad. But what can we do when we work in Manhattan that everything is overpriced? I gotta manage my money how I spend on my lunch break, and I gotta
And
go
see,
back
that's
and
somebody.
work
See, my
myself to
wife,
the
she made
ground.
my lunch. My wife helped me a great deal in that area because she made the food that I ate when I went to work, you know, and
Hmm.
she made healthy choices for me. So I didn't worry about my lunch because, it's only going to be lunch. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or
Yeah.
And I
breakfast,
get that.
you
During
know.
that time, my wife was taking the kid to school, so I didn't expect her to
No,
do
no, I
anything
get
for
that
me.
part. I get that part. I get that. Yeah, I do get
Or
it.
if you're
But
single and you have no
but
one
it
to
but it was
even make
very
it for
helpful. It
you.
was very helpful and beneficial to me.
Yeah.
So I appreciate her for that because not only would I get the breakfast or the lunch or whatever, there'd be a little note in there, for me to help
Oh,
me
really?
go along
Okay.
through the day. And so little things like that,
Mhm.
those little tiny things like that help you get through the day. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So, I appreciate all of that. But
I'm not gonna lie.
look,
One
gentlemen,
time,
I'm gonna have to dip out, but I
no problem.
appreciate the
I
time
appreciate
that
you.
you've
I
given
really
me, and
appreciate it. I'm glad you share
I
your
will be
experience.
back soon.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, we got
Vaughn,
Just
love
Jay
talking to
in the
you
panel.
always. Love, love, love talking to you. I'm looking forward to you starting your channel. So yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
Marvin, you
I'm
got
looking
Just
at.
Jay in the back. Come bring her up.
Okay,
Nice.
Hold
wonderful.
on.
Welcome.
I'll
Okay.
tell you what
Because
this with the all that experience, the burnout and everything taught me, and this is the most valuable lesson that I think I've learned, is to value leisure time. It's to value time, period, really, but leisure time
Hmm.
especially. I take every time I get the chance to take leisure time, I take it. Just time to rest. You know what I'm saying? It taught me that. Like that is a lot of people ignore it, and and very few people value it, especially if you're at a job or something like that. You notice that like your supervisor and all that, they don't value it. They don't think about the other person and what they may be going through, and they may need the time off. They're not paying attention to it, and they don't care. You know, personally, I mean, it's extremely
it's like that
important.
for us in IT. They don't really care
You're
about us.
right. They don't
Yeah.
We
care.
just
Yeah, we touched base on this a little bit, like
last
because
week we did that.
the place where I work at, they allow partners and lawyers to take sabbaticals. Now,
Hmm.
when it comes to day-to-day work staff, none of that exists. That's pretty much on a like a management type of approval basis. But again, most jobs won't even do that. Give you some time off just to get yourself together, your mind together. Yeah.
Yeah, and
That's why
and the thing
you.
is, I'm sorry. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Mr. Mandrell. Go ahead. No, I'm so sorry.
Okay. Well, and the thing is, like, even if it's just a week, you know what I mean? That's not really enough, not nearly enough. If you go in months and months and months of just working day in and day out, a week really isn't enough, But if they were to offer that, that would at least be something, you know what I'm saying? Just to, dude, just catch up on some sleep if you do nothing else.
Mhm.
Catch up on sleep if nothing else. Just go home for a week, lounge around on the couch, watch TV, eat some good food, and just rest. Don't don't deal with a computer or anything to do with work. Just
Yeah.
unplug for about it. Even if they offered that, I say once every 8 weeks, you got a week off. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that would work wonders. And people would run to that company to work for them. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
The first company that does something like that, people would run to that company to work for them.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
but again, people don't think about it, and I don't know why, but they don't care.
In the IT field, when you're a contractor, you just expandable. If you're not willing to work, they'll find someone to replace you. So imagine what I gotta
Pretty
put
much.
myself through. I'll be
Yeah.
on auto mode. I'll be tired. I'll be sick. I will drag my sick behind to work. There was one time that I was really, really sick. I always take the airborne tablet, put in the water and drink. My wife looked me dead in the face. You know, I was dead, dead sick. I did not want to stay in. I was out to go to work. She stayed right in front of me, in front of the bed, told me, you will call your boss, you'll tell him that you're sick, and you will call out. I said, you will call your boss. You will tell your boss that you're sick and you're calling out. I tell you, yes, ma'am. My wife
That's
was
a
not gonna,
woman that loves you. Let me
she
tell
would
you,
not
because it's
let
not
me
easy
step
to
out.
buck up to your husband like that. That's a woman that loves you.
But
Yeah.
I would put myself
Yeah.
to the limit, and she was like, okay, if she didn't stop me, I could have been dead. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was doing that,
Yes.
and Marvin would tell you, I am a workhorse. I don't stop for some apparent reason. It's like spending 7 years in Nigeria. I learned that work ethic from my uncle. He was the same way too. So when I came back, every job I've been to, I was to put my best foot forward, and I worked myself to the ground because I realized being an African in this country, you're never good enough. You gotta prove yourself above and beyond. So in every
Why
job
do
I've
you
been
think
to,
that? Why? Because,
it,
I want to
they
have a
do it
few
in front of your face.
conversations.
I work
Do
in
what?
Estee Lauder. Let me tell you something. I work in Estee Lauder for 10 months. I have my name on my bag. I tell you what my name is. You know what my name was? The black guy with the afro.
What?
Yes. I told Marvin that. Marvin told me I was joking. One of the biggest fashion corporation in the world today. The Estee Lauder come to have over
Oh,
20
trust
about
me, I'm into perfume, so I know Estee Lauder owns a lot. I actually, I'm pissed off with myself because I took stock in them and I sold my stock, and now it's double. I'm pissed.
they don't they
So
don't
yeah, they
care.
own a lot.
My name was the guy with the big afro. My partner was female named Tia. They call her the girl with the big hat. They never even try to know our name unless they really like you. They don't know your name. They don't
But were they
like you
paying
like
you
that.
well? Were they paying you very well?
I was underpaid, overworked because you have a third party company that took over the IT infrastructure for them. So I was getting
Mm-hmm.
low ball. This job I'm
Mm,
working right now, they pay me well. They pay my work,
okay.
which I'm glad. But all my past
Right.
jobs, I was working myself to the ground and up. I used to work for MTA for 2 years, public sector. That was even worse. When I left there, you know what they told me? My partner told me. He named him Tim. I'm not gonna mention his whole name. He told me what you were doing by yourself. It took 4 tech to do your workload. I said what?
Hmm.
I was doing a 4-man workload all by myself for a year and a half. I want you guys to hear that very clearly. I was doing a 4-man workload as a technician in MTA for a year and a half by myself. But when I do it, it wasn't a big deal because I make it look easy. But when I was gone and I found out how much workload I was really doing it took 4 tech to do it.
Wow.
Marvin would tell you, I do that to myself. But if I don't do it, or I'm lazy, or I don't want to work, or I'm not working hard enough, I was told I cannot be a great tech. If I'm a great tech, I'm a threat to somebody.
That is true.
And
That
that's
is
the reason why I listen, like when I started listening to men in the, I don't know, I guess the manosphere, these are the things that I wanted to hear about your experiences. Unfortunately, it became this man versus woman thing, but I wanted to hear about, like, for instance, Mangel's experience speaking about like the PTSD and sleeping standing up, and at any point you could experience gunfire and having to take medication just to go to sleep. And you're talking, Mr. Black David, you're talking about having to provide for your family and being overworked and underpaid, and you'll go to work ill just because you want to make sure you provide for your family. These are the things I was like, I want to hear from black men. I want to hear about the things that I might not be privy to because you don't speak about it often to us, because of your love, you want to protect us. And I wanted to know about it, but unfortunately it's become, a whole huge, a different thing. But these are some of the things that I was interested in, in hearing from you guys.
And this is why I create
So
this
I'm
channel with
thankful.
Marvin because this channel is not like the manageable. We want to bring real life experience on this platform. We're not trying to make things up because when I share my work experience, my life experience, what I'm doing in these type of field, people think it's a joke. No, it's not a joke. It's that grimy. It's that shady.
oh,
When
corporate
you are
Americans, black men in
when you're
corporate.
an IT professional as a contract worker,
Yeah.
you're expendable. You're a slave to them. They will work what you sign up for. They give you the list of what you're gonna do at the job. The moment you get in, they add extra more and not even want to pay you for it.
Hmm. Yeah. I want to also at some point in time, either on your channel or Mangel's channel or my channel, I don't care where it's at. I want to talk a little bit about, some of us outsiders. You talked about being a contractor and how they take advantage of you. I was also a contractor in my previous life, but I also want to talk about, you know, um, being a black person that's married with no children, which seems to be a anomaly here. Did I say that right? I'm drinking
I don't
wine.
know.
Never mind
No,
me.
it's not a number. I've seen a lot of people who've been to that situation like that. They be married for 10, 20 years, no kid. And I asked them why. There's one guy used to make fun of him. We used to call him sexual thunder because he was light skinned, hater eye. He didn't want no kids, but his wife want kids. This is not whereby the woman cannot have kids, and we understand that. We asked them, why am I not going into adoption? Because I told myself, if I were to get married and my wife cannot have kids, I'm going to adopt because I'm always keen to children. I would like to be there. I like to be a father. I'm a father and a grandfather, and I'm happy. So many times you guys see me with my grandkid on live. He be coming up bugging me on my granddaughter. You see my son. I know Jetty Mike was making an imitation of my son in the background. He caught it on spot on. And you see my daughter. When he did that, I
Right.
was like, oh,
But I want to talk about us outsiders, the people that don't fit into the Christian mold. I want to talk about, Mandrell is a Green Beret. single man, not married. These are people that are outside of the norm. And we're still here, we're still living. And I kind of want to give voice to us a little bit. And I don't care what channel it's on, I'm happy to participate. But, because oftentimes, when I listen to these channels, they'll talk about the purpose of marriage is to have children.
Hmm.
The purpose of being married is to have a legacy, to have children, to have a legacy. And so, therefore, if you don't have a legacy, is your marriage purposeful?
That sounds like a burnout too.
It should be. You know,
Or what about if you're 40 years old and you haven't found the right woman yet?
It's still
Is
purposeful,
your
and
life
like
without purpose?
no, it's not without purpose. Like for instance, like I mean, for me, regardless, even if I don't, have a kid or anything like that, like to find someone to ride the rest of life out with, you do need a companion.
yeah.
It is always better to have a companion than not to have one, you know. And to me, that's what it's all about, really. In relationship, it's about life is about relationships. I think someone said that, and I agree. It is about relationships because if you have a child, you can have a relationship with your child. If you're married, you can have a relationship with your spouse. And yeah, to find someone to even if that's all I end up having, I'll be satisfied. You know what I'm saying? I'll be satisfied. I'll be fine with that.
Let's
You
not
know.
forget Judge Jade. She's on the panel quietly waiting
Oh,
patiently. I
yes. Welcome,
Oh
apologize.
Miss
yeah,
Just
just
Jay.
Jay.
Welcome,
Judge Jade, how
welcome.
you doing, my sis?
How you doing? How you doing?
I am well. I'm being in my feminine energy, waiting.
And I apologize, my sis. I tried to do
No, you
cheating.
are okay. Listen, me and you have an understanding. We have come to learn one another. You know what I'm saying? Since
And
I've
I
been in
respect
this
you for
space.
that because you're a very unique individual, but you're very, very intelligent for who you are as a person, and you have your own views. But I respect you for that.
I
That's why in some
appreciate
cases I
that.
would defend you if I see you speaking out in a certain way. And I know why, where it's coming from, because I have to explain to the team, like, you understand what you were coming from that point of view, because some people don't understand the within the content what is really happening.
Right.
So I'll always be that individual who stays straight and narrow and speak my opinion based on what is going on.
And I appreciate that, right? Because in this space, there are a lot of impressionable people. And I mean, it's okay, right? Because everybody has been oppressed upon in some fashion. But I've always been an individual that has always taken the time to uh, search within myself how I feel about a situation, right? And so we know sometimes I might come across all kinds of crazy. But at the end of the day, I am a very self-aware person, you know. But what I wanted to say before I got off track, right? Because my mind be everywhere. I wanted to say thank you to the healthcare workers, to military workers, educators, people who are always in service to others, even in the tech field, right? Because we don't give appreciation for these things. There is a level of, especially in healthcare and law enforcement, military, there is a level of unrequited appreciation, right? You're not always going to get a pat on the back. So ultimately, if you do these things, it has to be something that is intrinsically motivating. You know, like you have to want to be in service to others. And like they were discussing, a lot of people nowadays are in it for the money. Okay, so when it comes to books, Jay cannot sit down and look at books all day, but I am very kinesthetic. So I flunked out of nursing school to say the least, right? Which is okay. But I do have a wealth of knowledge on how to have empathy in different things that matter when you are in service to people, because that is lacking in a lot of areas. I'm the person that sit with the elders at the nursing home, love on them, listen to their stories, we chop it up, I get them coffee. As y'all know, 19 changed a lot of that stuff. I've also worked in corrections. I could sit and talk to the detainees, and you know what I'm saying? They can go around the corner and cry their eyeballs out, and I can tell them, okay, when we get back around this effing corner, I'm gonna need you to wipe your face and get it together. You know what I'm saying? So there are different levels to me, and some people be like, oh, well, you got to be this way and that way. Like, I am who I am. I'm one of them people, I could have a straight F bomb session with somebody and inspire them. And at the same time, I could go put on kitten gloves and talk to children. or be able to meet their needs and use their words that are relevant to them. But anyway, I wanted to tell y'all I appreciate y'all. My mom has been in healthcare since the 80s, since I was like 2 years old. And like I told y'all, she worked at the VA for over 20 years in spinal cord injury. That alone made me not want to even venture into nursing. So here I am, full grown, deciding, okay, I'm gonna try nursing. Because for years, my perception of nursing was just hard work. You make good money, but you can't enjoy it. She got on her back brace, her shoulder hurt because she got to lift quadriplegics, paraplegics all day. She got to, you know what I'm saying, deal with people who impacted with feces because they can't use the bathroom. You know, like all this stuff. It is very hard work. And so there is a level of pouring out of yourself when you in service to people, right? And a lot of times it is not pouring back into you, but you have to find ways to nourish yourself. Like when Candy Ann was talking about taking baths and stuff, right? So on the whole feminine thing, I love to pamper myself because I think it's just I think everyone should take time to love on themselves. That's what I call it. Like I bought
Mhm.
some purple tulips from the grocery store the other day. They are so beautiful. I got my little water bottle right here. I'm gonna spray them babies down, love on them. I take when I used to go work at the jail, I would come home and I would soak in the tub every day. You know what I'm saying? Because you're taking on all this energy from other people. You know what I'm saying? Their issues, their problems, and if we don't know how to ground ourselves properly, you know, without getting all new age, whatever, you have to know how to separate on a healthy level. So it took me decades to learn how to healthy, like emotionally detached in a healthy way, right? Because I was one of them people that quote unquote cared too much. I would take whatever somebody was dealing with home with me. And I had, you know, I was in the bed with trying to figure out their problems. And really and truly, that's not healthy behavior. So we have to know how to empathize with people and still be able to say, okay, I respect that this is their journey. Okay. I empathize with you. If I could support you in any way, I will. But ultimately, everybody's journey is their own. So when Canada and talked about people passing away and you having to deal with that, like they used to teach my mom things like, and they still do, don't get attached. First of all, that's effing ridiculous. We are human beings. I do understand what they mean, but it is impossible to not get attached. I've seen my mom cry a couple times coming home because she lost a patient, you know, but these were veterans that she was used to dealing with, you know, because a lot of them deal with mental illness, right? So you'll have, and one of my favorite guys, he used to like give me Miami Heat tickets, right? You know what I'm saying? Because they used to get all kind of little perks. So anyway, Mr. Moses was a veteran. He was a quadriplegic. I think he was an amputee. At any rate, they could leave the VA whenever they wanted to, even if they was getting like treatment there. So he would leave sometimes and get missing for weeks at a time. Guess where they be at? They be downtown on the streets, drunk, you know what I'm saying, or abusing any other kind of drugs. And then once they're like filthy or in very bad condition, they roll back to the VA, you know? Like, I'm sure you already aware, Candid or Mr. Vaughn, there are people that will come from off the streets, veterans, with maggots dropping out of their wheelchair.
Yes.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so these are the people that we are supposed to be in service to. And of course, there are no right or wrong answers. There's no straight fix. How she talked about patients not taking care of themselves. I've learned how to separate a lot of that, but I have seen nurses be so pissed off, you know. And it's like, you know, what I try to do, I try to drop the seeds and keep it moving, right? Because you can't make anyone do anything, and whatever knowledge or awareness they have in that time is where it's going to be wherever it is, right? And so you drop the seed, they may pick it up, they may never pick it up, they may never water it, they may water it 10 years down the road, they may water it on their deathbed. I just want to encourage y'all to continue to be who y'all are. Miss Candy, you are a very lovely spirit. Like that's why Mandrell heart keep melting every time you talk. Like his whole face
Thank
just starts
you.
melting. But you are a very kind, nurturing soul, right? And I want to encourage you to continue to be that because regardless of whatever these numbers are around here in these spaces, you have people that you have reached, you have people that you have connected with. You know what I'm saying? And ultimately, that's what matters. Like we get caught up with what everybody's doing. I came into this space looking to connect with other black folks, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? So I came in with a expectation, you know what I'm saying, to connect, meet with like minds and stuff. I did not anticipate this whole gender war thing. Like I had no idea this craziness existed. Like I'm like, what is this? Like what is this? And so sometimes I get caught up because I don't have a lot of tolerance, right? So when I hear stuff that just, yeah, I can be rigid in that aspect. So sometimes I do get caught up, and I got a potty mouth, so I've turned a lot of people off, and that's fine with me. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, be okay with wherever you are. You got your own set of people, Mandrell. You got your own set of people, Mr. Marvin. David, we all got our own set of people. You know what I'm saying? And everybody ain't gonna like us, and that's fine. Like I was going back and forth with somebody in the chat the other day, and I'm like, listen, I am okay with me.
I remember the
I
first time we talked online and you used to bump head at one point until we started to understand who we really are as an
I
individual.
was diving
And
on your head, David. Oh my God. Oh my God. I said, what is wrong with this mess? I'm like, see, that's why people resent you Americans.
yeah,
Hold,
but
hold
then
the
is
F up, David.
you
Hold
thought I
on.
was trolling you, but the thing is, I was being real because that's who I am. I can't
You
fake it.
were right. And
Marvel
that's the
would
thing
tell
I
you, I'm the kind of person. If you ask me for the truth, I will ask you, do you really want to hear it?
exactly. And I'm the type
Because
of
he
person
know
if I
me, I
ask
do
you a
not cut
question,
no corners. I go straight with
right.
a razor sharp knife. And sometimes you're like, no, you can't say that way. I say what? The man screwed
So
up.
first
What to
time I
say?
talked to you, David, you were saying something about you gave your wife the silent treatment for like 6 months. I said, this man is crazy. Get him out of here. This is not healthy. You're toxic. What are you talking about? This is how you treat your wife. Oh my God. Like,
No,
I'm sick of
because
David.
during that time earlier in my marriage, we did have some friction. So I just like,
That's different, right? And so even in that aspect, we expect for people to be able to sum up a huge amount of time of their life online, right? So you could tell a story about your life. People will be in the chat, oh, that's cap, you allowed whatever. Okay, well, first of all, I can't sum up 2 decades in the way that you would like in only 7 minutes. There are gonna be parts that are missing. It doesn't make a person untruthful. You know what I'm saying? Like there are levels, and any person who has gone through life understands these levels, right? So when we get into these conversations of absolutes and all this, people who have lived, like I be telling some of the people in the chat, okay, just keep living. I'm not wishing nothing bad on you. It's just a level of experience that comes with living life, you know. And so like you said, it's a whole nother experience behind that, that people are not always going to get the whole picture. So I'm okay with people only having snapshots of me. They'll be like, oh Jay, you letting them get you out your character. This is a part of who I am. I would be a lie to sit here and say, you know what, I apologize, I didn't mean it, X was it. No, I meant what I said.
but hear this though.
People are not
You
okay
you
with hearing
you've been
that
on
word.
a bunch of panels. You've been on a bunch of channels. We have people on YouTube, content creator, faking things just for the sake of getting subscribers, just for the sake of getting views, but never being authentic. Me, since I came on the platform, I've been using
Mhm,
YouTube for more than since it first came out. But I decided to
mhm,
show my face because I gotta be real with it because I see people being fake on YouTube, living one life on YouTube, but living another life on real life. I said, no, I'm gonna be real all across the board because you know why? What I want to do is showcase people different side of me, who I am as a person, also as a
mhm,
tech. And this channel is all about tech conversation because we have J2 Cent, we have Unbox Therapy, we have Gamer Nexus. They don't tech on the first level.
mhm.
We are tech on the level two, level three, on a corporate level. You don't get to see on a daily
Exactly.
basis. So we
Yep.
want to share experience that we have dealt with in those levels in the corporate arena that people never know about. Plus, you go to trade school, they're not going to teach you what we go through.
Nope.
We'll talk.
They don't
They're
give you
not
real
going to
life
tell you.
situations. Same thing with training, training to be a correction officer. Mainly, they're going to teach you protocol. They're going to teach you policies.
They
Mainly, what
don't.
they're going to teach you is to not cost them any money. Do not be a liability. That's what they're going to teach you. Now they're not going to teach you about the real life situations where you have to make difficult decisions, like Mr. Vaughn was talking about, the ethics of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting here looking at this woman, and her skin was clear when she got in the cell. Now it look like she damn they got scabies, and I'm like, hey, so and so, can we check this
Scabies.
out? Oh, well, did they say they had something? No, but it's obvious that something is going on here. You know what I'm saying? And then you have to deal with that because you're not an upper, so you have to just like military. Last night, somebody thought I was in the military. I am not built for the military.
Because on the first
Kudos,
episode of this
shit,
series, we said that military,
not
police
built for it.
officers, nurse, doctors, they had epic level burnout. So you can
And
imagine what you were doing.
it's a lot of unaddressed PTSD in those fields, right? I'm always advocating for people in law enforcement, right? They have some of the law enforcement and military have some of the highest abuse rates. And I ain't even picking men or women. It's just a very high stressful job. And these things are not acknowledged because people are expected to just perform. Just like healthcare workers, you are just expected to perform. Yes, there are services out there for healthcare workers and stuff, but it's not really uh, accessible in a realistic way. You know what I'm saying? Healthcare workers usually work in 12-hour shifts. By the time they're done, they're exhausted. Or depending on what your field is, you work in 16-hour shifts or sometimes 24. So you don't have the luxury. Just like jails, they have to constantly run. You don't always have time to go see the therapist or check in on that level because you're always in this level of hypervigilance. I was a hypervigilant person before I even started in law enforcement or corrections, as brief as I did, and I enjoyed it a lot, but it was more of connecting with people. I'm a people person, regardless of like the idea that
And
people
I'm the
get
same way here. I work in the
right.
NYPD call center all the way in the
Hmm.
Bronx. And I remember this one lady, I think she was 28, 29, young woman, got two kids. I work on a middle shift. I work from Monday to Friday, and I told her on a Friday.
Hmm.
Next week I didn't see her. Somebody told me 2 weeks later that she passed away. She came to work.
Mm,
They had tons of call coming in. She had a heart murmur. She didn't know what it was. The
mm,
moment she walked out of the building, she dropped it and died.
mm,
Mm.
And that's from the call to the location. Anyone who knows the Bronx, they had this one cube-like building next to the sick train last stop. It's there not by itself, and people were either having all type of illness or mental, whatever they were going through in that center. I was like, what kind of job is this? I said
mm.
for 1 year, it was depressing to see people
It's
come to
tough.
work, then they get so deteriorated to the point they end up dropping dead or dying almost every other week that the arbitrary of somebody who passed away.
Hmm.
And I was like, how do they treat these workers this way? Like they don't really care.
They don't
And
care,
I'm the
and
contract
that's a
worker
whole
going to most of the
I'm sorry, that's a whole different arena, right? When you're dealing with healthcare workers not being treated well. You know what I'm saying? Like I tell people, corporate don't give a F. You have to give a F about yourself because they will work you dragged. My mom, she's worked nights for over 20 years. How she do it, I don't know. When the sun go down, I want to go to sleep. I don't know. But she has worked nights over 20 years. People who work overnight have a different it has a different effect on their body. You know what I'm saying? It's not the best ideal situation, but it's work that some people do. And so they'll have her working one night on, one night off, then go back 2 days. It's simple stuff like that that I feel people should take consideration when it comes to healthcare workers. Yes, it's not always ideal, but people should be able to have their days off in a row. I'm speaking right here to Mr. David. They should have their days off in a row, even law enforcement, because you have to catch up. And if you're a person who's at home by yourself, you have to be able to give me a moment, babe. I'll fix it. You have to be able to run errands, pay bills, different stuff like that. If you got to go back to work the next night and you just got one night off, to me that is a it compromises safety. It compromises the safety of patients. If that makes sense, Candidate, and I don't know if I'm being clear.
what you're saying right now is totally true because seeing what they do for a living, see how they work, see how they operate, it was scaring me. So I was like, you know what, this is real because you can't have a environment whereby you're not taking care of your employees, you don't care too much about. When I talk about IT and contract workers work in different environments in different avenues, we are like the least expected people to get any kind of help or support because if you can't do it, okay, we get rid of you, find somebody else.
Sorry, I
Take over the
stepped
guy
away
with
just for a moment. I'm back.
okay,
I'm sorry.
no problem, it's
Yeah.
fine. So
Yeah. Miss
this why we hold the channel for this reason because we want to talk about situation that is legitimately real, that's not fake, that's really happening. And when we got on the top of burnout, we didn't think it would be this serious because listen to Mandrill, listen to Candy and listen to Vaughn, what they had to deal with burnout, how they addressed it, how they maneuver around it. It's kind of like crazy to hear military guys, especially from Mandrill, former military, and you're still suffering after years later.
Yeah. That's
So
really an
it,
eye opener for me. Really an eye
now I
opener.
have nothing but high level respect for people in the military. I gotta look at you like I hope you're okay because no one ever talks about it. And when Marvin talk about it, CDC considered burnout as a mental epidemic.
Wait, the CDC?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, listen. When I work for who I work for after the military, um, a lot of time was spent at the CDC over in the Atlanta area, and let me tell you, those people drop like flies, man.
Wow.
See, so
Why?
that
That's what I
listen,
meant to ask you, Mandrell. Did you see the comment I made about the book, The Body Keeps Score?
I didn't see that.
Okay, well, it's a book. It's an old book called The Body Keeps Score. But when you were talking about you still deal with burnout, even though you're, out of that and stuff like that.
Yeah, years
um,
removed. Yep.
Right, and that's the thing. Some people feel like, oh well, with different situations, you should be over it. It's over X Y Z. The body keeps score. Anything that we deal with in life, the body keeps score, and that goes back to mental health, to dealing with things on a psychosomatic level, right? Because typically
Hmm.
when we deal with anxiety, as you know, it manifests in the body. Like it starts in the mind, but it also manifests in the body. And that's one of the things that people don't realize when we deal with quote unquote triggers and stuff. That's just the body keeping tabs. And so we have to be mindful of that as well. And so when I do decide to get my channel started, my interest and my passion is always on mental health, bettering yourself, being a better you, taking care of self. So those are the things that I will be addressing. I'm not a mental health expert. I just have a passion and advocate for things like that. So that's what I'm looking forward to when I do get there.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Not enough stress. There's not enough attention pointed towards mental health at all, and people don't understand. Like, and people overlook veterans, and they go like, "Thank you for your service," but that's about it. No one asks questions, and
That's as far as it goes. It's not what
yeah,
did you
yeah.
do,
I
how
never
your
understood.
life.
I didn't
Right.
understand why veterans didn't really talk about their experiences and stuff like that until after I had gotten out. Once I gotten out and I got back out here into the world, I'm like, oh, I get it. I totally get it. I
Most of
totally
the
understand
veterans
why.
that I know, the veterans I know, they don't speak about details at all. They'll
Mm-mm.
just tell you what their job was or whatever. But and that's one thing I've never done. I never pressed veterans to talk about their situations because, like, yeah, just the veterans I know, they're not trying to talk. They're not trying to tell you about the horrible things they've seen or the horrible things they had to do. And so, for me, out of respect, it shouldn't be talked about anyway. It's enough for y'all to process it, then have to come back home and adjust to quote unquote normal life. It's really a mind F. You know what I'm saying? Because you are
It
in
is.
state of hypervigilance. Then you expected to go back home, play house, go to work, or go to the gym, come home, cook dinner, and you're expected to no longer be hypervigilant. It just doesn't work like that. And so, yeah, those are the things that I care about, and it's just bringing awareness, right? Because we also quick to judge. Oh, this person crazy. Oh, that person whatever. Like we always quick to just charge folks off. But I'm always digging deeper. I'm always trying to look beyond what I'm seeing on the outside, and that's just something that I tend to do. So it definitely matters. So I'm looking forward to being able to discuss those things. and advocate for them.
And
Nice.
Miss Just Jay, the funny thing is you were talking a little bit earlier about how you and Mr. Black David, you guys were bumping heads in the beginning. And I didn't bump heads with Mandrell, but I had this similar uh-oh. I had a similar feeling because when he speaks, he comes off very, very, very direct. And even though I'm from New York and I love the directness, it
Right.
was there was a bit of I don't want to say he was unemotional. It was just like a disregard for for any kind of human emotion. He was just so direct,
Right.
you know. And so until I actually spoke with him and I got a better understanding of where he comes from, his background, his military service, how this was a survival tactic, because if he lost his head, he could die. And so just having a better understanding of him, then I got to understand a little bit more about where he comes from, why he speaks so directly. And to be honest with you, no matter who a person is, I love honest people. Just like Mr. Black David was talking about, people that are just honest, I gravitate towards. Even if I don't agree with them, the fact that they are just who they are, I gravitate
I
towards
love
it.
it because I don't have to
Yeah,
figure you out. I can appreciate that any
exactly.
day. People who
And
that
that's
and
the
I
way
can't
the way
figure
I am
out.
for you
I
because
stay away from those kind of people. I'd rather you just tell me straight up, listen, I don't like you. I had a problem with what you said. I could deal with that any day. I could deal
Yeah,
with it
that's why I
any
like Mandrell also because he's honest. Now it's a little bit I don't want to say abrasive, but it is
right.
unfiltered.
No, he's
It is
genuine.
no
He's not a bad
chaser. It
friend.
is unapologetic. But once you talk to him and you get a better understanding of where he comes from and what he's about, you get a better understanding of like who this person is. So I had just like you had that experience with Black David. I felt like I had a similar experience because when I heard him, I was like, who is this guy? Ugh.
Right, right, right. Like what in the world? But then when you meet
What
him,
in the
right, when he has
hell?
his little hats on, every time I see him with his hats on, I'll be like, oh, he's so cute. He look like a little pastry chef. Like I want him to make me some pastries or whatever. And so those are the things I keep in mind when I come across people in these spaces, right? Because you have people
Yes.
that are just whoever they are and they just have whatever issue they
Yes.
have and that's their business, right? But I always make room. So that for me, making room means, okay, Jay, you don't know how these people live. You don't truly know them. You don't live with them in their day to day. And those are the things that matter. So that's why it doesn't bother me when people have their opinions so much about me. Because I mean, I get it all the time in the P chat. Anybody who's been in the P chat see all the comments about me, and they just non-stop. And I don't even listen for these people. I mean, they come out the woodwork, right? But I'm okay with that. If you're in a space to assume whatever you want to assume about me, most times it's not gonna bother me. If you start treading on the line of disrespect, I'm gonna come back at you. But that's just me. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's not like that, and that's okay. And like I told you yesterday, I am totally okay with who I am and how I operate because your opinion of me ultimately is not my business. If that makes sense.
you're right
Yes.
because here's the thing. When I came on the platform, I realized after listening to TLA, the lead attorney, shout out to him. He said, if you're over 40, you got something to share. So I decided to show my face a little more often because on different topics, when I hear certain things that people are pointing out, it's not sound authentic. I had to come out and correct that. Like I remember one time you told me on a few panels and they were pushing this polygamy nonsense. And I had to step out. I was like, no, I have experience in it because I'm a byproduct of it. And this is where the problem I hear with the YouTube street. People are pretending to be something they're not. People not trying to be authentic. And people are already tired of the mainstream media because of the fake that they see on the TV. They're getting tired of it. They want something authentic with something relatable. So when I show on different panel on different topics, if I have experience, I have understanding, I share my view based on their particular view as an African American, as a person who has seen both sides. I remember one time I brought up an opinion about, not really an opinion, it's an idea. Because here's the problem: as a black community, we are not doing well as a whole. Everybody trying to climb up, and I tell people, look at Willie Martin on Filter, what he's doing right now. The man is trying to educate people of the aspect of the business. Yesterday on his broadcast, He'll explain to people why certain news channel or certain network don't do too well, what goes on, how the business works. When you are IT specialist and work in different arenas, either be the banking industry, either the hospital healthcare, either be the auto industry, either be the media industry, along the way we learn things how the business run, how the business operate. But unless you climb up to a next higher level and you fully understand the whole graph, how their business is run the way it's supposed to run, you're never gonna understand. So when we hear these things and we try to explain to people, and Roland, yet I hear a lot of people hate Roland Martin for a lot of reasons. They think with a Democratic sham, whatever we want to call it. I could care less. The guy is a journalist. His job is to give you guys the truth and be as just as he can. But being a black journalist, he created trying to educate the black people to let them know what's really going on. Why you getting booing or why you getting played without know the inside scoop, how things operate. When you talk about how yesterday, Black News Channel is shutting down after being on for like almost 2 years since 2019. They went through too many changes. They had to pay their worker off. They were getting paid their last paycheck on the 25th. And he explained to why they went out because they one day investor, the billionaire, he owned the Jacksonville Jaguar and he owned AEW Wrestling. He only invested $3 million and he's a billionaire. They went through the money quick. They weren't bringing no revenues. How you keep it?
Who's shutting
Black News Channel,
David?
BNC. Yeah. You heard that thing
Oh,
is on
okay.
TV? They had their own network, much bigger than Roland Martin. But the thing is, Roland Martin warned them in advance not to do a lip. I forgot to tell me you not a genuine one, but do a digital one instead because it's cheaper to run. They didn't listen to him. They burned out to $50 million quick. Wouldn't bring in much revenue. Wouldn't bring much viewership because even though you're on Verizon, you're on Cablevision, now people watch their channels, and if viewership is not up, there's a problem. Now they have to shut down because they can't maintain it. The investor took it, say he pulling out, not putting no more money because being there is all about making money. They're not trying to lose money. If a network channel is not doing too well, it's shut down. But no one understand the inside group how the business operate. Either you want to run a news channel, you want to run a media company, you want to run what any kind of business. And if you're not being authentic or you want to be like shenanigan, make up stuff, then yeah, that's what YouTube's meant for. You can make money than being fake. But when it comes to being authentic, being genuine, that's what we created the channel for, because we're bringing this topic, burnout, we being authentic, we being real. We let people know come in, talk about these things. Because it's not being talked about much enough. Burnout is one of the biggest topics of any channel I've been on that have been being talked about. And here you, manager, would like to be in the military. Here in Candy Ann would like to be in the medical field. And Just Jay, I'm sure there's many other. I talked to Jonathan Belvin while he was in the chat, and they guy admitted this guy started code at the age of 12, did it profession at the age of 15. At one time, he had a burnout whereby he ended up in the hospital carpal tunnel. As a software engineer, you typing out codes, and he taking 6 to 7 espresso shots. You don't hear these type of authentic that really happen, real life experience, and
That was
understand.
something I was addressing earlier in the chat. Like, we have to do better at taking care of our bodies. Like Candy Ann was addressing, we don't always keep those things in mind. Most of my work has been labor and with my hands, because I was a licensed massage therapist in Miami as well, in Florida for some years, and I didn't know how to properly ground myself. So that was another reason why I slacked off in that area, because when you're sitting there touching people and trying to relieve whatever pain they got, you take on a lot. And so I used to have migraines. I used to have migraines like almost every day, and I've done cake decorating for years. That's a lot of wrist action. You know what I'm saying? So we have to take care of our wrists. Like sometimes when my wrists are inflamed or cutting up, I go to bed with my braces on at night. So definitely I can imagine y'all typing all day, over extending your wrist constantly. Wear y'all braces, rub yourselves down, take care of yourself, please,
I
please.
tell you this: a developer, a software engineer, spend almost 12 to 14 hours a day on the keyboard, typing multiple lines of code and language. They're for the software to work. They're for the application they build on to work. And it's not easy. When you have a deadline you have to reach, you find these people in corporate America on their desk, don't then go home. If the company's big, they get them a little bed thing to sleep on or the couch. They'll be there from morning to what 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Take a short sleep, and they get right back to work again. Like this happened for real in the IT arena. The higher you go in the field based on what you put to do, based on your responsibility. If you're into software engineering, you into developing, you need the application development, your requirement get real sky high. You make a lot of money, yes, but a lot of responsibility on your plate. You're responsible to maintain the software. You're responsible to make sure it's nothing wrong with the system. You, God forbid, you're doing on data analyst or you're working on the data server. It's 12-hour shift. You got to monitor the server for 12 hours straight. Make sure there's no breach. If there's a breach, your job is to go in, find what's going on, and stop it from happening.
And the mental burnout itself, because some of these jobs, like in general, you have to remain alert. Like I thought about surge tech one time, but the way my ADHD set up, I ain't trying to stand in no one spot. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm be like, listen, I want to go to the vending machine. Listen, I need to go to the bathroom. Hey, what? You know what? I'm gonna just stand over here and look out the window. No, you have to be in one spot. And so even the physical toll on that, right? Because there's less mobility. The joints itself, it's like I'm one of them random people, right? I'm always looking at ways people can be more efficient. I ain't gonna lie, I am not the greatest at executing, and I'm okay with that. People need to learn their strengths. I could tell you how you could do it better. You know what I'm saying? Don't necessarily ask me to do it better. I can see the big picture. So I'm the person that's looking at shoes that are ergonomic. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at the distance from the floor to the desk that is best suited for your back, for your wrist, for your eyesight. Like these are things that matter. These are little things that I'm always looking at to see how things can be improved. It don't matter if it's a monitor, what you call it, like the monitor arms. You know what I'm saying? That lift up the screen, the little double, the simple stuff like that can help people be more efficient and have less stress on their body. That's the kind of stuff that I'd be interested in. Like, hey, what kind of shoes you wearing? Do you have proper arch support? You know what I'm saying? Do you sit in an ergonomic style chair? Do you have a sling? Do you have that flexibility? It's little stuff like that that matters.
Here, I remember just now when you were talking about it. I remember watching this video. I think it was last year. One of my favorite YouTube channels, Abba and Preach. I'm sure y'all know about these guys. Abba, he's from Ethiopia. He's from a military guy. He mentioned how for a good past couple of months, he will close himself and he'll be inside the house working on different content left and right. He said he can do that for months upon months without no without socializing with anybody. But he realized if he don't stop himself from doing that, it get real bad for him. He had to go out to socialize to get somewhere of breathing. Okay, he get burned out. I understand. You got 1 million plus subscribers and you're working on content left and right. Content, you're editing the video, working on this video, working on that
They
video
putting out content.
like crazy.
Hmm.
And he mentioned one time he couldn't take it no more. He had to take like a month break or two just away from it. That's so he can breathe.
Yeah, the thing is, like, it's that military mindset. Remember, I was telling you, we'll just go and go and go and go and go
Hmm.
and go and go until your body just literally crashes out.
Yep.
And he
Yeah,
say
it's like that. And
he from
then
the
you crash
military.
out. Right, I know. And the thing is, you crash out and then you rest. As soon as you rest a little bit, if you're able to move, then it's back to it. If you're able to move, you're not fully recovered or anything like that.
Right.
And
There's really no recovery.
again, it stays with you, man. I mean, again, here I am, years after the fact, David. Like I told you, it still affects me to this day. My body wants to go and go and go and go, and I have to make it stop. I have to make myself stop and sit down.
I have my own theories about stuff like that, right? So when because we're a whole chain reaction of chemicals, right? And so me, like I was telling y'all yesterday, I have PTSD. I haven't been in combat, but I am diagnosed PTSD, right? I'll stay up all night, eyes big as I don't know what. Sometimes I have to take an Ambien because if I don't, I'll be sitting there looking around with my eyes big till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Easy, but when your body is constantly running and releasing that cortisol, on some level, I feel like we become dependent, right? Because it's like your body has been accustomed to running off of that cortisol, so it's constantly pumping, 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 and you stay in this hypervigilance. And so that's why it's hard to rest. That's why when it ain't nothing to do, it feels weird. That's why when there's not a mission to complete, I can imagine it's a struggle for you. So you looking around like, where's the mission? And right quick, I want to recommend. I don't know if anybody read Will Smith's book. I know a lot of people be mad with Will Smith, but his new book is amazing. I'm sorry, y'all. It is amazing. He talk
No, it's
about.
okay. It's okay. According to Manjoy, he's on probation.
I love
He ain't,
Will
he
Smith.
ain't
I
Kanye
love
West.
Will.
We're not dealing with Kanye West because he passed the burnout stage.
Well,
He's on the get
his
out stage.
his
Check
dad
up.
was military, and he talked about how his dad pretty much drilled in his head. It was always about completing the mission. So that's why his drive helped him to become who he was or who he is. But it also caused contention in his family amongst his wife and kids because he was always focused on completing the mission. That they were left by the wayside at times, on an emotional level, and I think in general, men do operate like that. Y'all always y'all got to complete the mission. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes the women and kids kind of get left to the wayside. So I think as we evolve, as we become more aware of our higher nature, right? Because we're more than just our lower carnal self. We have a higher nature that I think goes unattended too many a times, and that's why it's important to reflect, bring it back in, connect with our loved ones. You know what I'm saying? Because, like y'all said, y'all will run till y'all drop. And that's where women do come into play. Because sometimes, even though y'all stand on y'all own, y'all adults, we're all adults. But sometimes it does take the warmthness of a woman to remind y'all to go sit your ass down somewhere.
You know
And
what,
y'all,
man? I'm glad you're saying it because right now, are you talking this thing, something that pop in my head, and I want to ask Manjoy that it is the case because I remember one panel, I think it was yesterday or the other show you had, talk about how military guys get married and they get divorced like 3 or 4 times. Is there any such thing as a marriage burnout in that case? I'm curious. Or maybe it's me. I'm just thinking.
Mandrill, you here?
Mandrell, are you there? I hope he's
I'm
there
not
because
military, but I can imagine that people in military life have a hard time adjusting back and forth. That's what I meant by like it's a mind F. Like it's 1 minute you in combat and you have to think this way. It's go, 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 complete the mission. Then you come home and you go run errands and go to the post office and go to the grocery store and sit down and have a meal and watch Jeopardy. Like to me that's weird. That's a huge well not weird, it's a huge contrast.
when I heard from him the other day, he mentioned how there's some guys in the military who got married obviously 3 times,
Mm.
and I was like, what? And then the most is like 4, 5, 6 times. I'm like, I said, hold up. When I'm listening to it and I'm hitting you talking about it, wait a minute, it ain't something as a marriage burnout in the military. That way you call it, or there's something
I don't
else.
know. Most of the time, those guys get married, so those women can help take care of their affairs while they're away. Because doing that job, you spend a lot of time deployed, a lot of time away, and I think that's what it is. That and plus they don't have to go out and hunt for it. You know what I'm saying? If you're
Hunt
single, you
for
still got to
what?
go for
For
sex.
sex?
Because if you're single, you have to go out. You have to go meet someone. You have to do the whole thing, right? But if you get
Oh
married,
god.
it's waiting for you when you get home.
Oh,
So like
oh god.
that was one of the reasons why, and I heard that from several different people. Like, well, I don't feel like going out and hunt for it. It's
I
waiting
never
for
knew it that way. You hunt for okay.
yeah, because you have to
I
go out
mean,
and you have to dress
no,
up,
I'm
go out
not
and
a
meet people,
man,
meet
but
women, stuff
it's
like
in
that.
house. It's in house. Don't men like for the most
Right.
part get house
It's in
situation?
house. Exactly.
I'm
It's
not
in house.
a
So when you come back
boy.
from the deployment, It's right there. So
Man,
that's
I never thought about that. I guess like I put in the chat, so I guess it's kind of safe to say that many military marriages are business based because I didn't think about that. Like the whole handling of the logistics and the things that came, also the benefits that come along with people being married in the military. I'm sure that those are a lot of things that impact those decisions, right?
well, the benefits of being married in the military. Of course, you get basic allowance. It's called BAH, basic allowance for housing, and BAS, basic allowance for sustenance. So pay your, they'll give you enough money to pay like rent and utility. It's only a certain amount, so you do have to budget that too. And they give you like $200 a month for food, right?
Mm.
Because you're married, and they give you extra bonus because you don't get paid money in the military. It's absolute shit. Your pay, it really is. Like if you when you first enlist in the military, if you enlist in the military, you qualify for food stamps. When you
Ah,
first, yeah, and it's like that for years on end. It's like that for years on end.
because I
Years.
knew all of the notes about that, but I definitely knew that, starting out, like, because I thought about going to the military when I was getting out of high school, but, I was just being my selfish self. I just wanted to travel and just go different places, right? But
Yeah.
luckily, I was too fat and I ain't had a discipline anyway. So that worked out because I wouldn't be able to take all, yeah, the stuff y'all be dealing with. I ain't built for it. But anyway, I was looking at mainly the benefits that come along with it, not necessarily cash in hand. You know what I'm saying? And so that to me, those are the attractive things about the military. But now you have I've heard about the TikTok videos with the folks crying, talking about they don't want to go, and it ain't funny,
Well,
but
yeah,
I'm just saying,
that's well. See,
you
the
know.
thing is, Judge Jay, that's this generation.
Oh, okay.
People saying that I don't want to go, I don't want to go. But I was of the mind. See, I admit I was built for it. You know what I mean? I was of the mind. I was like, hey, well, guess it's time to go. Like that's the way I took it. I was, you know what I'm saying? I mean, well, what if you die in war? That's what happens. No one's gonna care. The world's gonna keep turning.
You're a very
That
straight
you know,
person,
that's
like Kevin said, just the way you operate. And that's what is awesome about different people. Everybody operates different. So, like, we're created the way we are for whatever purpose we have. And I wouldn't be able to, that's why I say I'm not built for it because I'm too esoteric. I'm too into my feelings and thinking outside and digging deeper.
oh yeah, yeah. You wait, if you're into your feelings, you're going the wrong way.
This is
You,
this is the instructions. Follow the instructions. You go sit your behind down somewhere. You know what I'm saying? But me, I'm always looking for all these deeper meanings. But this is why people who are very analytical, very straightforward, very logical, and it ain't even got nothing to do with just men and whatever. Because I think that men and women can be built like that. But people are built the way they're built for whatever purpose they have. Before I get too busy, Mandrell, we have to find you someone because I adore you and you need a woman. And I got several women in mind, but I'm not gonna be too busy and say too much. But yeah, you need to get this party started. That's what you need to do.
okay? I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Okay, now hearing all the thing from you guys, the first thing that came to my mind is for the military guy, you go through a lot. And hearing people getting married, I was like, military is not like the yesteryear military. Today's military, they go through far worse than the yesteryear military does. Am I correct, Manzo?
In what way though? Because when we say yesteryear's military, look at it from a black perspective. Think about what black officers and black enlisted men had to go through. So
Yeah, and then
yeah,
if it's peacetime, there's no wars going on. The military is a really good thing. It's not a bad option at all. Like at all, it is not. It is not a bad option. I mean, but if there's war going on, you do have to factor in that that's probably going to happen. You're probably going to get shipped out somewhere, and that's when the whole trust thing comes. Because I saw marriages fall apart just because the guys get deployed, and like there are guys who got deployed. There's one guy I know personally. He didn't want to re-enlist. Right, his re-enlistment window was in. He was like, and it was closing because it was almost time for him to get out. And he was like, he called home and told his wife that he didn't want to re-enlist, But at that time, they were handing out signing bonuses for reenlistment, and it was going to be $20,000 tax free, one lump sum, a lump sum payment directly into your bank account, 20,000 tax free. So, and you don't report it on your taxes when you file. So that's a good incentive to reenlist, but he didn't want to, even with the money, and his wife talked him into it. So he's like, okay, cool. So he does reenlist. The money goes into his account. But one day, he tries to withdraw money out of his account because he went back to I think we're either Bagram or Arab John, and there was no money in the account. She drained the account, all of it, and packed up all the stuff in their place and moves away.
That's horrible.
Right, and ends up with some other guy.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? It's ends up with some other guy and took all the money. She files for divorce. Remember, he's deployed, so there's nothing he can do about any of this. There's nothing he can do about any of it. There's no one to talk to, no one he can get in contact with to stop it or anything like that. It's just.
I'm shocked right now because the way that I'm just hearing he's out there, and when he come back, did he look for her?
I mean, what was he gonna do? You come back. I mean, the only thing you do is call her up. The divorce is finalized because he wasn't there to sign the divorce papers, and after so much time, after the divorce is filed, it's by default verified.
That's what I call trash behavior, and that's what needs to be addressed. Like, not all this men versus women stuff. Trash behavior and trash character. Like, some people just have no integrity.
Yeah, she waited until the money came.
I was shocked.
Look, she waited good and well till the money came, and he's not the only one that's happened to. There's story after story after story after story of this happening to guy after guy after guy after guy after guy.
This one, a lot of them be on the ID channel, guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this happened. Like that was. It's amazing just how common that is. It is so common for that. That one, that's an easy one. That's not even a crazy. That's nowhere near one of the crazy ones. That's an everyday thing. That story. That's an everyday thing.
That's beyond. That's more than a burnout situation.
And so think about right. So imagine that. Just imagine going through all the stuff you're going through over there, and you find out this is happening back home.
That's devastating. You know what I'm saying? That's like trauma on top of trauma because you're dealing with a betrayal. Like, because I've been married. I know what betrayal in marriage feels like, and it is devastating, especially like if you really truly take your vows serious, take your marriage serious. Like, betrayal is a whole nother level of trauma. You know what I'm saying? And it truly, like, so now you got to deal with adjusting as a military person, right? Back into society once you come home. Then he has to also learn how to trust people that he was once intimate with, right? Because when we betrayed by people that we're intimately connected with, that's a different level. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just awful. But that's the stuff that I call out. As you know, David, I don't take sides. That's why I don't fit in any space around here, because I don't promote trash behavior. Like, I don't care if it's a man or a woman. Like, people need to have integrity and learn how to be better people. What we doing? I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh no, there's something going on at Black David's house.
I apologize. That's my wife.
Right. Weird because he act like nothing is happening.
Right. It's
the
crazy.
kid talked to mama, and the mama could not take it.
Gotcha. I mean, but soldiers get done dirty, and then the damn thing they can do about it. Damn. You already don't get paid. You already don't get paid a lot. You don't, like, the money is trash. So you don't join the military to earn a lot of money. If you're gonna join the military, doing it the right way is to go in as an officer. Meaning, you graduate high school, you go to college, you get your degree, then join. Go straight to OCS.
I heard that.
Right. Yeah, I'll tell you this. Now, how they hooked me You got a college degree? Yeah. Because they're going over all the benefits and everything like that. I was just listening to them. I already knew because my dad was in the Army, you know what I mean? So I already knew the benefits and stuff. So I was sitting there listening to him, let him make a spiel. He said, hey, you got a degree? You went to college? Yeah. I said, yeah. You got student loans? Yeah. Not much, but yeah. We'll pay the student loans off for you. I said, wait, you do what? We'll pay the student loans off. I said, well, where do I sign? What are we doing wasting time with this? I mean, you should have led with that.
I'm so
Right. You should have led with that. Ooh, you wasting time. I don't need to hear the rest of it. You got me. So, you pay the student loans off?
Barbara, you do the same thing?
All the way off? You pay all the student loans off? All the student loans. All the student loans. And, well, where do I sign? I mean, you know, and so that's how they got me. I honestly didn't need to hear anything else. They had me with the student loans. So I signed up. I mean, I don't regret it or nothing like that. And they paid the student loans off. Easy peasy. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. At one time, I thought about joining
Hold on, guys. I saw a comment Jenny just mentioned. At the time my husband was in Iraq, he was told by his mama his girlfriend was stepping out on him while he's in Iraq.
Wow.
Yeah, that's all the time. Like women, here's the thing: if you're gonna get deployed, just accept the fact that your woman's gonna cheat. It's like that. Just that's a part of it. It's like It's just a part of. It's like breathing. Your lady's gonna cheat. Accept that. It's going to happen. You're not, because you don't want to catch some weirdo disease over there and be. Yeah, that's another thing. You think diseases here are bad? They got shit in other countries, man. That they will not allow you to come back home. Like if you catch it, you're done. That's what you're. Call home, tell them you ain't making it.
That is the clap.
And it's not the clap. No, this shit you never heard of.
Really? Like what? Like STDs or just something?
Yeah, STDs and other shit. STDs, yes, other shit too. Like there's some shit.
Please elaborate so you can understand.
Right, like they got some.
I heard
stuff
you guys
there.
talking about this. Yeah.
Right. What's the name? Tommy mentioned it last night. He mentioned black syphilis. I said, oh yeah. In fact, I was planning on bringing it up myself, but Tommy got to it before me. I was like, oh yeah, black syphilis. There's a guy who was a captain over there. He's messing with one of those locals, caught black syphilis. They put this dude under immediate quarantine. And then everyone he had to come in contact with, they had to pull them, put them in quarantine, examine them, make sure they didn't have it. And they found the woman he caught it from. And this guy made a phone call. They threw the phone away, incinerated it. Okay, like seriously, they took all his clothes, burned them. Yeah, it's that bad. And this guy, because he had to make a phone call home, saying he contracted something and he's not going to be able to come back home ever. So the government filed for divorce for them.
Excuse me?
Oh
yeah, and here's the thing: this
what?
guy. See the thing, when you catch shit like that and they catch it, they ship you off to some black site somewhere, and that's where you spend the rest of your life.
Oh, that's the.
What do you mean by a black site? What's a black site?
It's a quarantine zone somewhere on the planet. No one tells you where it is. You're not going to know where it is unless A, you got to take someone there, or B, you catch something and they send you there. You're not going to. I mean, there's other people there with fucked up diseases.
Well, can they call home and be like, "Hey, I'm over here"?
No. What's the point? Your life is over. It's over. You're not coming back. You're never going to see them again.
Lord,
no, you're not. Yeah, that's the thing with America. You're not bringing that shit back here.
Listen, you need to talk about that stuff when these men be talking
in other words, just Jay and Canada, you disappear after that because we never saw that guy again. After they went through the whole
search on this, they should be off to a black site. I'm looking at Google pictures on this.
I'm saying, listen. I mean, that's what I tell people. Like over here in America, you guys live in. People here don't understand just how much of a bubble and an echo chamber you really live in until you step out and see the rest of it. You know what I'm saying? There's what you really are very well protected here in America.
I got my random information to research today. Y'all know I'm a random bank, so that's going to be my research for today.
This is beyond burnout.
Yeah, and the thing is, again, you're seeing this, and then disappearing people. Like, well, he's not going home. Where is he going? I don't know. But those are
Wow.
the answers you get. Where's he going? I don't know. But yeah, there's some things that you can catch in terms of STDs and other things where they're not letting you bring that back over here at all. And just like you can't call home to your family. Why? You're never
I
gonna see them
mean,
again.
they won't let you use the phone if you want to.
Leave the site. What? There's no cure for it.
There's
Well,
a phone, Andrea. Can you not use a phone?
to call who? For why would you want to use the phone?
This is what I'm saying with Andrea. The way he's set up is like my life over, so I'm just gonna sit over here on this island, like.
That's pretty much what it is. Your life is over.
And just the name of it, black syphilis. They didn't say syphilis.
Hmm.
Black syphilis. They
Candidate,
used our
isn't that
skin
the one
tone
that's
as a
made
name for it.
resistant to medication?
I'm sorry, can you say that again, please?
Is that the one that is resistant to medication?
I have no idea what black syphilis is because this is something that we don't deal with on a regular
Okay.
basis at the hospital.
Yeah, because I know it's also a gonorrhea that is super resistant to medication as well. Like even some of the things that are curable, in other places, the strains are like, yeah, like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle mutant type stuff. See,
Um,
David, these are the
if you guys
conversations
come to this
we
channel, we'll
bring
talk
out.
about content creator burnout. We're hearing way more than content creator burnout. All type of different level of burnout because
This is gonad burnout or something. But yeah, this is the stuff you need to bring up, David. When people be like, "Oh, about a third date, give it up, whatever." Yeah, okay, this is what we're giving out. Like that's the stuff you need to talk about in the other spaces.
because we
Before I
could get a police, we could get a police officer here and see what he go through at the burnout. Because to hear military, it's so deep. It's like you might have to do a documentary on that one alone
I
compared
love
to the
Yeah,
medical field
and like,
burnout doing the C-19.
you're right. And the thing is, that there's other diseases out there that you will find no information on at all. Like, there's no
that.
information on it at all. Like, the thing is, but you run into it and they'll tell you about it. You're like, what? There's no such thing as that. There's some shit that makes people's like this dude's fingers are falling off. Like his body was just
Mm,
decaying. He
Damn.
was in
mm.
excruciating pain. I'm thinking like, what is that? Like leprosy or something like that? No, it's not leprosy.
Right, because they
But
do have things that are
and it's
akin
weird.
to
Like
old school diseases. Go ahead,
It's
Nadia.
man, like
I'm,
Jenny.
I'm I'm just speechless because listening to your military experience and the type of level of burnout you go through and the type of fear. So I can see why you say you wouldn't dealing with nobody in the military, especially when you're out there in the field. You're just like, now
Yeah,
keep to
what's the point of
myself.
getting married? You know what I'm saying? You want to get married and that's going on? Stop playing. Why?
Damn.
What? Why would I get married and this is what I
But yet
do?
you got to come home and hunt.
Right, exactly. And then you come home. You why get married when you know full well that your lady's probably going to step out on you? Because being a
Has there
military
been
wife is not easy.
has there been any women that have been faithful to their husbands, or is this a generalization you're making, or
It's
is
a
that like
generaliz- It's a generalization because 9 times out of 10, that's what's happening. Let's just be
mm,
honest. I mean, because
mhm.
guys catch their women stepping out on them left, right, and center.
And Tommy B, he in the
Um,
military, he said something about if you see in the military, babe, a lot of the military wives are actually just stepping out looking for side piece on the side while the man out there in the field. I'm like,
yeah,
this
And I can imagine that some of
yeah.
them have that arrangement though. Because think of it, right? And I don't want to go like too hood or whatever, but even people who are in relationships with people who are incarcerated, some people have an understanding that they cannot meet certain needs. You know what I'm saying? And they agree
I
to
don't understand why
certain.
people would even sign up for that struggle. That's a whole different thing altogether. But why even sign up for that struggle if you know this man is incarcerated? Why would you marry him if you know that he's not gonna, if he's in jail? I'm
I
not
think
really
there's levels
understanding
to it.
that.
I think there's levels to it, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I've dated someone who was incarcerated, right? I think it matters. Okay, here we go with the healthy connections, right? Because you have some people that actively seek out people who are locked up. Stuff like that does confuse me. Like if you knew a person before they got locked up, I would personally say that is a huge difference in my opinion. But you have websites where people actively go and seek out folks who locked up. And I know, like
Why?
I was gonna say, in my personal opinion, I feel like on some level it's unhealthy, but I'm sure it's subjective to whatever they dealing with. I feel like some people want to be wanted and want an idea. Like, because to me, on some level, when you're dating a person that you cannot connect with on a regular basis, on a normal, quote unquote, normal basis, it's it's more of a fantasy thing. You know,
Yeah,
I think
but in contrast, it's not like the military. That's what I do
no,
know.
no,
But
it is not
you,
not in a moral sense, in a sense where you don't have access to your partner is what I was only speaking about. I'm not
so
saying,
that you call that partner burnout now.
yeah, okay, we could call it partner burnout, but that's
But
The
it's
not.
not
man is
even a
locked
burnout
up.
because you're not even getting a chance to burn. You're not even to get warm. Like you, like there's
Well,
no burnout. You're not able to even meet
well,
together.
I
There's
feel
no.
I but I'm not going. I'm not going to go there. But listen. People do what they do. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, that don't be stopping nothing. Listen,
You know what? You can't call it a burnout. You call that incarceration stress. Your man is locked up. You can't see him. You can't do anything. After a certain bit of time, you have to go somewhere. So I get it. But
right.
it's not the same level of the military. But listen
Personally, I
to
would
man
want to be in
Grell.
a relationship
It's
with
Yeah,
anybody and still have that
right.
arrangement. If I'm in a relationship, I want to focus on that person, and I can imagine it's tough, right? Because I know several military wives. I never, and I don't know how they live, but I've never looked at them as the type to step out. I do feel like you have to be built a certain way to be able to be that buffer, right? And then y'all have to be able to, I don't know, I guess meet each other in the middle of the road the best you can, because like even law enforcement, spouses, like it's a lot that goes into that. Like you have to be a person who's able to nurture yourself on an emotional level. Like it to me, I can't see people who are heavily codependent function on a healthy level in relationships like that. You have to be able to be interdependent on some level.
but
But
I
yeah,
know
the
people from
whole
firefighter
military
either.
stuff,
Both firefighters
like,
and NYPD, they go to that. And then I'm not gonna
yeah,
lie, the people who gotta work to me is the firefighter because you're going to these burning buildings trying to
and you
save
have to
lives.
stay at the station, right?
hmm Because I'll be honest with you. I know a friend of mine who the fire. He told me the amount of equipment you got to carry is about over 50 pounds,
Yeah.
and you got to be able to lift that and move, climb the ladder, break through walls and stuff, trying to save people and carry people down. And I'm like, isn't there no fear of death each time you go into a burning thing? Yeah, but after a while you get used to it. It's like an adrenaline rush. I'm like,
Right.
Mm.
adrenaline rush just to go into a burning building. Let that sink in.
I can appreciate people who do go into those fields because like I said, people are built different. Some people enjoy that adrenaline rush, right? I enjoy the adrenaline rush of being in the kitchen. I don't like working on the line, right? But the adrenaline and the hustle and bustle of the kitchen, I enjoy that. You know what I'm saying? Because I do better when I can go. Jobs
You
where
know
I
what?
just sit and look at the clock.
Now you didn't mention kitchen. I forgot about chef. Chef do get burnt out. When they take you to do a big time 5-star restaurant. I remember watching Chef Ramsay, aka Hell Kitchen Chef. The,
I
the
love
amount of
Jordan.
the amount of F bomb they put out there when they going through situation, I can only imagine. God forbid they want to spit on your food because you pissed them off. You're a bad customer.
Well,
Shit.
so this is the cool thing about people like me who don't know what they want to be when they grow up. I've been to culinary school as well. You cannot be a sensitive person. Listen, don't worry about that. I'm not dealing with school loans right now, baby. Okay, if I win the lottery, fine. I'm telling y'all right now. Y'all can say what y'all want. I ain't stunning people. But listen, right? What I was gonna say is you can't be sensitive working in the kitchen. When I first went to culinary school, first school I went to was Johnson and Wales, and I had this old school German teacher, Chef Sousa. Man, this dude was a gangster. I'm talking about. He was scary. They would do brigade lineups in the morning. Your uniform had to be clean. You had to have your shoes shine. You had to have your pants creased. You couldn't be up in there wrinkled. Your fingernails had to be under a quarter inch. You couldn't have on jewelry. If he do that beginning line and you jacked up, you getting out the line. It was a couple of times I had to go in the bathroom and cry. Like the way you would have to see the way this dude here had a little tall hat on. He'll get the little tasting spoon and David, he'll taste your food and then he'll be looking at you like this tastes like shit. That would be the face that you get. He'll swing that spoon on the table, walk off, and you be like, well damn, what just happened? Like, yeah, so yeah, it's funny because those environments are very high stress as well. But in the kitchen, we can fight, but we still gonna push that food out. I've been in kitchens where we can be cussing each other out, but we're gonna get the food out. So the customer can't wait. When you care about customer service, I don't give a damn what you're saying. Just go ahead and get that S together and get it out there on the line.
I would say that I work at McDonald's and Wendy's, so I can't compare that to working in a restaurant,
Well, I work
especially a
in
4 or 5 star restaurant. That is.
Oh, I hate the smell of Wendy's to this day. That chili meat smell. I used to come home smelling like chili meat all the time. I've been a dishwasher. Listen, I ain't one of the, I could do whatever. I don't. You laugh because you know exactly what I'm talking about, David. That chili smell
I
that
know.
you oh my God, I can't stand it. But yeah, it's been plenty of times I've cried. You know what I'm saying? I was making some cheesecake and me being fast, I ain't incorporate that cheesecake properly. So when it was time to lay the cheesecake out in the spring form pan, it had a bunch of little lumps because I didn't cream the cream cheese first like I was supposed to. Man, that chef looked at that thing and looked at me like, you peasant, you disgust me. That was kind of the look he gave me. Man, I went in that bathroom, I cried my little eyeballs out, wiped my face, and went right back to the kitchen. And I laugh at you, David, right? Because I worked in a Trini bakery for years in Miami. That's why I love my Trini people so much, right? Trini's taught me how to party. They taught me how to make coconut baked, sweet bread, currant rolls, coconut rolls. That's why I be
Uh,
laughing.
that's why I'm married to a Trinity because of the food.
Exactly. That's why I be asking you what is for dinner. I be making palau. I make all that kind of stuff. So it was a mom and pop kind of love, you know what I'm saying, place. We would do curry cues on the weekend where we sell bus up shot, curry duck, goat,
Please don't
pig.
mention butter shot. My
Listen,
family will come over here just to eat my wife cooking when they make butter
I'm
shot.
trying
Oh,
to
you
tell
making
you,
butter shot too? I'm coming. Hold me a
I
place.
was
Give me a plate.
looking
I'm
for
like, no,
a bus
lock
up
the
shot,
door.
you hear me? And I can make some killer buttons, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, yeah, it was a mom and pop kind of place, right? And I got that job when I was an apprentice in culinary school. So I started out as a baker's apprentice. And to be honest with you, he taught me way more than I learned in culinary school. But simply because my style isn't necessarily 5 star garde manger. Like I was one of them people in school that be like, why are you making these little ugly canapé sandwiches? Like these, first of all, they nasty, then they tiny as ever. Ain't nobody got time for this, man. You got these tweezers just putting little pieces of mint on. Ain't nobody got time for all that, right? I like to make feel good food. I want to put love into it. I ain't got time to be cutting all them little weird sandwiches. Anyway, mom and pop type vibe. And what they would do, they would drink their little coronas and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Because it's their own little spot. But every now and then they would get into it. Listen, I was the only woman in there. So I would get scared. As much as I talk trash, when men start riling up, listen, I be ready to run because you can feel the energy when men be ready to fight. Y'all built a little different. And they'll be like, you're not a Centeria and da da da. And listen, they be slamming knives and everything. But guess what? The food's gonna go out. And at the end of the day, we would leave. We would come to the bakery. Well, my I would come to the bakery 9 to 9 on a Saturday. By the time we close up the bakery, we go home. We go to sleep. Wake up about 1 o'clock in the morning, and we go line till 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. We off Monday. We back at it Tuesday. So
Hold on. So you telling
you
me you spend long hours in the kitchen working in a restaurant?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't mind that adrenaline. Like they would play calypso and soca, and I would be rolling out dough all day. I'm talking about sweating. I used to have to tie myself,
Damn.
up with rag and stuff because it'd be hot in the kitchen. But I could do that all day.
I
So
didn't think about that. I didn't think about it because the thing is, I did work in a restaurant in Philadelphia, but I only work in the afternoon after a certain time. But never know what it feel like working a 4 or 5 star restaurant. Because my brother, he worked there in the Fresco Grill in Manhattan, and
mhm.
he knew the owner because he went to Bible school out in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And what he explained to me, the restaurant business, not what you think it is. When the 4 or 5 star restaurant,
Mm-hmm.
man, people, it's like I'm working on extra. The waiter
Mm-hmm.
had to do things a certain way. The people in the back of the kitchen, you spend hour upon hour prepping the food. I'm talking about you dicing the onion, you got everything
Yeah,
ready, you
some
got the meat
stuff
ready.
that roast stuff
It,
at people. They are crazy.
I never knew that. I
Listen,
didn't.
the same stuff that Mr. Vaughn was talking to you about with them doctors about to go to blows and stuff. That's how I'm supposed to be in the kitchen too, in a lot of them places.
So
Like it, it
no
is
one
a
thinking with a knife, like, well, cut you something like that.
no, I personally haven't seen that, but I've seen them slam the knife on the table. Like, listen, like when they're ready to go at it, they'll be up there cutting something, and then all of a sudden, boom! Listen, I already told you X, Y, and I'm like, oh, bathroom break, and I'm walking out the door.
I'm
Damn.
sorry. I need to get a video of that of a kitchen burnout for.
Listen, just Google a bunch of this stuff on YouTube. I'm telling you, it's entertaining. For me, I could find humor in anything, so I'm just weird like that. So sometimes I might laugh when it ain't necessarily as appropriate, but yeah, I get tickled.
You
Before
know
I
what?
forget,
There's a lot of things we need to look into burnout because we talk about the military, we talk about the
mhm,
police, talk about the nurses, talk about the IT, restaurant burnout. There's things I would like to see for myself in person because you never thought it was ever gonna happen. I've seen teacher burnout.
yep,
Teacher burnout, I had to get them respectful because sometimes you could have a classroom of a-holes,
Hmm.
literally a-hole, and you want to take a dictionary and hit somebody in the head with it, real bad. I used to work for the board of Edendale, and I met a lot of teachers in multiple schools in New York City. Some want to quit their job; they couldn't take it no more because they have certain students who not only give them a hard time. You reach out to the parent's not responding, the parent's not returning the call, nor replying to the mail or the email to the point they have to expel the student. I've been to bad schools, I've been to the good schools. The bad school are within a bad neighborhood in Brooklyn or Queens or the Bronx, whereby the parent don't care or they don't have time to care because they're working 2 or 3 jobs. Parent burnout, work burnout, that combined right there and there. Then they trying to juggle that plus their kid. God forbid they had 3 or 4 kids and you're a single mom. Parent burnout is legit. So I can
that,
understand that. My mom was a single mom with a divorce. It's understandable. But people who are not married and became single mom, they juggling kids, trying to go to work, come home, make sure do their homework, then give it. It's like burnout situation in the U.S. is so beyond a big deal. And I realized this listening to you guys and your experience. The first thing that came to my mind is there's no help.
No, there's no help. We have mental health month or something like that, but we
mhm,
don't
Mental
have.
health was not even enough for that.
That's not
Listen
even
to
enough.
man Judge, he's in the military. And there are people like him who go to severe level of burnout to the
mhm.
point years after they did not fully recover for it. To hear man Judge say he'll go almost for a day without sleep. You're a walking zombie if that was the case.
Yep.
And they don't
Yeah,
and
but
they don't sometimes they don't even show it.
right, like yeah. I mean, there's times again by day three. I mean, what I'm saying. Sometimes 3 days and don't sleep, and it's like you
Three
can't
days, no
sleep. So
sleep.
yeah, that's the thing, and no apparent reason, no rhyme, no reason. You know what I mean? You just can't sleep, so you start doing stuff that occupy your time. It could be
Mhm.
cleaning up. That's why you see a lot of veterans like their house is one of two ways: either it's
Immaculate or messy.
immaculate, extremely clean, or it's a complete fucking mess.
Right.
There's no in between. You know what I'm saying? There's no in between.
I relate on
It's either
some level. I'm either off or on.
right. It's like either it's immaculately clean or it's a complete fucking mess. One of the
And
two.
when I get
And
cleaned up, I be organizing the peas and everything. Like the
right,
carrots,
you
the
start doing silly stuff
regular
like that.
items, string beans in one line, and then whenever I'm on something else, it's like hoarders 0.5, and then something trigger, and then it kick back. It's just like a back and forth. But everybody is different. But like you said, it's either one extreme or another.
Right, and the thing people think, oh, he's crazy. Who organizes like the soup cans in the cupboard? It's like it's
It's
not that they're
actually
doing that.
relaxing.
Yeah, it's not like they're doing it for yes, uniformity and everything, but really what that person's doing is just keeping themselves busy. Find you can't sleep, so I got to find something to do. You know what I'm saying?
And
That's really what it
I do
is.
the
Like
same thing.
that's
I
why they
organize camp the same way too, but not to that extreme level. About you say everything has to be extremely organized.
right. So it's like I might as well make everything. It's one of those things where you're like, why don't I just make everything uniform?
If
Everything
you
looks
gonna
like the
go
same, and
hard,
it's just
go hard
it's
and go
busy work,
home.
right? And people like that's crazy. It's like no, it was just busy work. Nothing crazy about it. He just it was 3 a.m. The guy needed something to do and he couldn't sleep.
And that's something that is
That's really
important.
what you know. What I'm saying that's really what it
Balance.
is.
For me, having balance is important, right? Because if y'all notice, like I'm an impulsive talker, so I have to be mindful, right? Because I either start rambling or I cut people off, and it's not to be rude, but I'm an on or off person, and so for me, finding balance is important. So I do enjoy uh, paying attention to people who have a even keel demeanor about themselves. Like Candid Ann, Thinking Man podcast, even watching Marvin. Like it's just the way people move. If I admire that, I try to pay attention and I try to learn from that. Because even though I'm an adult, there are some things that I do that lack balance. And so I think that's a challenge for a lot of people is finding that balance. And when it comes to parenting, like you were saying, the whole parent burnout, that's a very real thing. Whether you're in a two-parent household or a one-parent household, there is no, oh, this one have it worse than that. I don't discount people's experiences because you can have a two-parent household and still experience burnout as parents, depending if your child is a high maintenance child or a high needs child or a special needs child. There are
And
different levels.
I'm glad you mentioned that because as a parent, as a husband, as a father, I always pray that none of that happen to my kid because I've seen parents
Hmm.
they were special need kids and they trying to juggle the work life, the house life, and the appointment all in one. Especially in New York City, have a unique way of burning out parents faster than any other city or state I've seen so far. Real talk, because the way this everybody joke about our city, New York City, a city that never sleep.
Exactly.
So
That's how.
imagine what people have to go through. Either you're working in the daytime, working the midday, work at night. You gotta go to the subway. What it's like going to the subway on a daily basis? It's life threatening if you're a female because you know why you can't go by yourself. If you go by yourself, and God forbid you good looking, you draw the wrong negative attention. You have idiot who's going to train. Yo, ma, how you doing? Like you don't want to be bothered. You tired, but it'll be all in your face unless someone is right there to protect you. So you have female who walk with group of people just so they can get home safe.
Right.
This is MTA.
Like you were talking about the meetings and stuff, that alone, like sometimes people just assume parents don't care, they don't want to be involved in their children's education and stuff. I look deeper into things. Okay, what is it that is hindering them from being present? I ain't gonna lie, sometimes I'm exhausted. Like with my oldest son, he was very high maintenance in a sense where it was like he's not a deviant in a sense. He's just very defiant. Okay, so if we going by alphabets, he ODD. He ain't listening to nobody. He's not a fighter though. But everything is a struggle. I don't care if we was just putting on socks in the morning. Everything is a struggle. And it was exhausting. It got to the point where the school would be calling me every day. There was a point in time where I was working three jobs. David, I changed my phone number because the way I felt, listen, y'all need to manage him the best y'all can over there. He ain't fighting people, he ain't pulling fire alarms and being physically whatever. Deal with him, and God forbid if it's an emergency, send him to the hospital. Leave me the hell alone. As a single parent and I'm working three jobs, y'all calling me every 5 minutes. Oh, he's in the office. Listen, I ain't got time for that because my job don't want to hear that every other day. Oh, I got to go pick up my son. He cut nothing. But people don't want to hear that. So, like you were saying,
And
this.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I told Marvin this, but he brought it to my
Mhm.
attention in the first episode. In some countries, hear this out. In Spain, they got 3 hour lunch break.
Yeah.
Other countries have means to help the workforce to cope with the work environment and the home environment better than the US does. If you're a woman and you're on maternity leave, you have a nurse that'll be with you for a whole entire year till
Yep,
your
yep.
child turn one before you come back to work.
And
And
those
I'm
are
here
things that matter.
and I'm hearing these things. I'm like, okay, Are we telling we live in a country that want to drive us to the ground dead and not to make a profit off us? Are we the
They don't care.
we're the cattle? If that was the case, I would have moved to the UK and do what I want and enjoy the benefit. Work 35 hours a week. I got time for my family. My wife can get a nurse to help her during her pregnancy, and a year after, until our child turned one, then they go back to normal. To get something like that gets an push in this country is it's crazy. I imagine they got better benefit for the people in the military in the UK. I can't imagine that because he want manager going in the US and you better get much help at the veteran. It's like, okay, thank you for your service. Bye.
I
Yeah,
forgot
and the thing is,
what town.
hold
I'm
on,
sorry. Go ahead.
the rest of the country. But the problem, like I was telling Marvin, the rest of the country doesn't really acknowledge the stuff that the VA offers. You know what I'm saying? Like if you need the help, again, like I said, what job is going to allow you the time to go get the help?
Mhm. Right.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody, no one wants to
They
hear
don't
that. No one cares. So, I mean,
everybody wants
that's why to take care
to
of
but it's
mine.
supported.
Yeah, that's why to take care of mine, I just stopped working altogether.
Hmm.
Like my job consuming, you know what I'm saying? My job is very time consuming. And I was like, okay. So I looked at my finances, like how much money do I have to saved up? All right, now when I stopped working, how much money would I still have coming in?
Mhm.
When I looked at all that, I was like, oh, well, I'm good then. What am I worried about? I typed up that notice right then and there.
You ain't wrong. That
You
was
know what I'm
your
saying? I
first
said, I
step.
got this much coming in. Yeah, I said, okay, I got this much coming in every month, whether I work or not. I got the X amount of dollars saved up. That's okay, fine. I typed up that notice. I gave them a 4 week notice. I gave them another month. And they tried talking me into, hey, you leaving? Yeah. And they tried talking me into staying. I can't wait. So I stopped working, and that was one of the best decisions I ever made in my life.
Good. That's what's up.
One
Because
of
you
the
took
best
time out
decisions
for
I ever made.
yourself.
And I'm
You have
looking
Right.
to
forward to your athletic line.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm at the,
Yeah, I'm
fun,
looking forward to it.
as far as development, the only thing I'm working on now is funding. I didn't know it was going to cost that much money. I really didn't. I didn't think it was that much. I knew it was going to be expensive, but not that expensive. That was crazy. So I'm working on that now. But there's other, benefits and
You say it's
stuff like,
about 700 grand. That's what you needed, right?
yeah.
Whoa.
cool. I never had any idea you were venturing out into that. I'm not the most knowledgeable person, but I'm aware that there are people out there that want to give people money, that want to invest in folks. Like how people tap into that, I don't know how that works, but
Right. Like
yeah.
I'm applying for grants and things like grants. Actually, you know what I mean.
Mhm.
Something I don't have to pay back. But
I,
yeah, because there's some grants that veterans, especially depending on where you are with the VA, like your
mhm.
compensation level. Yeah, you can apply for grants, and yeah, they'll throw money out there for you to help you start a business.
And
So
you
that's
high
something.
up there, right?
Yeah, 100%.
That's
Yeah,
what's
I'm
up.
100% with the VA. So like, and I don't mind saying that because like, I'm like, you can Google how much money that is a month. Like, that's public information. You know what I'm saying? So like, again, that's whether you work or not for the rest of your life. So
Well, I have to say, Mandra, I'm glad you shared your story about taking time off of work to tend to yourself because a lot of us don't take time to honor ourselves. Like when you said that was the best decision you made, to me, it's a
mhm.
reflection of your intent to honor yourself. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times we don't take time to tend to ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Or take care
I
of
don't think
ourselves.
it takes time. Some people don't have the privilege to take time.
I think
It's
we
like,
can. I think on some level we can make time. I don't. I do get what you're saying though. Some things are so strenuous that you know I get what you mean on like logistically, but at some point we have to make it a priority. We don't always make it a priority because you're dealing with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Like when a lot of these conversations go on, it's like this is the stuff we're talking about is what I'm passionate about, right? Because I am trying to encourage people who are already in situations, right? So this is beyond close your legs. Like I told people, already the legs already that already happened. How do you help meet people needs who are already in these situations? It's beyond. Oh, well, you shouldn't be a single mother. Listen, like we passed that already. How do we
Yeah, you're
help?
there now. Now what do you hey,
Right,
too
like
late. Too late. You're there now. Now what
And
do I
here it is.
do?
And here this guy. Here this guy. In New York City, there's a writing epidemic whereby people are getting kicked out from where they live because they cannot afford the rent.
mm,
Rent is going high. People got to work 2 or 3 jobs. A lot of people are moving out of New York City. Manhattan alone is the most expensive of all the five boroughs. I'm in Brooklyn. I'm just about 15, 20 minutes away from the Barclays Center. A two-bedroom apartment is like 2250, 2500. Two
okay,
bedroom, one bathroom. No amity. Keyword. None.
wow.
So why not just
And
come to Connecticut and buy a house?
Well,
yeah, but here's the thing. What kind of job do you have to allow you to move out to Connecticut? Not everybody kind of have that kind of job that allow them to afford to move out to Connecticut, work from come from Connecticut, come to New York City and work and go back. So imagine you got crappy ass job that pay you minimum wage, $15 an hour. And you work 2 jobs to make ends meet. New York City is the most overpriced. I'm trying to move to as far as its ATL because the company I work for, they're the corporate office in Sandy Springs, Georgia. And yes, I'm working home remotely until they decide to change their minds, have people come in the office. I try and beat them to the punch. I was supposed to move to Portland, Oregon. I don't already to the west side.
I
It's
never
not
looked
going to work.
for Portland.
And I got a coworker live in Portland. They told me it is a housing crisis going on. It's similar to New York City crisis. So you can imagine that.
Yeah, I'm with Zoe. I mean, I'm from the Bronx, and my husband actually worked at the same, I mean, for a little bit, 299 Park Avenue. He worked there for like, I think, 14, 15 years at UBS. But
Mhm.
when we moved to Connecticut, we lived in New Haven and we caught the Metro North. We caught the Metro North because I could not afford the space. I'm sitting on a little over 3 acres, and I could not afford 3 acres of land in New York City at all. Like it would be a small apartment with no space, people on top of me, below me, to the left, to the right, in front and back. There's no space.
And
That's
that's another burnout in itself because as it's built up, you getting frustrated, you want to get the hell out. And
Yep.
me, I don't know if I
Yeah.
want to move to the south because in case they decide to change the protocol when people come to the office. At least I'll be close to the ATL office, which would be much better for me telling me I gotta move to Portland or move in Detroit or move whatever you want me to go to. Which is I gotta look at if I want to be there or not. And I was told ATL, no disrespect, they don't have a better school district. So I was like, oh great. So if I can't
How
move
old are your
here,
children?
I got a 12-year-old son and a 9-year-old daughter. My son turned 12 about 2 days ago.
Oh, okay.
So as a father, as a husband, that's on my head every day. Either when I'm sleeping, when I'm working, when I'm relaxing, I'm thinking, reprocess, where can I look at? What can I do? How can I find it? This week I try to keep put on my benefit. Put all my whole entire thing on my health insurance. I'll give them headache. Not trying to get
Mm.
burned out about that, but I'm trying to keep myself calm and
Yes.
collected. When that
stressful.
is
Hmm.
dealt with, I gotta work on the moving process. If I can find a place or not. Because New York City is getting on my last nerve. I've been here for more than 30 years. I am done.
Mm.
I'm out the door. My partner here is also out the door too. He want to move out of New York City too. He's been
Get
here for too
out.
Yeah,
long.
man.
Get out.
New York City's
So
it's
that right
been
there is
here.
the burnout. This New York
Yeah.
City burnout, period. It is burnt you out after a period of years. So that's the biggest burnout. To be in this city
That
for
was
that
one of
long,
the reasons I moved.
How do you get
Personally,
burned out of New York City though? I
You,
love
you
it
that
got
was
The
you
place.
gotta
money.
you
cost.
gotta live here. You gotta live here. That's all I
It's
gotta
the
say.
cost.
It's
My
cost.
sister lives.
the
Yeah, my
cost of
sister
living,
lives.
the
Yeah,
commute.
my sister lives there, right? And she lives in Manhattan. And I'm not gonna lie, I love that city. It's pure chaos 24/7.
You
Pure
about to be
chaos 24/7. Listen, there's a guy pissing on a restaurant window right here. There's another guy in an alley over there with his pants down below his ass. He's not wearing any underwear. He's just sprawled out on the subway, on the sidewalk, sleep. Okay, there's all kinds of crazy shit behind every corner. I love it. It is
Hmm.
pure chaos, and it's a chuckle a second. I'm laughing constantly when I walk down the streets of New York. constantly laughing at every. It is hilarious.
But
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 I can
imagine seeing that for
stressful though.
4 or 5 years straight.
Right? How do you get
You,
bored though? I'd never be
no,
bored. I'd
you
never
get
be at
bored,
home.
man.
I'd never
That-
be at home. I'd be out all day, every day, just laughing at shit. This is
You
Try
get
like my sister,
desensitized, Mandrell. You get
huh?
desensitized. You get
Right,
desensitized.
right. Like my
Yeah.
exactly.
sister describes it like this: when she first moved there, crazy stuff would happen. She'd be like, "Oh my god, that's horrible. What happened?" And then one day she was on her way to work, and she called me up right when it's happening. A guy jumps in front of the subway and deletes himself, right? And so she was like, "This insensitive, inconsiderate motherfucker! Now
Right.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna be
that's
late."
how.
She's like, "Now I'm gonna be late for work just because he don't want to live anymore."
Yeah,
You know what I'm
that's what
saying? And
happens.
so,
You get
like,
desensitized.
you're
This
right,
is almost
God,
daily
it's
in New York right now.
serious. It's still like
right, right. So,
I can find a comedy in anything.
It's
You know what I'm
terrible.
saying?
Yeah.
It's so it's unfortunate, but like Candid was saying, there's a desensitizing that goes on. Like I was born and raised in Miami. Miami isn't as half as chaotic as New York, but it's still very chaotic, right? So when my oldest was around five or so, my marriage went wherever it went, and I decided I didn't want to raise my son in Miami anyway. You know what I'm saying? Black boys got enough strikes against them. So my mom had already moved anyway, and I'm an only child. I followed my mama after my marriage went wherever it went. I followed my mama, and I live in the desert. Personally, the way I'm set up, I don't mind being close to a big city. I don't like being in it because being in a quiet place gave me time to smell the roses, but I didn't know what that felt like or looked like because I spent my whole life in Miami. So I suggest that anybody, if you're in a big city, if you're able to move somewhere different for at least a year, just to experience something different, because some people are not just totally unaware. I
But
vibe
this,
way
but
too
this city
different.
make it hard for you because if you're not making over $250,000 a year, it's not so easy just to leave the city like that.
Absolutely, absolutely, you're right.
This
And
city
if
alone, New York
it
City
takes
itself,
me
is a burnout.
$16 an hour, like that's the story of my life. So I can imagine 15, $16 an hour, three, four kids. Like people do not. So I get that people don't have that luxury, but that's the conversations I want people to have. Like how to develop exit plans, how to put yourself in a better position to be able to make those transitions because a lot of people are stuck. So that's what I was going to tell you. Even with the tech thing, Tam has put me on as far as the whole tech thing. Women in Linux, the whole nine. So
Trust me, the tech industry it has been overlooked for years. Now here what even Marvin see this also as well. Because you have so many international infrastructure company, they're coming in bargaining for the job, bidding for the job. When they do get the job, they choose what kind of pay they'll give to the tech based on what kind of level you are. So, in most of my career as a contract worker, I didn't get the great pay that I wanted, but I had to bust my ass hoping to get overtime. So it add up to it. And I was told, don't go beyond 70 hours of overtime. When you go beyond 70 hours of overtime, the IRS eat your check and your money real bad. And I didn't even
Yeah.
realize they were telling the truth till I saw it happen. Then you want to climb up the rank, you want to get more skilled, you want to go to get to a software engineer, you had to go to college, then get the certificate around the same time before you can actually get real pay. Anton Daniel, perfect example, went to community college, got his degree, went into software engineer, did it for like 4.5 years before he quit his job. But while he was doing that, he's in Detroit. Everybody knows what's going on in Detroit with the financial crisis they have over there. He's able to establish a multiple business here and there, buy property here and there. But at the time, he used the government assistance he have over there to live on street for at least almost a year or two. We didn't have that program over here in New York City. New York City is more like if you can't work, we'll get rid of you, find somebody else. Real talk.
because
That's how
everybody,
bad
yeah,
it
because
is.
everybody wants a job, and
Yeah.
everyone's clamoring for the job, and that place is very overpopulated. But at the same time, I, like my sister be on her way to work, right? She was on her way to work one day, and so there's this guy standing on top of a scaffolding, spouting his manifesto, talking about deleting himself, jumping by dumping, right? So she
Hmm.
takes a picture of the guy up there, and she sends it to me. And no, the first thing I asked her was, I said, "Yeah, I get that, but why is he naked?" The guy was butt naked, sitting on top of the scaffold. 7:30 in the morning. 7:30 in the
New
morning. I'm
York
like,
City would do,
and so I sent her a message. I said, "Why is he naked?" So she sends me a message back laughing. She's like, "I don't know." I said, "Isn't it too early in the morning for that?
Mm.
New York
New
Like
City
York
does
never
that to people.
sleeps. I
7:30
tell you,
New York
New
a.m."
City
York
does that to
City
people.
never, ever,
It
ever
doesn't. It
sleeps.
doesn't. I love it though. That city. Oh my god.
But here, New York City as a whole is the big burnout itself because if you can deal with the
It
high
is.
level pressure, the fast pace, always on your feet, you gotta keep moving back and forth, it will get to you. Taking the subway for years, dealing with the shenanigans on the subway, I gotta keep my eye open. God forbid you fall asleep, you might be a target. No, you can't smile on the
Mm-hmm.
subway because if you smile on the subway, someone might think you're a punk and trying to mess with you. I had to
Mm.
have a straight face.
Straight
Marvin will
face.
tell you,
No smiling
my
in New
face
York
is
City.
scary when I don't smile. Everybody think I'm always angry. And I'm a big dude. I'm 6 foot, weigh 240, 250 around that time going back and forth in the subway. Look kind of huge. I'm lifting 800-pound cage full of electronic. Yeah, I'm a scary individual in the city. Yeah, I'm intimidated. Even one time somebody told me one of them executives got afraid of me. She thought I was the executive, the way I carry myself into a meeting. She was like, oh shoot, who's he? Until after they told her I was just on the tech, and she was like, oh, I thought you were the executive. The way he walked in, he had that presence. I scare people by presence. Marvel would tell you when I walk into the room with a straight face, I'm here to get a job done. I'm not here to BS. I got to deal with these higher up people looking down on us like we are nobodies.
And do
If
you
you don't get
think
the
New York
job
City
done,
did that to you?
Oh, definitely, definitely.
Do you think that as you just mentioned something that I found poignant? You said that you don't smile when you're walking around New York City, and oftentimes a lot of men would say that Black women don't smile. And being from New York, I used to have really crooked. Well, I have a huge gap in my teeth, and so I didn't smile because of insecurities. I was insecure about smiling. But that's neither here nor there. Oftentimes, men are saying that Black women don't smile. What's wrong with you? And I feel like, is there any grace? Like, you mentioned that um, you were focused on your job, and so you didn't smile. You were just focused on carrying all this stuff. But is there any
no,
grace for a Black woman not to smile?
no, I get what you're coming from because when you're attacked, you want to feel it. I have to smile when I talk with the end. You say, hello, good morning. How can I help you? You got a problem? What's going to be a problem? What's on your keyboard, on your computer? I have to force myself to smile. There's times I come to work, I'm not feeling happy about it, but I got to force myself to put a smile on my face because customer service 101 is one of the biggest issues in the tech arena because if you don't know how to interact with these customers, with the end user, they just call the board. Oh, I don't like how they take. He come with a bad attitude, X, Y, and Z. Okay, we replace them just like
So
that.
what about you walking down the street? Hey, 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 Black man, smile.
Not in this city,
No,
no,
we'll
because
we'll we'll never get that.
you never get it. Because in this city alone, the moment you smile,
So do you
you become
expect
a
a Black
target.
woman to smile when you look at her and tell, "Hey, woman, hey, lady, smile. You're pretty. Why you don't smile? Are you
I don't do that to.
expecting
I don't do that.
anything
I don't do that to
different?"
women a
Yeah,
lot because when
I don't do that either. Because it's I don't want to say it's just the same, but it's just women go through more. Black women go through more than the average anyway. So I would never say, hey, why don't you smile or something like that.
not in this city, no,
Yeah, not in this city.
because it's known when you smiling, they think why you happy for it. Someone that fortune not to smile. See why like in the subway system, if a guy smile, they think he's a punk. That is an unwritten rule, and it's been that way for years. I
It's
remember
just the
one time.
fact that you gotta always be on guard in New York City. That's always how it is. You being here for so many years, you gotta be on guard. You gotta be ready for anything.
And if you're a woman, don't go by yourself. Don't move around the city alone by yourself. Walk in group because it's been on the news for the past couple of months. Women being attacked left and right. If it's coming out from the subway or entering the subway, some get put on the. So much that going on in this city that you on edge on a daily basis. If you're working out in the field, you're able to work from home, which this job allowed me to work from home. This is the first real job I had in years that allowed me to work from home. All my job, I'm out in the field dealing with the nonsense, on a daily basis, day in, day out. When I'm coming home, if I'm coming home late, I don't want to be bothered. I got to worry about if there's a slasher going on the side slashing people or stabbing people. I got to be aware.
Yeah.
This city puts you to that point whereby slowly but steady you're getting burnt out to a whole different level. If you got time to go to the gym to work out, that you doing some job, yeah, I spend 2 hours in the gym going in on the weight, hoping I could just decap from all the craziness. I try my best not to bring my work home, period. Just because of the level of pressure I get working in the corporate arena.
I agree
It
with
get
you.
that bad.
I
It gets
agree
so
with
bad to
you.
the point whereby here what I normally do. When I get up from work, if I'm working near Times Square or 52nd Street or further beyond that, I walk from 52nd Street all the way to 36th Street. That's a lot of block to walk.
Hmm.
I do that just to detox, to unwind, and drop everything off me before I carry it home. I don't want to carry none of that home. If that don't work, I work further down from 34th Street down to 22nd Street. So if I'm working 20 to 30 blocks from work, just so I can decap, so I can unwind before I get on the train and go home, it become a daily basis. So I'm walking like almost 20, 15 to 20,000 steps a day, hoping that I don't bring none of my work madness home because when I do that, it get worse. When I
Hmm.
do come home, I'm not able to unwind. I'm getting to my little corner and trying to chill by myself. Just release all the negative thought, all the beat I gotta go with dealing with bosses, executive or director with the epa. It's ridiculous. It's really really ridiculous, especially in a city like this. This city don't let you give you a break. It does not. When you're a black man and you have a lot of responsibility on your plate, you have to suck it up. Real talk. As a father, as a husband, I say, you know what? The sacrifice worth it. Let me put my body through the ringer for the sake of my wife and my kids because they deserve it better than I do. And there was time I didn't get. I'll be honest with you. I've been haven't taken a vacation in 20 years.
Wow.
Being in this
Wow.
city, being a contract worker, working dead end job, I don't got the luxury to take a vacation. Why? For what? It cost me money, and I can get the money back. I don't get no paid vacation. So why should I take a vacation for?
Mhm.
So I've been burning myself out gradually for years on end. If I get to tend to unwind, it'll be in the gym or I play basketball or take long walks. So this city itself is a burnout.
Yeah, I actually felt like I had to move away from New York City in order to sh- to what you call it, like a snake shed, yeah, shed that like mean mug that you
Yeah.
guys
Yeah.
talk about, and to relax and to just be the person that I wanted to be, because I felt like in New York City I had to I was always in defense mode, and I'm small. Like I'm legit I'm not short, but I'm skinny. And it was just constant, and I really felt like I had to get away from New York City. And to be honest with you, Connecticut, it's a little bit slower, but it's not like that dramatically much slower, but it's enough for me to not get away from the subway station. Like even driving out here is a luxury. Like driving in, the one thing I will say, I'm happy that I learned to drive in New York City, but driving
Hmm.
here in Connecticut, there's parking everywhere you go. You don't have to be stressed about trying to find a parking spot or trying to get a ticket. And the tickets are like damn near $200,
My
you
dad had
know,
over 2,000 worth of back ticket he couldn't pay.
$2,000 in
He had to
tickets.
hide his car. And here's the problem.
That's just ridiculous. That's too
Let me tell you what
much.
happened.
Mm-mm.
Everybody know downtown Brooklyn. If you ever been to downtown Brooklyn and you say you work downtown Brooklyn, you ain't find no parking unless you go to those type of expensive parking
Ridiculous.
lot. My dad had the audacity to drive his car and park outside near, and he know better than that, but he thought he would find a way to beat this. No, it didn't work for him. He had
Yeah.
acquired so much ticket he had to put the car on top of his property and not even drive it out.
That and you
Real
and you're
talk.
still paying insurance. Insurance is so
Yeah.
expensive, and you can't even drive your car because it's just too much. So I'm thankful that like I was able to move away, not just from New York City, but also from away from. I'm gonna call anyone out, but from some family members, because I realized in order for me to, I guess what you guys call it, be more feminine. I don't think I realized it at the time, but in order for me to kind of just
That's one of the
relax
reasons
a
I'm
little
moving out
bit,
from New York. But another
I
reason
had to
why,
walk away from New York City.
one of the reasons for New York for me is family too. But most of them moved to Texas. So individual. So that's why I say I'm never going to step into Texas. I'm not going to move to Texas. I want to stay away for those people for a reason, for my mental health. To be honest with
Yes.
you, because it's one thing to have work to burn you out, to have long term burnout from your family member,
Hmm.
long term.
Yeah.
It's not a joke. To be mentally drained to the point whereby no matter what you do, it's never enough.
Yeah.
I got to a place where
Yeah.
I got to a place where I almost. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This is real. I was mentally detached from my family to the point whereby they were non-existent to me. They were there, but in back of my head, they meant nothing to me anymore. I
Mm.
got completely turned off from them because to be ridiculed, to be embarrassed, to get put down, be told you're not good enough, or they're trying to sabotage you in many ways, form, and fashion. My wife saw that in me at one point, whereby my pastor told me it's okay to disconnect from my family.
Mm.
And when I did it, I tell you this one, to this day, I don't call nobody from my family on the phone. I just don't.
That's sad. I'm sorry that happened to you because I feel like for me, I also I don't want to say complain, but I also relate to you, Black David, because you know my parents were married when I grew up, but they're separated or they're divorced now. My mother has a house. My father has his own house. My brother actually is in Dallas, Texas. He has his own house. I'm in Connecticut. I have my own house. I've never, from my graduation gift as a nurse, you know what I asked for? Something that I never had in my entire life. I asked my parents to sit down at a dinner table and eat dinner with me. That's what I wanted because I never had a situation in which we went to a restaurant. My brother, myself, my father, and my mother, never once in life. That's all I wanted for my nursing graduation was to sit
Well,
down at a
you got
at
it
a
good at me because if I want
but
anything in
it's
life,
hard.
I'm not going to get it because let's be real. My biggest issue with my family members is they don't have respect for my wife because she's Trinidadian. Remember I told you guys I'm a
Oh, she
Nigerian.
Trinity the bone. She all right. We talking?
I know, but
That's
coming from an African background
yeah. I'm
and
just
your
making
parents is
fun, but I
old
hear
school,
you.
I know
Yeah.
they make me feel that I've been a mistake married to a Trinidadian. That was my choice. I made that clear long before I met my wife. In my 20s, if I'm gonna marry someone, I might not put because of who I want in my life. Had nothing to do with them. But to go through the barrage of disrespect upon disrespect upon the bad talk and all that other stuff, I kind of like say I had it. I really call my brother. I really call my sisters. To be honest with you, when I say I'm so disconnected, it's just for the sake of having a mental foundation. I had to do that to myself because if I don't, then I will really have to get into UFC.
Yeah.
Real
And
talk.
the funny thing, we talk about like on these platforms, we talk about like the black community oftentimes,
Hmm.
but we don't even have like a close black family. I remember Mandel talking so beautifully about his sister, and I'm very, very, very close to my brother. Like the way that he talks about his sister and how she's under his protection, under his covering until she finds a husband.
Hmm.
Um, I mean, I'm a girl, right? But my brother and I are very, very, very close, literally extremely close. And but no one else in my family really is. No one else in my family. And so it's kind of like, so when I join YouTube and I look for a community, I'm not looking for a brother, a sister, a cousin, but you look for a sense of people that are like you, people that think the way you do, people that are thinking differently than the people that are around you, things like that. And so
And look what I did it for because for one,
yes.
I'm always been a people person, but I want to be able to help people. I don't know what it is. I get something from helping other people to accomplish something to overcome certain things. it brings a sense of peace in my life. 'Cause I remember
Wow.
I saved a few people in the past from committing suicide. I remember I talked to one person.
Whoa.
This person, I met the person online, and this person was literally like, I called the person and asked what was going on. He explained to everything. I said, "Mm-mm, you don't have to commit. You don't have to do that to yourself." Because I said what I was going through. The other time was going suicidal because constant barrage from the family make you feel like you're not good enough. You want to end yourself. Then not able to get the job that you want. Then at the same time, trying to go to school. In my 20, my college year was disaster. I wasn't able to graduate from college because of this. I didn't get no support with the financial aid. I would need my mom to help me inside. My mom wasn't going to do it. I asked my dad to help. He's not going to help me do it. It got to a point I had to drop out of college, go to trade school. My life was a complete chaotic. I can't even call it circus. It was worse than that. But I had to make it work. It got to a point I had to leave New York, go to Virginia, trying to find a way to get back to school. It didn't work. Then went from Virginia to Oklahoma. No, went to Florida. Got cheated on one of my first girlfriend. Then went to job corps in Morganfield, Kentucky. And then Morganfield, Kentucky. It's like if I tell you my path, I was fixated in accomplishing my goal, regardless of whatever chaos I go through in my life. As I would deal with that chaos later. First, I need to accomplish my goal. So I went to trade school. I completed trade school, then get into computers. I'm trying to get my certification. I didn't have enough funding for that because if you fail one thing, you gotta go back and pay again. So much shenanigan I had to go through. So guess what? Like upon the side, I get to work. I gotta work and pay bills. So imagine all that chaos. Come back to New York City, try to make a living for yourself, try to make a career for yourself. 20 years later, you actually not getting paid for what you're worth. Now you realize the city you've been there for more than 30 years is driving you almost close to insane. You say, you know what, I need to leave the city. I'm done with the city. So imagine people like me multiplied by 10,000 people who trying to get out of the city, trying to find some peace of mind before they lose it. And you hear the news every other day to want to jump in front of the subway train. If not in front of the subway train, in front of the car. It's not in front of the car, in front of the bus. It's not in front of the bus, they're jumping off the building. It's not jumping off the building, they're jumping off the bridge. The level of stress this city put on people is so hectic. And you're raising rent. The, the C-19 cost a lot of people their jobs
Hmm.
to make end meet. They don't have the money to get proper goods, like you said, Candy. And black men damage their own body, they sabotage their own body for the sake of their family. Yet we do that because we don't have a healthy choice in
Hmm.
an affordable price. And this is New York City. I don't push my wife to cook all the time when she had to watch the kid and watch the grandkids now. We're grandparents now. We
Hmm.
got two grandkids. I love my grandson. I love my granddaughter. You see them from time to time when they're around me, and I go to the furthest because I am a very passionate African brother who want to make sure I protect my family. My family is my pride and my joy. I do this channel to give back to the people, give back to the community, to help people to deal with certain things, to help people understand things in technology, to help people to make proper choices when it comes to purchasing a PC or a laptop, whatever, to help people who want to start their business and figure out what kind of equipment I need to order for my business. Me and Marvin came to here to do that same thing because do what we love to do. I've been in this field for 20 years and counting. If I didn't like it, I would have walked away. I would have done something else, but this is what I love to do. This is why I stay here for so long. And we want to create nothing but great content so that I could be of a help to somebody to eat whatever stress or level of pain they're going through and be them a sign of relief. So when we talk about this topic, burnout, I know I'm very passionate. I'm as passionate as can
Let me
get.
just, if I could just say one thing. One of the things about this conversation that I realize a lot of you guys on the panel and in the chat have been very gracious to me because you guys have said very kind and endearing things about being thankful for like me being a nurse and stuff like that. But one of the things that I have to say is that I'm pretty well paid. So all the things that I go through at my job, I don't come home and worry about the mortgage. I don't come home and worry about oil, lights, electricity, cable, or nothing because my bills are paid. And even though I don't know how much you're getting paid, and keep in mind also my life is a little bit different. I could thrive. I don't just say survive. I can thrive off of my income alone, but I'm also married, so I split the bills, and he works a full-time job, right? So I'm in this dual income, no kid situation. I don't know if your wife works. I don't, or what your, okay, so
I'm
everything
the
is on
sole
you,
provider. She do her
and you
own
have
thing on the side.
children,
I showcase my wife art because I said a few times I put my wife page out there. She do a lot of creative art. She create dolls, crochet dolls, do a lot of fun art and everything. And she good at what she does. And I told her you don't need to look for a job because I know what it's like for her to go out there. And she having fully recovered from postpartum anxiety disorder after my second child. She had postpartum depression at one point. Well, now she's left with the anxiety part, and she's recuperating and doing her own pace. So I don't want her to go out there and go through what I go through. I would let me go through all the bump and the grind. I would do that. That's the kind of man I am. If
right?
you
So what I
married to
was gonna
me,
say, right? So what
and
I
you,
was gonna
I
say
will
to
not let
you,
you go through what I go through. I said no. Let me take all the heat. Let me
right?
take all
I
the heat
couldn't do
now.
it. I have to work though. For me, I have to work.
And I get
People are
and
different. Yeah,
I
but
get
I
that. I
have
told
to
her if she
work.
want to, she can do so. But if I feel like you're not medically clear to do that, and I see that it gonna
Right.
affect you,
Of
I'm not gonna let you go
course.
to it. I said, no, you just do
Of
your little art and craft, make a little money on the
right.
side. That's fine. I would take the heat. I would take the beat down. I'm conditioned for that. Marvin would tell you, I take it like a trooper. Real
But what I
talk.
want to say to this is the thing that I want to get to, that I want to say to you, even though I know you love being in IT profession, um, for me, maybe it's because I'm a woman and I can't tolerate. I have very little tolerance. I don't need high end Louis Vuitton luxury. Nothing. I need the four walls. I need the electricity and I need the basics, and I'm okay. I will watch Netflix. I don't even have cable in here. My car is has 140,000 miles on it, 2007 Honda Civic. I have no desire to get one, and I make over six figures, right? Um, I'm saying all of that to say this. Is there any way possible that you would consider taking a job, a different job, for money, for more money? And even though you love IT, I mean, you could always teach and help and do all that stuff, but so that 'cause I can't do my job, and as much as for me, okay, for me being a nurse, I don't have any kids. So for me, my legacy was my job, right? I want when I die for them to say that I was a nurse and I dedicated my life to caring and helping and nurturing. That's what I want my legacy to be, because I don't have like a human being legacy. And so but I can't do that if I come home and my shit isn't paid. I just can't do it. So I wonder, is it at all possible that you could change your career and do something that got you those six figures, or higher salary, that you didn't have to be so burnt out and stressed and take on so much? Because it seems to me that the fire, the passion of IT is going to live within you, whether you do it as a career or not. That's something that seems to live within you, Mr. Black David. So is it at all possible that you would consider taking another profession?
I'm not gonna lie. I find that very hard for me because as a kid, I used to talk about designing my own video game, building my own PC, building my own IT company or IT firm. They've been with me for so long. And every time I have to work out in the field, helping people, I get the joy of solving people's problems. See that look on their face when they smile, they say thank you, and they genuinely meant it. It get me going. So customer service with the IT thing, the mix of it, it allow me to enjoy what I do. And there'll be a time that I had to deal with the irate customer, irate end user, irate managers. I find a way around it, and kind of it works out for me in my favor in some ways. But to change it, I have to find something that allow me to do the same thing or maybe more. It's I don't know because my uncle taught me this: don't do things for the sake of money if you don't enjoy it.
I don't believe that. I mean, I hear you. I understand that. but I don't believe that. Like,
I get you. I get where you're coming from. I get what you're coming
I'm
from.
only
Cause
saying that because I can't care for, like, oftentimes people say on the internet that you can't pour from an empty cup.
hmm
And I can't give to these patients if I have to come home and worry about my mortgage. I can't hold a person's hand and worry about them and think about them and all that kind of stuff if
right.
I'm worried about my children and I'm worried about all these different things. So for me, I'm not saying to completely get rid of being an IT person, because like I can see that lives within you and there's no way that you're going to be able to get away from it. You're going to somehow, some way still be that IT profession. But let's pretend you became a nurse. We need male nurses. Let's pretend you became a nurse and made $150,000 a year. What and you came home not stressed about your kids, not stressed about the bills, not stressed about being overworked. Would that make a difference? Would you feel like, you know what, I'm still given to society? And
It
can I
would.
tell you
It
something
would.
else also? Within the nursing field, there is an IT specialist that makes damn near $200,000. And all they do is they deal with Epic, completely IT. You need a special certification for that. They're nurses, and all they deal with is Epic. I forgot what it's called. I think it's called information. What is it called? There's some special degree or some special training you have to go through, and they make buku bucks.
I might look into that. I might.
Buku bucks,
I
and you
got
don't
a,
have to wipe nobody's butt. $200,000 easy.
I'll look into that because me and mom we talked about this for a long time. We want to start a company together or start a bit whereby we don't want too much manual work, but we can supervise. And me, I'm a natural trainer. I will tell you that. I have trained over 60 technicians how to do their job properly, show them a road, escort them through it to the point whereby I make it look simple and easy for them. And I'm that one individual. And I want to train somebody. They'll say, "Yo, all right, can you train this person? I'll train the problem."
Stop
Tell them,
training people. Stop training people and train yourself into something else. You've trained enough people.
"You're right.
Stop it.
You're right.
I'm saying that out of love. I'm not saying that because I don't want you to help people. I know that I see that you get love and joy from training people. I'm saying put that energy back towards yourself so that home front can be okay and all these stresses and this burnout doesn't have to be a thing anymore.
You're right. I appreciate
You
that."
know, because I can see that it lives within you. This somehow you're gonna find your way back to IT, even if you were a nurse. Those epic specialists, they are top tier. That they are very very important to the healthcare field, and that's going nowhere because, as you already know, all the charting is done electronically. You know.
But just because of that, I'm gonna look at it after this show because you got me thinking a lot right now. Because I'm not gonna lie, as a loving father, as a husband, my main goal to make sure my family can live peacefully. And the job I have, it pays me well. I'm not really this job. It's not really stressful to be honest with you. It's the most least stressful job I had. It took me a while to adjust to it. Let me tell you how it is. I'm not in front of nobody's face no more. I'm not going on the desk, replacing the PC, taking the machine to to our office, opening up and see what the problem is. I'm not doing none of that. Everything remotely. So it took a while for me to adjust to it because to be able to work from home in my shorts, in my t-shirt, I don't have to dress up to go to work. I stop the pub candy and I'm not gonna lie, and I getting paid real good money resolving the issue through the computer, just sitting down in my home in my gaming chair. I don't have to go out. If I want to go to the bathroom, I can go to the bathroom right there. I don't have to knock on the door, like wait for the guy to come out. It's right there. If I don't go to lunch, the kitchen's right there. It's I'm not gonna lie. For the good 6 months, it felt weird
Mhm.
trying to adjust to it. Because people would be telling me, oh, there's a lot of IT jobs you can work from home. You don't have to be in the office no more. I teach you for real. And I got one. So this my workstation right here. So I don't be in the office at all. I just tried to move to a closer location because I know when it comes to the auto industry, the company I work for, well, they put it, they have two divisions. They got the trucks division, which is located in Portland, Oregon. That's a huge manufacturing hub, and they have the luxury division. They, I'll give you a hint. The company is based from Germany. and it's not Audi, the other competition. If you get the pitch, what I'm talking about. And they big on luxury car, and they corporate office in Sandy Spring, Georgia. So I want to be close by just in case they decide to change the protocol and say they want people to have to come back to the office. Because of this C19, their position been created because of that. And now a lot of companies are looking to it, having people working from home because they realize they can cut down the real estate. Manhattan real estate is over expensive. It's overpriced. Marvin would tell you, if you want to open a business in Manhattan, if you're not throwing out millions of dollars, almost to $1 billion,
Exactly.
there's no point. We even have an episode where we talk about New York City is not the city for tech company, period. The commuting is ridiculous. For almost since May of last year, I'm glad I don't have to take the subway to go to work. I am glad. I don't have to worry about somebody touching my pockets. I won't break their arm or break their neck. My hand is
Mhm.
not registered, so to
Yeah.
speak. So all that went away for the past couple of months, and now it's like getting used to. I'm getting accustomed to working from home right now. All I gotta do is log into my computer, look at my queue, resolve the ticket remotely. If I can resolve it, escalate to the next level. That's about it, and chill and relax.
And relax.
It
Get a peace of
it feel
mind.
it feel different. I'll look at that one up too. I will look up that one for real because to me, I'm a kind of guy I want to have a life that be beneficial to my wife and kids. And the fact that I'm able to do this from home, I'm still trying to adjust to it. It's funny, but as long as it's not stressful, I can spend more time with my family, which I like the most. Because if you guys have seen me several times, my grandson, oh, he's already turned one. All likes to come around me. All like to play around me. I love my grandkid. My granddaughter, she's in school right now. Well, I got my 12-year-old son. Who I'm trying to get into coding because if he get into coding, he can get to software engineering and make his life easier. I got my daughter who into art and she's good in acting. Very high energy girl. Pretty much. So this is the first job I ever had in my life. I spent so much time with my family. Real talk. Over the past time, I barely have time with them. I barely see them. I barely even have a conversation with them. But then since
Right.
last year to now, this job allowed me to speak to my son longer than I normally do. Speak to my daughter longer. I you have the father and son moment with my son. I watched my wife go into her creativity. My wife is very gifted. I'm my wife's biggest cheerleader. I'm not stimping. That's different from stimping. But you guys know, my wife is a great artist. She can draw, she paint, she crochets, she do a whole lot of crazy stuff with her hand. She can cook, she can sew. Like she well blessed. So I want her use her craft, make money doing that, and I'll support her in what I can. And the fact I'm able to work from home, I make good. I make good money. Thank God for the difference. I want to use that opportunity to move out.
Mhm.
Marvin would tell you he work from home from time to time, but he got to be in the office. Me, I don't have to be in the office. It feels different, but still, the city itself is still a burn. I want to get out of the city. That's how bad I
Yeah.
want to be because when we talk about burnout, there's too many levels. This city is a whole different ballgame, a whole different level. Whatever job you do, compound, add on top of the rent issue, add on commuting, and the city itself, it's like if you're not conditioned, you will burn out and you will just lose it. Real talk. I'm big on my family. And I want them out of the place too because the school district is scared the hell out of me right now. I saw on the news last year they're allowing drag queens to teach in the classroom, talk about gender neutrality. I was like,
Okay, that's a whole different conversation. That's a
I
whole
know,
different
but
conversation because I
but
saw you guys on Black Man Unfiltered talking about that, and I don't understand why people are concerned about that.
no, I'm
But that's a
concerned
whole
about it.
different conversation.
I'm concerned as a parent because that's another burnout level because you're not gonna tell my son you're not a boy and my son had to bring that thing home to me and tell me that thing. I'm gonna go to me to
But
teach
those
them.
men, those transgender people are not coming to the school to tell your child that he's not a boy, he's not a girl,
No,
or
they do that
she's
in
not a
the
girl.
school. They
They're
do that
just
in the
showing.
Manhattan school. Right now they're doing it in the Manhattan district level. They haven't come to Brooklyn yet. They're doing it right now as we speak. And most of the
Yeah, the
schools in Mag.
transgender people are going to the schools, but they're not trying to tell your son that he's not a boy. They're just exposing children to the fact that there are different people in the world. But that's a whole different conversation. That's a
I
whole
know.
whole
I'm
different
just saying. I'm just saying
conversation.
that that's all part of my burnout because I'm more concerned about my kid. They don't trying to brainwash my kid behind our back.
Yeah, you're
I don't
thinking
think
about it
if your
from
child is straight,
yes.
there's no if your child is a straight heterosexual male,
Mm.
no one is going to convince him otherwise. And it seems to me that people are up and like, oh my God, they're taking it to the school. No
No,
one, if you are
I'm not
straight,
saying that
no
way.
one is gonna convince your kid
No, I'm not saying
to be
that way
anything
because
different.
you hear these stuff from other parents about their kid coming home and telling their teacher telling them certain thing that's not being taught from home, and we try to say, what the hell is going on? Because they don't do that in my son's school yet, so I'm being aware of it. But as I'm seeing more and more parents talking about it and see what they heard from their kids, I try to be concerned. Maybe that's about time to move my son out of public school and find somewhere else because private school, don't get me wrong, private school is not cheap. It is not.
So you're just looking at it from a parent's point of view, type of
Yeah,
thing. I understand.
because
Yeah,
I'm
I
a
live in a
parent.
neighborhood where I live next door to a cardiothoracic surgeon, and this neighborhood, it's a small neighborhood, but the public school is so excellent that everyone takes their kids to public school. So if you can find a great neighborhood, if you're thinking about moving already, if you can find a wonderful neighborhood that has a top tier public school education, you might not have to worry about private school.
I'm gonna look into that.
Mm.
Because that's what I'm saying. As a parent, that's part of my burnout. I'm always concerned on where I'm going to move to, how I'm going to get this done, what kind of community we're moving into, what kind of school. That's on my plate. So even after this broadcast, like I do with my family, that will be in my mind. I like go online every once in a while, research. I'm trying to find me a 4 bedroom, 2 bathroom apartment. So I can have 1 bedroom as an office for myself, so I can do my work from home remotely and do my podcast not have too much distraction and get all invite them over to join the podcast. That's up to me because what we're doing right now with me and what Marvin doing is one of my passion. I want to share my experience. This topic was a needed topic to talk about because it was overlooked, like I said earlier before. And even Marvin reminded me there were times they were going through some burnout. I didn't realize I was going. I just brushed it off and kept it going because, like Mandela said, when you're in the mission, you got to complete the mission. Regardless how you feel. In IT, we feel like we are soldiers in some cases, and we had
Got
to
to
keep
resolve,
moving.
resolve the problem, resolve the issue, make sure the business is up and running.
If you're a server tech, it's even worse. The server go down 2 o'clock in the morning. You got to get up, take a cab, whatever, go right in the city and get that server up and running because that's mean a dollar being wasted. So as an IT professional, we understand that I love what I do, and what you say totally correct. It could be stressful. Find someone that's less stressful. So far, being a remote worker is the most less stressful job ever.
That's
Yeah,
wonderful. Yeah.
I
yeah.
don't have to see nobody. I don't want to be in front of nobody creepy face. I don't have to deal with people hovering over me, see what I'm doing all the time. I get straight peace. And my wife need help, I can help her while I'm working. If I get no ticket in my queue, I can just do something else, chill, watch TV, come back every 5, 10 minutes, see there's no ticket in my queue, do what I want to do. You know what I mean? Or get my workout
How
or
old is your
something.
youngest child?
My youngest child, she is 9 years old. She's tall.
So your wife hasn't worked for 9 years?
Longer than that.
Outside in the longer than that?
One time she worked for home health aid, and I advised her about it because I know home health aid is no different from nursing, but if you're not mentally physically conditioned for that workload, it can affect you. It kind of like affect her a certain way, so she stopped it. And since then, she's been home ever since. So she helped out drop my kid to school. Well, no, she dropped my kid to school, go to the PT meeting when needed, help them out with their homework and stuff like that. When she have time, she do some crocheting, she make some dolls here and there, she do some different art. Before she make
Excellent.
custom leather earring, I will put my wife's page on the chat so you can see what I'm talking about. She's really good at that.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
gifted woman. And I'm not gonna lie, I always tell her, you better off doing this than just working for somebody else and make money doing it because it better off that way.
Does she have an Etsy page?
We used to have one, but since they're charging for each item you put on the store, that's the problem.
Oh, okay.
That's the case about it because unless when we first tried out about a decade ago when it first started, we had to pay like what? I think 10 cents for every item we sell.
Mm-hmm.
So if I add 10 or 20 items, they would deduct 10 cents each with every sale. Now I heard it's
Mm-hmm.
much different right now. So holding an
Mm,
online store, you have to pay a fee or a fine to maintain it. So
mm-hmm.
instead, it's always like mom, what amount they either go to the PayPal, pay to the PayPal, or pay to the Cash App to her,
Right.
and I help her out ship it. So I'm her delivery. So I take the package, go to the post office for her, do my lunch break, ship the item back out for her, get the receipt, get the tracking number, get back to her, and we do it from there.
Right.
So I put my wife's Facebook page on the chat right now. Yeah, check it out. She do a lot of stuff, and I promote her for the sake so she can have her freedom. Because mind you, like I said earlier, she haven't fully recovered from a postpartum anxiety. So I
From
don't want her
10
to go
years ago?
almost 10 years now. Yeah, you know,
Wow. I did. I'm asking because I don't have. Let me just put it up front. I do not have children,
mm-hmm.
so I didn't know it could last that long. I didn't know because I'm not a neonatal nurse or anything like that. So
Well,
I
my
I
wife
don't
told
know.
me she says some women that she talked to had it for almost for a lifetime. They have never fully
Wow.
recovered from it, like a
Mm,
chemical imbalance. So
mm-hmm.
she get into juicing. I bought a Ninja Kitchen system for her. I got
Mm-hmm.
a juicer for her. We got an air fryer. So we're trying to eat healthy as much as we can because in the city, unless you're making over 250, you could go to Whole Food or Trader
Yeah.
Joe and get the healthier choice. Where I'm living at, there's no Whole Food around my neighborhood. There's no Trader Joe. You gotta go all the way downtown Brooklyn for that.
Mm.
And like
So
I
I'm
said,
looking at her page now, and I see all the knitted things that she does, and
all hand,
um
she's that good.
what I would say, this is going to sound really screwed up, and I promise you I don't mean to sound screwed up at all,
Go ahead.
because she's so crafty with her hands. I don't see people really buying these. I mean, the bonnets, people definitely buy those, but I don't see people buying these beautiful dolls anymore. When I was a kid, I remember my parents, my mom, they would cherish those kinds of things, but I don't think people cherish those things as they used to in before. So I wonder if she's this crafty, do you think she could learn how to make wigs? Because that's what's selling, and they sell like 700, $500 a pop. Could she learn how to craft and make wigs?
If she get a chance, she would do it. She sold a lot of bonnet throughout last year. If I were to tell you the estimated, she sold about almost maybe between 100 and 200 bonnets already.
Because these wigs are selling. These wigs, if she can if she can learn, if she's this detail oriented, women are buying wigs left and right, and it's for one wig, hundreds of
I, w-
dollars,
I
hundreds,
was
$500 to $700 per
I feel like
wig.
this. Hit up on her page for that suggestion. Trust me. My wife had been doing before she was doing that. She was doing custom leather earring. That thing was selling like crazy at one point. We was
Yeah,
able to get to a fashion show, a pre-fashion show in St. John University.
nice.
That's how good at she is. I keep telling my wife,
Yeah,
your head is really gifted, and as detailed she is. So far, she sold a couple of dolls already as we speak. Some of the dolls she
right.
didn't want to sell because it was her first few dolls that she did on her own, and she did real good at. And people were asking, "How much you selling your doll?" She like, "Oh, it's not for sale." I tell her, "Honey, just sell it." One thing about my wife was whatever she put her hand into and she put so much work into it and she like it, she want to keep it because that's like her pride and joy. Like she did well with it, and she's really good at it. So lately she been selling now. She been sold like I think she's sold like about $3 or $4 already. And it take her about maybe estimate time 3 to 4 days to complete one, all in
Mhm.
detail. She went from the whole body to
How
making.
much does
She
one
so
doll sell for?
hold on. Aya, how much you sell your dolls?
It depends on how bad you want the person hurt or killed.
like 150, two
The
hundred.
what?
I mean, it
Yeah,
doesn't
around
take that
150,
long to make
200.
a voodoo doll, but if you want to cast a spell, it's that might charge extra, or something like
But
that.
if you see her work, she's that detailed. I'm looking at her like,
I bet.
oh,
So if you put the so let me so ask her, if you put the needle in the hand of the doll, what kind of effects does that take? I mean, can they not use their hand anymore, or like so? If I stick it in the leg as opposed to that, do they walk with a limp, or are they crippled? I mean, or does that kind of detail cost more? I
yeah, they're
mean,
not voodoo dolls.
Trinidad. Hey, she's from the islands, man. Trinidad. I mean, they do that. That stuff.
It's
I
not
like
the
I
case.
told David, you and I have had conversations like this. I've had relatives dabble into that. They can put that stuff on you, baby.
Nah,
Okay,
it's not like that. It's not like
$130.
hundred
hmm
and thirty
Okay.
dollars for the extra effects. Okay, well, that ain't bad. Depends.
But she
So
gifted.
$130 and it takes her 3 days to make one.
Hmm.
If she has a sewing machine, she could
Yep.
make 2 to 3 wigs in one day and sell them at $500 to $700 each.
I would tell you guys, go to her page, throw that suggestion to her. If she can do it, she would do it. Trust me. She at first she didn't think she would do crochet. Her twin to do crochet. Her twin to was the queen of crochet until she started doing the dolls, and she got so good at it. Her twin to asked her for pointers. I was like, "What's going on?" I thought you were the queen of crochet. She said, "Yeah, she do crochet outfits, she do crochet hat, she do crochet frogs or whatever." But when she started doing the dolls, she became the expert. Now it's the other way around. Her sister called her on Facebook, video chat, trying to figure out how she did it, and she would give it a pointer and do it from there. She had a twin sister and she the police top boy. They're very good. They're both gifted in the hand. But she, at detail she did, I mean, wondering
Yeah, I
like,
find a lot of Caribbean women, are very gifted, but you gotta find what's selling nowadays. Because some of these like beautiful trinkets and things like that, people don't. I don't know. People don't seem to really be.
you know what it is? It's here is not so Afrocentric onto African art
Yeah.
or Caribbean art. Now you go to ATL, I'm hearing and they heavy on
Okay.
Afrocentric stuff like that. So that's my main reason why I moved to ATL. So
There you
her
go.
stuff can just and did the thing. My wife, man, sometimes she get to a zone. If she finish one dot, she'll do another one again. And I'm watching her like all the way to 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I can't talk to her. Let me tell you what this guy. I get in trouble for this. She had to know she takes she's doing the count. She's doing the coaching. If I talk to her, she give me that look like you see me counting. I say sorry.
I don't know. I feel like that's arthritis and rating. Arthritis.
Yeah, but she said she take a break sometime. When she take a break and
Okay.
she would like to get back, but when she in the zone, I'm not allowed to disturb her. I'm not allowed to talk to her while she counting doing the crocheting. I'm not allowed to bother her. If I bother her, she give me that look, like that when I know, like, okay. And sometimes me being an idiot, I do it on purpose to get on nerves from time to time just to play with her. She say, "Leave me alone." I say, "Hey, I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to interact." You see me do it? I say, "I know, I know, I know." Me being a hard headed sometimes, but I ain't gonna lie. I admire her because to be you don't find people as gifted as she does to be so detailed to the point whereby people ask her, "Do you go to school for this?" She don't go to school for this. She didn't take no class for none of this.
Is it one of those things that was taught to her, like passed down?
I think so, but she's that gifted. But here the thing, she kind of shy with it. When you give her too much compliment of her work, she get a little generally like, "Oh, thank you." But
She got to
she,
get to the bag. You understand what I'm telling you? She got to get to the bag is what I'm trying to tell. I'm trying to tell you, get to the bag. All those wonderful crafting, needlepoint, detail-oriented skills, those are wonderful, but get to the fucking money. Get to
um,
the money.
I'm pushing her. She need female friend to talk to her that way. I'm a guy. What do we guy know?
I don't know. For me, I like even if my husband made $1 million in the world, I'm still gonna. Granted, I probably wouldn't be doing as much overtime, but I'm still gonna want to at least contribute something to the household.
I just tell you the
Something,
job.
even if I just take away a
Hear this,
light bill,
hear
even
this
if I just
joke.
took away something, I just gotta contribute something, like to say that I'm not trying to leech off of you, like that's just, I don't know. Maybe it's not like a feminine aspect of myself or whatever, but I'm all about like so don't let me influence the way that you
I
do
know, I
things,
know.
because that's just me being me.
Hey,
Yeah.
Manuel, I hate to say that. Just had to ask my wife to make a mini you.
A mini me. Well, it depends on what you're using it for.
Oh Lord. Because when I heard that, I was like, you know what? I cannot say it because if I were to say it and record it, knowing black man, he gonna throw a jab on you.
Yeah, he is.
When we go on his channel, it's not gonna end. Marvin, know what
Mm-mm.
happened? There was a time that he asked everybody their height. He's five
Uh-huh.
foot eight. It's not short, but me 6 foot, a bunch of us 6 foot and above. He like FOU no tall at. That's another undercover
Right,
burnout.
But all a
right.
woman really needs is for you to be taller than her. Like, what? I don't understand why women are so like, oh, he's got to be. As long as you're like taller or same height, what is the problem?
My wife is 6'1", so she had no worry with that one.
Your wife is
Uh,
6'1".
wow, I'm 5'7",
So you
so
married an Amazon
Yeah, I married the Amazon. That's the
from
problem.
Themyscira. She was over there with Wonder Woman in them. Good grief, 6'1" female. Good grief.
So I
Yeah, that's
understand
pretty
when I
tall.
understand when I didn't get accused that she have insecurity issue dating guys
And
shorter
she's
than her.
5'9".
No, she 5'10".
And she's 5'9". She said that over and over again. She's 5'9". I'm like, okay, you got me by 1 inch. What's the big deal?
Mm.
Let's go ahead and get this started, Q. No, he
You,
has to be taller than me. Oh,
no,
okay.
no, I
I'm
don't.
like, all right.
Mm-mm.
And
So I
she's another one, and really sweet disposition, really soft. You know what I'm saying?
but she's a
Yeah,
troll.
Yeah,
But she like to troll people.
we joke a lot. She's probably just joking, I'm sure.
And she's
yeah.
from Trinidad
No,
too.
she's dead serious about that. He has to be
What?
taller than her. She's dead serious about him. But
Really?
yeah, she's dead serious about that. I remember they were Black Man Unfiltered, and security boss was talking to her, and Aaron O, he was talking to her too. And I left something in the comments. I said, if I was 6 foot tall, all of Q's problems would be over. And she just started blushing and she
Mm-mm.
started blushing and covered her face, and everyone's laughing. And like I said, and that's another one. Like thanks to meeting
She's a
you,
sweetheart.
right. Thanks to meeting you, I now see the type of personality, that would suit me best. You know
Oh,
what I
I
mean? It's someone
appreciate
that,
that.
yeah, it's someone that balances me out. You know what I'm saying? I'm like that.
Mhm.
Someone that sweet, like sweet, so as sweet as you and her. Like that's what balances me out and calms me down. I'm like, oh, okay. Okay, and it's very pleasant.
Well,
It,
I
it,
think you just need someone that's calm,
yeah, I think
right?
so too.
Yeah.
Like my sister
Because,
just called me. I was talking to her on the phone. That's where I had
oh,
the
cool.
camera off. Yeah, I mean, she and I, we're goofballs, and we bounce off each other. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like we're together.
Hmm.
Yeah, we kind of bring out the best in each other.
Don't bring on
You,
the
you
show
know.
because y'all get in trouble.
Oh yeah,
You
because
Y'all bring
need
they're
to
gonna.
absolutely have a show with you and your sister. Absolutely. Just you and
no,
your
Oh,
sister,
people are
Mandrell.
gonna
no,
bombard her with questions.
no. You know why?
No,
Oh,
no,
you
no.
know
Just
what?
you and
That'd be a
her having a
brilliant.
No,
conversation. Just you
Yeah,
and
that'd
her.
be a
no,
brilliant
no.
show.
Candy, let me explain why. Yeah, what about Black Men Unfiltered? He's sneaky with it. That's number one. They ain't gonna worry about Soy Hell. Soy Hell will have to take a job on him. They ain't gonna worry about E-Man taking a
No, you know what
job.
I'll do? I have the entire show. No one knows who she is. And then after the show, I like you to thank my sister. That was my sister. I'd like to everyone like after
That
the
would
show
work.
and just
That
say
would work.
that was my sister. That was your sister? Yeah. You didn't say anything? No, I did not say anything.
Because then why? They'll take jab on you. I know
Yeah,
I can see it.
and they
I can
come
see
in
the
and
whole panel.
bombard her with questions about me. See, so wait, so you guys are growing up. What was he like?
See?
You know,
And I don't want to be the person to go through that type of thing. Bring my sister on the panel and everybody bombard my sister acting
right?
jokes about me. Personal thing that I had to give it a look. If you do open your mouth, I swear to God. That'll be an undercover burner. Like
And she's
you're
in a
not gonna
very
embarrass me.
right. She's in a very interesting industry, and like
What you do for a living?
Well, she works somewhere on in Rockefeller Center. Um, yeah, she works somewhere there doing that. She's also an actor, So and she has a YouTube channel called #Actors Life. If you
Oh,
want to
okay.
check
Let
that
me.
out, it's
Sure.
it's yeah
Hashtag actress life.
yeah it's
Oh boy.
really that content. If you have someone who's really looking to get into show business, um,
No, Mandro don't have a channel. He's under the Black Man Unfiltered Network, but he have a show on Wednesday, 8:30 Central Time, called
yeah,
Unapologetic with Mandro. Am I right?
yeah, unapologetic with Mandrell.
Solution based show.
Oh, okay. I see it right here. Actress life. She has a short
Hmm.
hair.
Yeah,
Uh oh, she found it.
Hmm.
yeah, she's interviewed
Who's
people
that?
and
Rocco?
Echo.
Yeah, Mr. Rocco himself. What up, Rocco?
Whoa, Peter's here.
It's another one
Oh,
of our tech
excuse
brothers
me.
that
Another
just
tech
popped
buddy of ours. I used to work with that guy long enough. You know what? Let me throw the link at him so he can join the panel. Come up. He also got his own YouTube channel, which I'm surprised.
You know what's weird about it is I can't find where to subscribe to her
oh,
channel.
I'll put the link in the chat
Okay,
because
thank you.
it's weird when you search for it with the hashtag.
Yeah.
Weird, it's some weirdo thing. If something shows up where you can't subscribe or anything, but then if you just type in "act
Click
life"
one of
two
them. Oh,
words,
okay. Got
yeah,
it.
I
Got it.
posted it in the chat. Yeah,
Thank you. She's beautiful.
thanks. She's,
She's got
yeah,
a sweet
the
face.
yeah, and she did a whole hour interview with the vice president of SAG, and
Wow.
that was interesting too. Yeah, and yeah, some of these people she's interviewed you've seen before. Now the best one she has was when she interviewed that it was an entertainment attorney.
Hmm.
Those are really good because they were dropping real game
Hmm.
in those conversations.
I want to learn how to interview people also. Yeah,
Yeah, you
that's a
got to yes.
talent in itself.
Well, yeah, you have to ask them real. You have to make it like an actual, not like an interview, but like an actual one-on-one conversation. That's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
how Howard Stern got really good at it. He just approached each interview like a conversation between him and the other person on the couch. That way the other person is their guards down, and they review and they reveal a whole lot more than they intended to when they came in because they're so comfortable.
So
Right.
does she
But
interview a lot
Yeah,
of big name actors?
not big name actors. Some of, I mean, they're not real like not household names, but a bunch of these actors you've seen in other movies and television shows before.
Okay.
A lot
Wow.
of them, like yeah, a lot of these people you've seen before.
Wow.
Because I mean, I'm looking at them now. I look at these people. I say, wait, isn't that the chick from Power who played the son's girlfriend? She's like, yeah. She and I, we've known each other for this. And I'm like, you know that chick? She's like, yeah. Oh, I'm like,
Wow.
okay. And then there's another guy who's an Indian guy. He's a comedian. He does this show with Andrew Schultz, the comedian. And
Mhm.
like this guy went to medical school. You kind of find out the Indian guy, he went to medical school and all that to be and all this stuff, and he quit it all to be a comedian. And then he gets into how his parents felt about it.
No, that is normal.
It was hilarious.
No, let me tell you why that's normal because they are parents who force their kid to take a particular career
Yeah,
path, and they did it for the sake of favor, so their parents not going to cut off their financial support. Once they get a degree, they get there, they find they don't like the job, they quit and do it
isn't
wrong.
right.
that what
And
Anton Daniels preaches?
what?
Anton Daniel.
Um, isn't that what he sort of like talks about, like that he will control what career his child goes into?
Yeah.
That's not cool because the guy actually, all these people who she interviewed, they were talking about burnout. Hence,
Mm.
the topic here that we're talking about today. They with medical school and law school stuff like that, these kids they'll get burned out from it because number one, it's not a career they really want to do. They're really doing it to satisfy their parents. So they put a lot of time and effort into it. And again, they're not suited to it, so they lose motivation, but they keep pushing through it anyway, even though they have no motivation to do so. And they get burned out from it, you know, all the studying and everything like that. But some people, and that's my thing, people like, no, it's just weren't their destiny. And there's nothing to do with destiny. They just didn't have the aptitude. Didn't have the willpower to push through that kind of thing because they're not really
And I,
motivated
and
to
I
do
and
it.
I get that because what Anton was saying that if I gotta pay for your school, pay for your college, I want you to take this career to this way. I get what you're coming from because at first I would think as the parents, you want to make sure your child is successful. I get it. Then as you look back into it a little furthermore, you have to understand like what did that child want to do then? What did the child do something else? I never going to support them. I think that's the burnout that kids go through that we don't think about. Which I need to start to realize that as a parent, I'm a parent, so I can't force my child to just I want you to do this. But what I want to do is make sure whatever path my child would pick, I'll be supportive of them no matter what it is.
And like she just did an episode of Law and Order. Um, in fact, she shot that like a few weeks ago, and she met Anthony Anderson and all that stuff, and like they like sang happy birthday to her and everything because her birthday is on the third, so she was shooting during her birthday. Like it was funny, like they found out it was a birthday and they had this big to do about it for her and all that. It was funny. So she has fun with it, you
Hey
know.
Peter,
That's wonderful. It's cool.
Yeah.
this is my other partner here who works side by side on that big project we all work together. His name is Peter, simply Rocco.
Hello, Mr. Simply Rocco.
Oh, he
Hello.
got he got technical
He's
difficulty.
muted.
He need tech support.
Yeah. So Manjo, yeah, I was, just to get back to the interviewing process, I've been watching a lot of interviews here on YouTube as well as YouTubers doing interviews as well as like people like Larry King and like, all these other people. And I agree with you 100%. Like the interviews that I see that work really well are the interviews in which the host is focused on the guests and
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
asking them questions about their lives. And the ones that I watch on YouTube, in which it seems like the host simply has the guests there to push their own ideas, because it seems to always circle back to, well, I do this and I do that. And it's like, are we listening to getting to know, like if I were to interview Canadian Black, I would ask him nothing about nursing. I would ask him everything about his life, about moving here, about his journey, about IT, about being in a polygamous family, perhaps, about marrying outside of your tradition, all the things that have nothing to do with me, right? And so
Mm-hmm.
that's what I'm learning a lot. But the thing is, I have a little bit of a fear because it seems like, did you watch TLA's interview when they were talking about the manosphere, and El Guapo was going back, if not back and forth too much, but they had a little bit of a conversation regarding, are women welcomed in the manosphere spaces and stuff like that?
I
I
saw
re- I
something with
report
that.
I was on it and I got cut off because of the background sound, but I see what I was leading to because that's been the talk now for the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, and so
Whereby
therefore I'm kind of, I don't want to be involved in any contentious situation. I just want to have a conversation. And these men are
Right.
like, women don't belong in our, we need our own spaces. And I'm like, you know what? If you need your own space, have your own space. It's okay. I don't have to like bum rush the area. I don't have to, you know, it's okay. But
here's the,
so
here's the
I
problem.
wonder if I'm welcomed.
No, candidate hit the problem. Manosphere was divided into two. You got the regular manosphere and you got the black manosphere. The black manosphere and the byproduct are the main manosphere, but for some parent reading, they're going about it all the wrong way. I don't really follow it too much. I did find out MTR walked away from it. Osha Du Jackson walked away from it recently. He probably be the godfather of that one. Was
Mm-hmm.
I
So
don't know
why are
why.
they walking away from it?
Well,
In, internal beef.
yeah. The thing is you got some people in the manosphere who are they consider themselves manosphere content, but they're starting to make videos by slandering other content creators,
Uh,
and it just it's kind of went left because and the only reason why they're doing it is to increase viewership of videos and get clicks and get more subscribers by putting out salacious content. So you got some people like and that's relatively new, to be honest, that kind of people making those kind of videos. And so you got people now, as soon as it started, they're like, yeah, I'm out of here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not red pill content anymore. Like if you look at Black Men Unfiltered, like content like this show that you guys are doing here, this
mhm.
isn't manosphere content. This is for everyone.
Yeah.
Black Men Unfiltered, that content's for everyone. So is Sir Hill Speaks and Security Boss. It's not red pill content. It's not in the manosphere. It's for everyone.
It's not even blue pill. It's not any pill. It's just
Right. Right. I mean, uh and I'm glad, like subjects like this, like the ones you guys brought up this week and last week. Things like conversations like this are really much needed because
oh
people out there in the workforce,
we
man.
try to do that because Peter know this. I work with this guy. We were working back to back to back to back. He need to work in the airport, then come to the work. I had to cover for him, make sure he don't burn himself out. This guy right here, if I get this right here, he would burn himself in the most weirdest way possible. We had to make the guy quit the airport job and take this job full time at one point.
Mm.
JFK Airport and come all the way from JFK Airport to Manhattan to work and go right back. And also, he's a veteran too, man, Joe. Just to let you know.
Okay, and that's the thing with the veteran. He's muted.
Yeah.
Simply Rocco, you're muted.
Yeah. We can't hear you, Rocco.
Go into your settings and make sure that your
You pick the
the
mic.
mic you want to use has been picked. Yeah, go into settings, click audio, and click the mic.
You good? Oh boy. Click out and come back here. Maybe it will work.
Struggle streaming already.
Yeah, me, I just clicked on when I came in. I
No,
clicked on settings.
then what I'll tell people, you want to do this streaming lifestyle, upgrade your internet package. Number one, you have to do that. You be surprised. I monitor what goes on a lot of time, and I realize what really happened. The type of bandwidth we have for internet, it can dramatically go down here if it's not enough for us streaming.
Okay, Rocco, are you here with us, Mr. Rocco?
Nah, still can't hear him.
Yeah, I mean it's right there underneath. Like going, what I did was I had to go into settings, and when I looked at the settings, I went into audio and then audio input. I just dropped down the drop down menu and selected the mic I was using.
Because I know most of the YouTubers use StreamYard. Then I remember us Sleepy Boss, no, Sleepy Security Boss, she used Streamlab. I got onto this one, we stream because Don Q got me onto it, and to this one, the best one out there that allow you to use up to like, no, you can stream up to like 30 plus platform all across, which is
Mhm.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
And at
yeah.
the same
When I
time,
first came in here, I saw this, and I remember Don GQ. When he told me and Tommy about it. He opened one up and brought me and Tommy B in, and we were looking at it, and we're just sitting here like for like 2 hours just playing with it. You know what I'm saying? Just perusing around, playing with it, and doing different kind of things with it. We're like, yeah, this is better than StreamYard.
it's pretty much better. My thing is
How
right
much does it
now,
cost? Is it a monthly subscription also?
Mama can answer that question.
Yeah, it's a monthly, and then they have a yearly plan. I was able
Okay.
to find a good discount code that worked,
Oh,
so
good.
knocked off a few dollars.
Cool. I like StreamYard though. StreamYard is super easy, but this is really cool. I mean, StreamYard, I think you can stream up to I don't know how many places, but a few places at once. Quite a
But this
Mm-hmm.
few.
one is 30 plus.
But I don't even have 30 plus. Like I'm not even on those. I'm like on 2 platforms maybe. So,
And that's the thing. Someone who may have Facebook, they will have YouTube, they may have Twitch, they might have Periscope, and they may have multiple other channels. So you could just have all at one go.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
that's
viewership.
cool.
And I was like, wow. Now to me, I'm trying to be more familiar because someone who want to change the format, the look of everything, how things broadcast, how things looks, you want to have that much freedom to do so. And I find it better than StreamYard, to be honest with you. And it's
Mhm.
cooler this way.
I like it. I'm digging.
Yeah, Wednesday,
I know.
Candyman. Wednesday show is going to be another banger. It's
Let
going
me
to be
see.
another
Hold
one.
on.
If
Am I
Marvin,
working?
if you can
I've been
check,
doing a lot of overtime. Let me see. Am I working next Wednesday?
Go ahead. Say what
see
you got.
Marvin, if you can catch that one,
I
Testing,
catch it,
testing.
man.
Hey, there we
Finally,
go.
There he
There we
is.
go.
There,
We can
Yay.
hear you.
there he is.
I don't know what happened. I usually use Restream also. I never have this problem. Like, seriously, yeah, I never have this problem with Restream. I had to, like, close the whole browser and everything.
I'm working on
wow.
Wednesday.
Mm,
Yeah.
Right.
okay, listen in though, because I'm gonna have the real Nathan Daly on, and he's gonna be a guest co-host, so he can get his points out
Yeah,
first.
that'll be the easy part. The hard part
Yeah,
is the pushback.
when I open up the panel, when I open up drop that link and the panel come people and open up the panel and people come on, that's gonna be the rough part
So
because
in
once the
order to
cop
do it
speaks,
like TLA does, it don't do it like everyone at once. Like have people state their point of view, and then drop them down and bring the next person up.
Hmm.
Drop them down, bring the next person. Have it like rotating because otherwise it gets into that situation where sometimes I can't hear anyone because everyone's over talking each other.
everyone's. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think that for him, being a lawyer for 20 years, and he talked about a lot of people's cases, it gets a little bit too heated because some of I can't even say some, a lot of his topic is heated. When we talk about the
Yeah,
Tasha K case and with Cardi B, about pointing, they talk about the case when the guy went and deleted his wife and himself, but he deleted other baby mom
Yeah.
first. That was heated.
Can I tell you
It
that
was
I met that man
who?
TLA.
in real life? Yeah.
Oh, what was that like?
Because well, not to veer away from this conversation too much, but I'm a nurse, right? And so I went to a conference in which that gentleman was there, and this conference was about being a certified registered nurse anesthetist. It's CRNA.
Wait, me the guy who deleted himself?
Yes,
You're
yes.
lying.
I'm not, dude. One thing about Candid Ann, Candid first, then Ann.
Oh,
Right. So we went to this conference, and to make a long story extremely short, I just became a nurse. I was a nurse for a little while, but I paid for it in advance, and so you could sign up as a student nurse or you can sign up as a registered nurse. And the student nurse was like really well discounted. It was in Miami, Florida, at the University of I think it was University of Miami, yeah. And so all of a sudden, this man started screaming, "I'm really disappointed in you. This is a field of integrity. Come over here and square up right now." And he just started screaming like his voice. Everyone, there had to be at least 100, maybe 120, 30 of us, and you could hear a pin drop. The guy that deleted his wife and himself and his girlfriend, it was him that was screaming at everyone. And the only reason why I remember it is because of that incident of him like screaming. And the reason what happened was because you can sign up as a student and some of us can sign up as a registered nurse. Some people were trying to get over by getting the discount to sign up as a student. And so what he did was he was very diligent. He went back because you can look up my license, it's all public information, and see if I'm a nurse or not. And so he cross referenced every single person that was there to see if they were a registered nurse or not. And if they were a registered nurse, you should have paid as a registered nurse and not a student nurse. And so when he found, I don't know, however many people that signed up as a student nurse, he felt pissed off because he was volunteering his time to teach us about this field of nurse anesthesia. And he was like, I could be making X amount of dollars. I'm dedicating my time. And when I tell you his voice, you could hear a pin freaking drop. And he was like, come over here and square up, and he meant like pay your money. But his language was he said square up. I clutched my imaginary pearls. I was like, oh my God, like I registered a year ago. Did I register as a nurse or as a student nurse? Like I was so nervous because he was so loud. He was so aggressive. I'm just telling you about my experience. I don't know this man. I'm telling you about this one experience at this conference. So,
I call that
you know,
carpet burnout.
so I don't know what was going on in this man's life. I remember afterwards we walked up the steps together, him and I, and we had a small conversation, a very small exchange. I asked him his name. He told me what his name was. He asked me what my name was, where I'm from, and we had like a very small, maybe a 2-minute conversation. And other teachers and educators were saying, you know what, I got to talk to Raj because what he said was right, but the way he did it was wrong. And there were other female registered nurses and anesthetists there. They were like, that's big bro. He was well loved. They're like, oh, that's how he is. He's just big bro, and when it came up on the news, I'm like, this guy looks really familiar. I was like, certified registered nurse, a Black certified, very small population, like very, very, very small population. So I went back into my photographs of the event, and there he was. There he was. I was like,
Okay, that is scary, to be honest with you.
oh, snaps. I texted my friend. I'm like, do you remember this guy? She was like, oh my God, yes. Because I went to the conference with another female, another lady registered nurse. And I texted her and I'm like, is this the guy in the news? Am I crazy? She was like, no. I'm like, he's the one that made the outburst, right? She's like, yes. Oh my God, yes. Yeah.
So,
But I don't
Peter,
know him. I don't know him at all.
since we introduced you here and you're late,
Listen,
Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for asking me to come on. I just saw the message now on the our group chat.
oh yeah, we
That's
have a
what came
group chat
through.
among ourselves about all the tech we to work together. So
Yeah,
that's a certain number of us, and he
yeah,
the first guy among all of us that do the streaming by himself. First, he started off streaming for a good couple of years.
yeah. And I was actually doing some editing right now and getting ready for a stream tomorrow. So that's why I was like I was already in my setup and everything.
And he's
So
a
I'm getting
veteran
ready for
on
tomorrow.
top of that. Army, right?
Huh?
You're
No, no,
Army, right?
no, no. I was only in. I was about to say I was only in for 3 months because what happened is they found out I had a herniated disc, so they didn't allow me to stay. I was in
Oh
basic,
yeah, 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 yeah. I
and
remember that.
they sent me home because they found out you got a herniated disc, you can't stay. So
Mm.
I was like, I tried. I tried. I don't consider myself a veteran because I didn't even complete the basic training, but I did try it. I did what I needed to do, but unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be.
Mm.
Yeah,
So
Manager over here at the former Special Forces, cool
Green
guy,
Beret.
Green Beret,
Yeah.
and single, but you married.
who me?
Yeah, you married.
I'm not married yet. I'm engaged, but I'm not married yet.
I thought you got married already.
No, no. I've been stuck in here for 2 years. I haven't been able to go back to the Philippines yet.
Oh yeah, he
Oh,
one
he's
of
a
the pass.
passport bro.
Yeah, he's a passport bro.
Yeah.
I don't think Manager would do that.
I think Manjol should. No, I do. I'm not like I feel like, listen, I'm not one of these women that feel like I've never felt like wherever you can find love, wherever you could, I don't care where it's at. I feel like if you can find love somewhere, then hold on to it. I'm never one of these people that's offended by whoever people love. I don't like, just if you can find someone that loves you, cares for you, respects you, treats you well, knows that they're not gonna like cheat
Yeah,
on you
exactly.
and take your money. Like,
Mhm.
hold on to that. If you can find that, are you really concerned about the skin? Like, nah, go find that. And if you can hold on to it, hold on to it.
You got a point on that because after hearing the story from Manager about empty bank account, that was like,
That's crazy,
oh.
isn't it? Like, mm-mm.
And he said
No,
it's
it's
it's a
not that
regular
crazy.
thing. Man, just said it's a regular thing in the military. I was like, what?
What do
He
you mean
said
in
The
average.
military
fact
is a
that
regular thing?
he was talking a little bit earlier about how a lot of men in the military were divorced three, four, five, six times, and he told a particular story in which a man, he didn't want to re-enlist, and his wife kind of pushed him towards re-enlisting because there was going to be some, like, I think $30,000 sign-on bonus, and as soon as the bonus cleared and he was away on duty, she divorced him while he was away, took the $30,000 and basically got rid of him. Yeah. Yeah. But I feel like from
Wow.
the moment a man tells you, I don't want to re-enlist, that should have been, and she's encouraging you to push you to re-enlist, that should have been a red flag to leave her.
Nah, that would happen to Peter. I can see Peter feature print. He'd be more than crushed. He'd be like frozen in
I'm
time.
already in some bad times already, so it's not even gonna get into that. But that's kind of actually getting off the subject of the stream, right?
No, no,
Yeah.
no.
Burnout for content creation.
Yeah, that's
So,
another
so
thing because
talk to us about that, Pete. You've been
Yeah.
since
at
we
it
don't
longer
know
than all of us. Talk to us
Uh,
pretty
about
much.
it.
yeah, no, honestly, it can't, especially when you're working full time. Like I
Yeah,
work full time during the day. I come home. Right now, I'm involved with a project streaming on a mobile game called State of Survival, but they have their own in-game streaming platform, so it's kind of like Twitch inside the game. And I do that at least 4 nights a week, sometimes more. And
Oh,
it's a paid gig. It's a paid job basically. So I do that to get extra income. I have a really large following there, more than I would on Twitch or any place else. Because I'm a partner on Twitch, but I haven't had much success on it. You
well, you're a
know?
partner.
Yeah, I'm a partner on Twitch. Yeah.
You invested in it.
No, not no. When you
Oh,
say partner, like a partner streamer,
oh,
like a partner, yeah, partner streamer. But I was really never successful on Twitch. But doing that, trying to make something out of your stream, because when you do content creation and streaming and stuff like that, you actually have to plan certain things out. You got to do like the
yeah,
overlays. You got to see how you're going to start out your stream. Like tomorrow, I have a kind of like an event going on, so I'm sitting here making these overlays and everything. And it takes time, and you got to have patience for it, and that in itself, it can burn you out too. You know, just for this 1 hour event, you're spending 2 3 hours trying to set up your overlays, set up your scenes, what kind of music you're going to have in the background, stuff like that. And if you're a content creator going out doing vlogs and stuff like that, that also is going to burn yourself out. People think it's easy to do. It's not. It really is not to do easy.
definitely not. Definitely not.
and
I
we
think
all that
Marvin,
shit.
you just started doing this,
Yeah,
so
I just
I think you're
started.
already seeing. I think you're already seeing how hard this can be.
Of course, man.
Try, trying to get the audience, trying to get the subscribers. I had to go on multiple panels at the guest appearance to
just
promote.
trying to kind of get the algorithm to push your videos up. That's another thing. So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. It's like I just did an interview with I just did an interview with someone from the Philippines. She is involved in shoutcasting and also in NFT games over there. It's on my YouTube channel now, and it had some views from people in the Philippines, but it's hard to get that audience to get to see it and everything. So I had to plan that out. It took me like 2 weeks to plan everything out. It was her skip between her schedule, my schedule. Ended up doing it at 6 a.m. my time because she was 12 hours ahead.
yeah,
So just planning all that stuff out, and it's not easy. It definitely is not easy.
And here's the thing I'm sure everybody trying to realize. They think you can just jump into streaming and make a lot of money just that quick and easy. No. It take a lot of work to build your audience. It take a lot of work to build your subscribership and the content. Me and Mom been doing it
Hmm.
every week on a Saturday.
Hmm.
But
yeah,
during the week, sometimes I guest appear on people panel on different topic, different subject we'll talk about.
Hmm.
And sometimes it could be simple, sometimes it could be real hectic. topic. It could be like we touching on a bunch of nerds because when we did on Wednesday with Mark Mandrell, the second
Mm,
half of the conversation, it went left when you have a former police officer from an ATL who was on the news one time due to a real unique incident. And he's like an activist, but he's trying to help the black community understand how to deal with police officers, how to deal with policing. Then we
mm,
have people on the other side of the fence who was more on a heavy pushback. So you can tell
mm,
how volatile that is. And
mm,
I'm sure she could have a lot of viewership right now, a lot of subscribers, but at the same token, we're doing this. We're not trying to showboat here. We hear about teach about IT, the small business to medium time business, talk about what we do in the field, different experience. Sometimes when they have a conversation about this one, we had a series, Burnout. This is the third episode so far of the series. It might be the final, we don't know. If we keep have more people to ask for more questions and
mm.
end it, we will do it. But we have other things we want to talk about later on along the stream, later on in time. And it's kind of like we can't get our foot wet. Man,
Yeah, but
Rob will tell you, to get people from his side to come over, it's not easy. I had to bounce around different channels just to promote it,
Yeah.
just to get people to
No,
come.
yeah.
And
it's definitely not easy. You just, I think it's just a lot of things with everybody, people that are in our field, you know, they want to be careful of, what show they appear on, because some of them probably still got to work, still got to find jobs, so they don't want to kind of put any information out there or, put themselves in a bad light to kind of damage their image. So it's understandable. Getting people on is tough, but as long as we keep the content genuine, not not trying to go after each other, just keep it,
Mm,
simple.
we had some good subject on our channel so far. The first, what, 4 episodes we recorded. We're still
Yeah.
waiting for the other two to be uploaded. Because, how would I put it? We talk about New York City is not good for tech. New York State, that is. We
It's
touch
not
on a
good for
lot of
tech
areas.
companies. I think we just went into like just New York City in general. It's just
I wish I was there
yeah,
for that. I
yeah.
wish.
So you know
I
what
wish
it is.
I wish you joining on that because we have so much to. I even hit on MTA on 2011. Like, what the point of coming to a city and open a big corporation, and the transportation system is still under par? Like, literally,
Mhm.
what the
Well,
point of
from
that?
what I've seen, I don't know like your work situation now. I know we worked together in the past. Same thing, Marvin.
Yeah,
I just recently started going back to the office a couple months ago.
yeah.
All this like for almost 2 years past, I was working from home, working remote. My health actually got worse because of that. It
From
actually
being
got worse because I was at home, not moving around, eating junk. Uh, you know, diabetes got worse,
mm,
on and on and on. Finally, I'm going back to the office. That's the only exercise I'm really getting, back and forth, because the subway, the commute, and all that stuff. So that in itself. But when I go into the city, there's nowhere near any of the same traffic, nowhere near any of the same amount of people on the subways, the
mhm.
buses. I mean, I could actually leave here a little bit later than usual and still get to work on time because the volume of people are still not going back. And in my job, a lot of people have quit because they don't want to come into the office anymore. They're making people come in 4 days a week, and then they can work one day at home. People are quitting the job because they're finding more other jobs that only require either 3 days a week or they can work remote altogether.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mr. Rocco,
Yes.
um, you said you're getting married soon?
Uh, I wouldn't say soon. It says I don't know when because my fiance lives in the Philippines, so I haven't been able to go there because of the coof. I call it the coof, aka the Rona.
I
C9.
get it.
I don't want you guys to get flagged on YouTube. You know
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean?
C9. That's
Mm.
what
That
everybody's calling it.
Call it
yeah,
C19.
C9.
I
C19.
yeah, I just call it the coof. It's but it basically stopped all forms of travel. They just recently started opening up again the country, but I can't go yet. I don't have the money. I got a lot of stuff to take care of financially.
But here's
So
a
once
what I
question.
that's
want to
done,
say to
Why?
you is, I know you don't know me, and so
hmm
I hope that you just take this with a grain of salt, and I have the best intentions.
hmm
I am a healthcare worker, and
hmm
and I've been a wife much longer than I've been a healthcare worker. And if you are thinking about being married, your health is extremely important. So I hope that you will
yeah.
take, because any woman that loves you, that truly loves you, is going to care about your health, and it's your responsibility to make sure that your diabetes and that your
Oh,
health
absolutely.
is in order before becoming someone's husband. So I hope that you take $25 or $10 a month and go to Planet Fitness and do whatever it is that you have to do to make sure that you are active. It's nothing more important. Like I promise you, all of this dreaming and all that stuff, there's nothing more important
in your health.
than
Yeah.
your health,
Yeah.
especially if you're thinking about taking on a wife.
Yeah.
So
Third
Hey,
time, by the
so
way.
I say that with love.
Third.
I say that with love.
Yeah.
I'm
she do
Third
not
it
time.
me
saying
Third
that
too.
time.
to
She
like
Third.
do it with me too.
Yeah.
Amen, girl.
This will be the third time. Third time's a charm. Hopefully, that's what they say.
what do you mean
This is
third
not
time,
the.
third marriage?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, that's your business. I
Yeah.
only care about your
Yeah.
health. So
Yeah.
I don't care. It could be, yeah, that's your.
Hey, at least somebody does, Hey, but yeah, she cares. She's very worried about me too, and she wants to make sure I'm in good health too. You know. So the thing is, trying to get there, trying to get things in order. It hasn't been easy. So
What hasn't been easy about
hopefully,
going to the gym?
uh, time wise,
You're
I
home.
don't have. Yeah, no, not necessarily. Like now I'm not home. Now I'm going back to the office. But even when I was home, financially, you don't know the whole backstory, but financially, it's been a really tough spot that I'm in. So
Okay. Well, Mandrell
I
is also here, and
yeah.
I think he also has like a gym, and I'm sure you can
Mhm.
reach out because here on, I'm assuming, because I'm making an assumption here, but oftentimes
Mhm.
here on our side of YouTube, we network a lot, and there's
Mhm.
exercises that you can do at home that cost you nothing, and lots of things. And I just because I've seen way too much. Um, I just want you to be happy. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Like
I don't.
you
Yeah.
don't want to have all the stress that you have right now plus
Mhm.
healthcare problems. you know, all that
Yeah.
plus some
Too late,
healthcare
but
shit,
yeah, too late.
right?
But yeah, I know. I
So,
know what you're
but you
talking
can
about.
reverse some of those things.
Candyland,
Yeah. So,
I'll tell you this.
yeah,
Me, Marvin, a few other, we to get on Peter a lot about his health. To the point
Yeah.
where but we like big brother on him, like, yo, come on, cut it out.
yeah. Each
We
other
look out for
take
one
care of
another
each
as a team.
other.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
look out for
Glad
Peter
to
a
see
lot.
Smith
He will tell
drinking
you about it.
water.
I get on him
Yeah.
too
Got
much.
to. Got to.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that. So yeah, anyhow, just that's my. I'll stop from now. Yes, drink that water. There you go. There you go.
I had the bottle here. Don't worry.
There you go. That's
Peter will
right.
tell you
Good
about me.
job.
I had
Yeah.
to get on him a lot of time about his health because I be worried about him because we worked together plenty of time over the years. So it's kind of like when we have that connection among us, so we try and keep in touch afterward. So we used to
Yeah,
reach out
there's
to him and say,
things
"What's
you
going
can
on with
do at
health?"
home. Like she was talking about a treadmill and weights, even a jump rope. I'm telling you, a jump rope. And Manjel, he's better at telling you about this than I can. But a jump rope, you can lose a lot of calories just from jumping rope, and that's
Mhm.
Yeah.
cheap, super cheap.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can lose a ton of calories. And the thing is, it takes time to build up stamina and muscle muscle endurance for it, but and the rhythm too. But it is cheap, doesn't take up much space. You know what I'm saying? So jump rope's a good one. She's right about that.
I
Very
will
good.
say this. I will say this. A lot of 99% of it of the situation I'm in, it is my fault. I don't deny that. I don't sugarcoat it. Like what CBN? I'm gonna call you CBN. No lie, I don't care. And like what he was
It's
saying, I
good.
was
It's good.
burning myself out at work. And the what happened when I first met him and everything, I was just fresh out of a divorce, the second divorce, and my mindset back then was to work, 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 so I can forget about all the pain, all the crap that I was going through with the divorce, And he's nodding his head, and he saw it. He saw it. I was working 2 jobs constantly. He saw that there were times, Marvin, you saw it too. There were times that I spent the night at the job
Yeah.
because I worked such long
Not
hours
one
going back.
time, a few times he
A
did
few
it.
times, yeah. It was a few times, and I just stayed at work because going back and forth wasn't worth it because I worked so many hours. And I was just doing it to myself to. I don't know if it was because of self harm in a way, or like in a mental way, because I was going through all that stuff with the divorce, the kids and everything, or it was just I didn't care.
I
And
forced him to quit the
now,
job in JFK because I
yeah.
looked him dead in the face. You making good money over here. Quit that job. Stay with us. It'll make the thing work. I make sure
Mm,
that he stay with me. We worked together for most of the time on the project, big time.
mm,
I was looking out for him like he's my brother because you work with me, you and my team. After you're going through something, I'm gonna put you to the side and find out what the problem is and see if I can make your life much easier. And I did that with him. I say, you know what?
yeah,
Let's cut that job over there in JFK. It's not worth it. You're getting paid good over here. Let's cut to the work this one. There a time they want to cut the project down to half. I'm like, I'm gonna make it work. And he would
yeah,
tell you, I put myself to the extreme of the extreme to make sure we still have this job.
yeah.
Marvin would tell you, Peter would tell you. Sometimes people come and think I'm crazy. I was working myself to the ground worse than him. But it didn't even matter. I look out for my team member. I look out for my people. That's how I
Yeah.
am. These two guys would tell you how I am individually. They know I'm that one person. I keep it genuine. I don't fake it. If you work
But you
with
see
me, if
now,
I
like,
like who you are, I'm looking out for you.
mm, but you see, like, how, like, I don't know, Marvin, and Eli, I don't know if you saw like the recent posts from a couple days ago. All that stuff is just built up to that of what's been happening. And you really are gonna call me right now? But anyways, all that stuff that happened is a build up to how my health is now, and it's my own fault.
What's this
It's
on
my
your
own fault.
Facebook page?
Yeah, yeah. So I ended up going to the ER the other day. It was just it was all this stuff that's happening now is because of build up all the past years. And if you take care of yourself, honestly, if you take care of yourself, you don't go through all that. You really don't. It's you know you won't go through half the stuff that I'm going through right now.
Yeah.
But I did it to myself. I was going through a really hard time, and even after it was still doing it to myself, overworking myself, not eating right, not exercising. The only exercise I would do would be going to work, being at work, coming back home, sleeping, going right back. Yeah, it's just yeah. So
The other
trust
Well,
thing,
me.
Peter,
it's you're here now, and thankfully you're okay. And
Mm,
every day is a new day. So you certainly can change. And I
yeah.
only say this stuff because I see it so much. And then, I mean, you just met me, but I've told people many times before. Back in, my husband had a stroke, and
Hmm.
so I know what it's like to live with someone, to love someone through a healthcare situation that is very, very severe. And so
Hmm.
there's a little bit of pain that I just don't want anyone else to feel, you know,
no, we get
so
that, but
as a healthcare worker, as a wife, I just, when I see a man that's talking about working and working and working himself to the ground, there's a bit of me that's like,
no,
let me just,
candidate, this is what we're
you
trying to
know,
share you because at text, Peter, Marvin would tell we were forced to put ourselves through that. I was the one that went to the extreme of the extreme to the point whereby Peter was afraid about my life. Marvin was more afraid of me. One time, Peter was telling me that my wife called him to say if it was true that I worked this X amount of hours. And it was a true
wow.
story
And what are
because
you
I
guys
was
doing this long? What are you guys doing? What's
We
taking
were
so
on a
long? What
project.
Man.
We were on a project to deploy new machines, new PCs to an investment bank,
Yeah.
and
it was a
the
huge
project was
project.
it was not only huge, but it was heavily mismanaged by the company that we worked for. So that's what made it even harder.
Hmm.
But you know
Man.
what? They paid for it, because they paid us a lot of money at the end, but they heavily mismanaged it. And at the end, and once it was done, I mean, they left it got they have a bad taste. The bank has a bad taste in their mouth for that company.
Yeah,
Yeah.
heavily mismanaged. I think for the company we were working for, it was their first time doing something this big, so they
Hmm.
definitely underestimated the scope of the project.
Yep.
So yeah, and then a lot of techs that came on, they were also first time on a project like this. So you know they just
Yeah.
didn't even know how to conduct themselves correctly.
And many times I go around clean up people mess to the point
Yeah,
whereby I was the janitor of the project. That's how bad it was. I was the guy who go in and clean up other people's mess when
You
they
yeah,
weren't
take
the
it
only
over.
one. You
yeah.
I
weren't
know
the
I was
only
the
one.
only one, but mostly they may want to go too. Me and you at one point.
Hmm. I fixed my
And the
mic
Marvin
here.
had to call either one of us. But at one point, Marvin didn't want to call me out on no more because he just feel like every time it's something and Peter overwork what he got to do, said a liar. But he got a bit. I don't care. Just send him. I would have to
Mm.
drop everything I was doing and just jump to Connecticut or jump whatever and just it was ridiculous. Like
Yep.
you spent one night. I remember I spent one night in the storage room
Hmm.
to get some Z's. And when Marvin heard about it, he was like, "You did what?" Yeah, I
Yeah.
did that. I remember once I had to go to what Newport News to get you out of the office. You were going to spend another night at that place at one point. I said, "No, Peter, we going home. Come on, we going home. You ain't
Hmm.
spend another night." And it was that bad.
Hmm.
So
Yep.
imagine being a contract worker that you had to go above and beyond just to keep a job, just so you can get a paycheck, just so you can pay the bills. Marvin and Peter were the first people who got a permanent job before me. Took me a while before I get a permanent job.
Well, I got a
Hmm.
permanent job somewhere else doing the same type of project. So, but yeah, man, contract work in New York is not. It's something else.
But that's how everything starts out in IT.
Yeah,
Everything, like even in my job, we start off with contractors, and it could be they can be there for a couple of months as a contractor. It could be a couple of years. I didn't get I when I went into the company I'm in now. I was a contractor for 2.5 years. Then somebody left, and finally I got to be full time, and that was a little over 5 years ago. But it's not easy working in IT anywhere anymore because now they want to start everybody as a contractor because companies don't want to pay the insurance, they don't want to pay the benefits,
yeah,
the holiday time. That it's beneficial for them because honestly, and business is business. That's how it works. Because if they hire somebody full time right off the bat, and that guy turns out to be a screw up, what are you gonna do?
yeah.
You invested so much time and money in that person. It turns out to be a loss. So it's better to hire them as contractors. I mean, I can understand that 100%.
But when you find a good one, they don't try to maintain the one they have because it's kind of like
Hmm.
run them over to the ground.
Yeah.
If you're not built for it,
Listen, guys,
yeah.
I'm gonna drop off because I've been up now officially for 24 hours, right?
Ooh.
Mm.
Talking
You
about
better get
burnout.
some.
Damn.
Yeah, you better get some
Yeah.
sleep.
But what I will say is one last thing regarding you mentioned that you understood why the company didn't want to invest in someone, why they were contractors first. And
Hmm.
honestly, I feel like that's a lot of corporate foolishness, corporate because the CEO, how much money was his bonus?
Hmm.
How much money was the CFO, the COO? How much was their
Hmm.
bonus? Millions of
Hmm.
freaking
That's a
dollars a
that's a
year,
whole nother conversation.
Hmm.
Another type
right?
Yeah.
conversation.
So
So
that's yeah,
so
definitely,
the bull crap about they
definitely.
can't pay us for insurance and shit when their
Hmm.
bonus could pay for my whole fucking life. I'm sorry, their bonus can pay for my whole entire life is
Hmm.
crap that is unnecessary, and I don't want people to feel like, oh well, I understand. No, I don't understand. It's not to be understood. It's foolishness that we accept as workers because we're so used to being treated this way, and it's not something
Hmm.
that we should accept. But anyhow, I'm sorry.
You know,
I'm going to get off of
Ken,
here. I'm sleep
you're always.
deprived.
I know you're
Yeah. Get
always
some
welcome
sleep.
on this channel. You're always welcome on
Get
this
some
channel, no
sleep.
matter what.
Thank you so much, and it's been very, very nice meeting you, Mandrell. Always a pleasure, Mr. Marvin. Thank you
Always.
for
Thank you for coming on.
having me on here. Mandrell, I will be on your platform. I just got to get a Wednesday off. They have this bonus pay, so the pay is sick right now. You know, I got to get the bag, right?
Yeah, you
So
gotta get to the bag.
the it's not just that, it's that the bonus pay. So if I do this overtime next month, I'll get paid thousands of dollars less than if I do it this month, simply because of this bonus pay that they're offering. So I'm signing up for the overtime and stuff like that. But I do look forward to joining your panel one day. But I'm a little bit nervous
Absolutely.
about it in the same sense too, because it's heavily a lot of Christians on there and a lot of so so I get a
Hey,
little
you see
nervous,
how
It's
but
so
you see how I handle them. Yeah,
yeah,
they can come in
I'm
the
not you
Christian stuff they
though.
want to. All right.
I know it's when E-Man said he's not supposed to masturbate. You said what what is this bullcrap?
Seriously, because he's
Um,
like he at first he was like, I'm going to teach my kids abstinence, and then he's like, yeah, I'm not. Then he's like, yeah, I'm
So
not going to let them. I'm going to teach them
yeah,
not to masturbate.
yeah.
Like, wait, so you
So
don't want them to have
whoa
sex? You
whoa
don't want them to
yeah.
masturbate. What are they supposed to do?
Read the
you can teach
Bible.
them what you want. You can teach them that all you want in the house, but once they go to a public school,
Oh, it's
all
over.
bets are
Mhm.
off. It's
Yeah, it
over.
is.
Yeah,
He said,
So
well, I'm going to
they're going to
homeschool my
private Christian
kids.
school
Oh,
only.
good grief.
All
E-man's full
right.
of
So
cap.
anyhow,
Because
yeah.
off I go. Nice meeting
All
you,
right.
gentlemen, and
All
I'll
right.
Take care.
take care, guys. Bye bye.
I'm not gonna stay on long too because my girls
I know.
called me, and if
yeah,
you
I
guys heard
gotta.
them
Yeah, I'm about to
ringing.
say I
I
gotta
know.
head out
We've been
myself.
on this thing for like 5 hour plus. It's the longest so far in all our
Yeah,
episodes we've done so
Yeah.
far.
we've been running
Because
Yeah.
5 hours, man.
it was a series. And I wish you came in early, Peter, because you had the experience of an IT and a content creator.
Yeah,
So I
and
was,
you know, I'm sure you know if you do another one of these, let me know in advance. But
I
it's
was,
message me directly because honestly, the group chat I have it muted because it goes off so often.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
ding ding ding, you know. So I had to mute it honestly.
I
So
don't blame you. I don't blame you.
so that's why a
Because
lot of times I don't hear it and see what happens on there. So
you just like us.
yeah,
You're busy all the time, trying to get things done. I figured that.
yeah. So
I
anyways,
I
yeah,
guess we'll
definitely.
have
I'm
to.
gonna head out myself, but you know,
No problem.
All right.
All right,
Mandra,
man.
Nice
Thank
meeting
you.
you, Super Rocco.
nice meeting you. Hopefully, if you guys want to follow, you know, subscribe to my channels.
Yeah,
Simply
what's your
Rocco's.
channel? Super
Yeah,
Rocco. Okay.
I got Simply Rocco Gaming for the gaming part, and then I got a new one now called Simply Rocco Philippines. I'm going to be doing vlogs and instructional and informational videos about going out to the Philippines for whether it be vacation, retiring, stuff like that. Because my ultimate plan is to go out there to retire. So and to
So
retire
you
early.
so you on the same level with Zoom to Thailand then, huh?
That's what's up.
No, 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 no. Thailand, forget about Thailand. I don't want to deal with that. You gotta go. You gotta go to the Philippines where they speak English all the time. Thailand. You know, Thailand's not bad, but you know, Philippines is where you would really want to go because. So, anyways, yeah, I'm gonna head out, guys.
We'll check
All
your
right, man.
channel out.
Catch
We'll
you,
check
All
Peter.
your
right,
channel.
all right, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
See ya.
Um,
Yeah. See ya. And for me,
Mentor,
tomorrow
I'm
is
glad you came on the show. I'm glad you came on the show. It was much needed. We're gonna need you for future episode because not only you're from a political guy, you're a tech guy yourself. So you need your
yeah.
insight on a lot of things. We might have to touch bit on past episode to get your inside view of what's really going on.
Yeah. Sorry I
And
couldn't make
Marvin,
it
this the guy to
on the
go
other
to.
ones. Yeah. And like I said, like Sundays, it's back to the grind, kind of. It's not as much,
Uh-huh.
but like Sundays, because I do Brazilian Jiu Jitsu and MMA, right? And so
What's up? Okay.
Sundays through Friday, I do Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, and MMA is twice. The striking, the Muay Thai kickboxing, that's twice a week. Like so,
Yeah.
Sundays tomorrow at noon is open match. So I'm going to do the Jiu Jitsu, then I'm going right to the gym and doing leg day. And so Monday I do it. Monday I do Jiu Jitsu twice, 5:30 a.m. So I do it for an hour, and then I go right back up there at 8:30 a.m.
Wow.
And then I go lift weights and do cardio.
Damn.
Nah,
Yeah. So imagine doing
now
all
you making
that.
me feel bad. I need to go back to the gym now
Right.
because of you.
And if I wanted to, like, I could go do I do, and sometimes I do the Muay Thai kickboxing at 6:30 in the evening, that same day. And imagine doing all that, but then you can't sleep. You're dead tired, and you just can't. You can lay there with your eyes closed, but you just can't kill off and go to sleep.
Yeah.
It's horrible. So that's why, like, I mean, I do take the medicine to help me sleep. It's just I'm mindful about what time I take it, because if I take it at like 11 o'clock at night, you're gonna be like, if you got something to do in the morning, cancel it.
Yeah.
You're gonna be asleep.
Wow.
It's pretty potent too. I mean, if you, like I said, you got something to do in the morning, you better cancel it. You're not gonna make it. You're gonna be asleep. You'll feel like $1 million when you wake up, though.
And I'm glad you're sharing these things because you never knew it would be this deep of an issue when it comes to burnout. Because it's one thing you hear about it, but you don't hear straight from the source. When you hear straight from the source, it gives you a new profound respect to what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It really
yeah.
does.
Like military, especially, there's a lot of burnout. No one thing is nobody talks about it. You know what I'm
And yeah,
saying?
look at
And look at
Tommy.
Tommy
Tommy
B.
said, Tommy
Look at
said
Tommy
smoke
B.
some weed.
Smokes some weed. Hey, you know what though? Low key, Tommy B's actually right. Like if you
But here's the
like
problem. But here's the
Tommy
problem.
B's actually right. It's
As
illegal
tech,
here. I can't do it
as
here.
tech, we can't do it. The moment they send that we smell like weed, we lose our
Yeah.
job on the spot. That's how bad.
Mhm.
So at the tech, we go into burnout. Weekend, hit the bottles. What some
Yeah,
people
that's what
do.
happens.
Damn.
And you got to be careful with that because you'll get addicted to alcohol.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a team
Tommy
member.
B
Who,
says supposed
we got a
Tommy
team
B
member
says
who
supposed to.
were the functioning alcoholic come to work smell like alcohol. When we
That's
talk
not a
Mark,
problem, but weed, yeah, we can't have that.
No, what I'm saying, our level of careers, it don't give you a lot of leeway. You can't come to the work drunk. You can't come to work high. Worst thing, you come to work high, you done. You get blacklisted in some kind of cases. Especially you're working through a third party agency.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They'll blacklist you and just basically just ban you.
and God
Yeah,
forbid they spray your name.
so
And
they'll
God forbid they spray your
blacklist you
name to
too.
other agency. Yes,
Yeah,
they
so
will
they
do that.
blacklist you kind of.
Yeah.
Man, talk about throwing somebody under the bus. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I'm glad you guys talking about burnout because it affects not only the tech industry but other industries as well. Like military, if somebody burns out every day, it's an everyday thing. It's not.
Yeah, but
Now
you
that's
get the
horrible. And the thing is, burnout or not, they still don't give a shit. They don't care. They can see, he's burned out. So
Just find somebody else. That's it.
not even that. No. I don't care that you're burned out, Marvin. Get up and get it done. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't care about you. Find somebody else in the military? No. You burnt out or not,
Yeah.
get up and get to work.
Wow.
It's great. Do not care. And that's for me. Like, and it's one of those things. I'm like, again, I'm glad I just stopped working and taking the time off. And now I've got a new perspective and want to do other things, like start businesses. You know what I mean? I'm working to do that too. And yeah, you're right, Tommy B. Elon Musk spoke on Joe Rogan's podcast.
but he's Elon Musk.
Yeah, but that's Elon Musk. I mean,
That's
Yeah.
not us.
yeah,
We can't
that's
be
not
pulled
us.
out of. When you're a contractor, you're expendable. They replace you with somebody else. Did I tell you earlier before when I left the job with working at MTA? They
Yeah.
didn't appreciate what I was doing until they found out that I was doing a 4-man workload by myself, like it was nothing.
Yeah, it's like that. I mean, and again, look how burnout affects me. You know, like still years removed from it, still to this day.
Yeah.
It's still
And
affects me.
and you gotta take sleeping medicine that makes you fall asleep. That's
Yeah,
even
because my body
scarier.
wants to keep going. It's used to it now. It used to going and going and going until it's just like, okay, you're out of gas. Lay down. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
It's
every
used
time
to
I
and
see
then,
you online, I would have nothing but high respect for you. I was like, damn,
yeah.
this is go through what you go through.
Yep. Shit was crazy. I'm trying to recalibrate and retool it and recalibrate myself now. You know, sleep is priceless, though. I can say that.
Yeah.
Let me get out of here, guys. I got errands to run.
No
All
problem.
right, man. Thank
You
you
will
for
All right.
you
showing
Thanks
will
for
up.
cut it
having
for
me,
though.
though. Yeah, Marvin,
It's an honor.
nice to meet you. I'll be back on. I'll be back in your podcast for other shows too.
All right, no problem, man. Not a
We're gonna
problem.
have you. We're gonna have you. We'll pick your brain for a lot of stuff for sure.
All right, no problem.
You
Thanks.
a gold mine right now because we need you for a lot of insight.
Awesome. See you guys later.
All
All
right,
right.
man.
Um, we've been on this for 5 hours and 22 minutes.
Yeah,
This is
man.
the longest of the series that we were doing about burnout because when we will talk about this. I can't even call it a sickness. It's no, just a like it is an epidemic for real. And I've been having this conversation. I start to realize I was taking risks on my health, not even realizing that. When Candy Ann said we didn't eat health, Marvin would tell you we were eating crap
Yeah,
in
that's how it
Manhattan.
is. That's how it is. Sometimes you're working on a project, you don't long hours, you don't. There's not enough places around to give you, healthy food choices. So
Even if they were, the price wasn't affordable.
yeah,
If your budget was to spend $5 to $6 for lunch only, what you gonna do? Chicken over rice, $5. One big can of Arizona, that's $1. That's $6 right there and there. Now, when you do that on almost a daily basis, depending if that is healthy or not. Yes, Tommy, this episode is 5 hours for real, because it was a lot to talk about. There was a lot with Mandrill experience. You could have had your experience on this one with Candid and experience with Vong. It's to hear people's stories of what they went through, what they dealt with, the impact. When watch this episode back, you'd be surprised. We was looking at each other like we
yeah. A
thought we
lot.
heard it. We thought we heard everything, but no, we didn't hear everything.
People shared a lot, man. That's a good thing.
It's more of a good thing because we knew this series gonna be touchy, but we didn't know it would be this serious because imagine we have a former police officer come in and let us know what we went through as a police officer or a teacher and hear the stories how to numb themselves or just to unwind or to release all that built up frustration.
Hmm.
It's unreal. So I'm glad we had this episode. If we have to have another one to let more people come on the panel and share with us about burnout, then we will do it because today we had a nurse, a former surgical technician,
Surgical
a former
technician.
military guy,
Yep.
we are a partner in crime in IT who also doing streaming as well. We get to hear their stories. Now, there's anybody out there who got more stories to share, we would like to open another episode next week and let you guys come on and let us know because hearing the military part, it got me scared. So I'm like, I dodged the bullet. Because at one time I wanted to join the military. I didn't know it was that bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Yo.
To the point like you, medically speaking, you got to be wired to the point where it's hard to get back to normal. To spend 3 days without sleeping.
Yeah. But that's one of the benefits of when people share their stories. We hear it from a first-hand point of view.
So it let us really see things because, yeah, it's an excellent topic. This is the kind of topic that, oh, yeah, Tommy is a truck driver and he's former military guy. So you know what? Maybe next week, Tommy, you let us know about what it's like to be a burnout to being a truck driver. We'd like to hear from you.
Yeah,
And
if
we're
you
gonna
want
do
to come
another
on,
episode
man, just let us know. Let O know, and yo, we set it up.
because I'm still shaken just to hear the fact that what Manjel went through. And well, Vaughn, what are they a surgical technician? You fighting over a person's body while you in middle. Yeah, I'm gonna have to rewatch it again. It I think we can't really cut this small topic short yet. We need to hear everybody else's story for real, what people have to go through because you think it's okay. this bad. Not really like it's that big of a deal. And I
Yeah.
hope those who will be able to come here on live, please, when you watch this on replay, put your question, put your comment. If you from a different field, they want to share a story about that burnout, please let us know because we will hold another episode on Saturday. If we get more than enough people, either we start at 1 p.m. or 2 p.m., or what time it may be, we will do that because once we hear your story about burnout, what you had to go through, what you had to deal with, because IT, I'm glad you hear what we had to deal with. You had Peter. He mentioned how he was burning himself, burning to the ground. I was burning myself to the ground. So was Marvin. And sometimes we didn't even think about it. Like we're not, we tell you it's not a big deal, but it's actually is a big deal. It actually is dangerous. And the fact one can actually die from it,
Mm. Yeah.
come on. So, any final word, Marvin, before we
Um,
cut it short?
nah, just I just want to say thank you for everybody who showed up, came up, shared their story. It's what it's all about, man. Thanks a lot.
Man, it's a lot, and I thank you very much. And those who came out, I appreciate it. And those who will watch the show afterward, to the view and everything, please. Either you come to my channel or you go to my partner channel here, Nexus Cloud. The link, I update the link on this side of my end, so you can check his channel out. He into cloud computing. That's his business as well. He want to reach out to the small and the middle-time business as well. So it's both of us. It's not just me alone. Yeah, going to see me along the week. I may get appeared in any other people panel just to promote the show more because we're not part of the manosphere, but we want to create a avenue that we have real conversation about real
Yeah,
life situation, or
real
about
conversations.
how we can help you in your business. You're trying to run a business and looking at what kind of choice you want to make when it comes to computing. He's here, I'm here for that. We want to do something different that will last a lifetime. That's what we're doing it for a reason. We're not trying to do anything crazy. So look out for the next episode. This other episode you haven't uploaded yet. When he get it ready, I'll upload on my channel. He'll do it on his channel as well. And we hope that you guys love what you see and you come back for more. Until then,
Peace out. Like, share, and subscribe, and see you next time.
amen.